Okay, the March 2nd, 2016 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for hearing impaired viewers. Please note customers of CenturyLink may view this program in high definition on channel 1002. Some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box may view this meeting on digital channel 69.9. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet, www.lasvegasnevada.gov. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 on the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarm should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exit at the back of the chambers out to the mezzanine. Proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Streets. Employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to items on the agenda, citizen participation and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to the city clerk up front. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, however, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone is present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please come forward to see our city clerk staff. If you parked in the parking garage across the street, please be sure to have your ticket validated by security officers when exiting. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given by Chaplain Steve Sanson, Veterans in Politics International, and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance after.
Father, God Almighty, creator of everything that is good and lasting, we humbly beseech thee to bless all in attendance here this morning, and to put your hands on each Las Vegas City Council member and guide them to make the right decision for our city. We ask you to bless every elected representative that has sworn to put the people they represent before themselves. We understand that we have self-absorbed elected officials that have chosen to be on the side of corruption, and we understand that we have others that have chosen to do nothing, and therefore corruption becomes normalized. Lord, help us to open the eyes of the innocent. Give us strength and confidence to remove these evil out of the elected process and replace them with those that have taken the title of public servant as a promise to do the will of the people that elected them. Lord, we also ask you to open the eyes of our judges and those that are seeking the position of judge, not to allow themselves to be strong-armed and coerced by simpletons. We are only looking for financial gain and not the betterment of the people. Lord, let these judges know that one day you will be the one that judged them. We ask thy blessings on all the veterans of the United States, both past and present, and especially those who live in the great city of Las Vegas, that have raised their right hand and pledged to protect and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. May our veterans never forget that pledge. And may you raise up a generation of young men and women who are willing to step forward to defend this great nation at a time where our religious values, our domestic ideals, and our way of life are under attack. We ask you, O God, to continue to bless the United States of America. And may you bless us with a president that will make America a country that the world can love and respect. And may the people of the United States continue and always say, in God we trust. Amen.
Okay, we'll come down and have the ceremonial portion of the agenda. We took your name a couple of days ago in vain. No, kidding you. Just on your whole project. Yeah, right there. No. Okay. What'd you say? Our judges, police. I have a cold. You do not want to touch me. But anyway, I can give you a shoulder. Oh, you're going to do it anyway. You can feel the heat. Okay, this is the ceremonial portion of the agenda. And for our first item, my pleasure to announce the winners of the city's Action Team Award. Our employees strive to be superheroes in the workplace, meeting our values of action, which stand for achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, and ownership now. They build our community to make life better. And I would like to invite our Detention and Enforcement Chief, Michelle Freeman, to jump over and come on down with us at the podium. This is a special team made up of members from our deputy city marshals and parking enforcement units. When I call your names, please join us at the podium. We have Sergeant Matthew Triplett. And pardon me, all of you, but I do have a cold and I don't want to give it to you, so I'm not going to shake hands with you, but consider I'm doing it. Marshal Brandon Soros. And Marshal Paul Hartz. Marshal George Cooper. Congratulations. And Marshal Sandy Lopez. And Parking Enforcement Supervisor Serafin Calvo. He won't be here today. Oh, we can invite Sergeant Bill Arndt to come join us. I'm kidding. Please. This group of individuals does a great job every day, but recently they went above and beyond. As Sergeant Triplett was finishing his shift, he noticed a car parked suspiciously downtown. He called for backup, and after other marshals arrived, they noted that the vehicle had a tube running from the exhaust pipe to inside the car. The marshals intervened and were able to help an 85-year-old man who was attempting to commit suicide. These marshals didn't stop there. The next day, Officer Lopez met with the gentleman at the hospital, and Serafin Calvo assisted in getting the gentleman's car returned to him. The marshals remained in contact with the gentleman and his caseworker and have continued to be there for him ever since. Marshals Lopez and Cooper noted that he did not have a lot of food in his house and went out on their own time, spending their own money to stock his home with food. Marshal Lopez also brought the gentleman a Thanksgiving dinner. These officers continue to work with this man and the VA to ensure that he receives the benefits that he deserves for serving our country in armed forces. What a great story and example of compassion by our marshals. This is the norm for them, and we are also proud how they are out there helping the community and protecting all of us in the city. I'd like to ask Chief Freeman first to say a few words, and then we'd love to hear from Sergeant Triplett.
So thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing us to be up here with you today. This is an extra special appreciation for this team here. I mean, I'm so fortunate, to work for the City of Las Vegas, the Department of Detention Enforcement, to be part of this type of a team, because like the Mayor said, this is normalcy for us, is to do what we said we would do by honoring the badge. And by honoring the badge, really there's one good reason to take the oath and to stand up here in uniform. It's because we want to make a difference and help people. And these guys here, this team here, made an incredible difference, going above and beyond their normal course of duty. And it's because they're genuinely amazing people. And from the bottom of my heart, I thank you guys for just being a true example of what we stand for, and showing especially, you know, there's a lot of hardship in the world today, and sometimes we lose our sights. There's so much good, and there's so much love and care and concern and genuine desire to make a difference, to help people that don't have the ability to help themselves or sometimes get strayed. And that's the example of these guys, never knowing they'd be standing up here today, because that's not what they did it for and are continuing to do it for. So I can't even express the place in my heart that you guys have. I mean, I'm so proud. I feel privileged to be part of your team. And on behalf of Bill Arndt, so let me just say Bill Arndt is the director where Seraphin Calvin also works for, who's unfortunately not able to be here today, and our thoughts are with him. He made an incredible difference as well, and this was a great show of collaboration and teamwork. Two departments coming together to ensure that we can cooperate to do the best that we could to help somebody that was in a need. And so thanks, Bill, for standing up here with me today and being here to show for Seraphin. And you guys, from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate it. Every morning, so there's a little piece of me, every morning and every night, I don't ever want to become cynical. And so I kind of look for something to find that makes me really happy, like an act of kindness in the morning before I come to work and the evening before I go to bed. And whether it's something just on the internet, I look for other law enforcement agencies or just other acts of kindness. This completes my week. I don't need to look. In the morning when I got up, I knew what it was. And in the evening, I know what it's going to be. And for my whole week, I know that this act of kindness is going to carry me through. So thank you guys from the bottom of my heart to allow me to be part of your team. I appreciate you so much.
How about Sergeant Triplett?
Sergeant Triplett?
Just wanted to say thank you, and it's definitely it was a team effort, and this gentleman, I'm trying not to use his name, it's a little personal to him, but they've definitely made a huge difference in his life. I personally call him a friend now. We check up on him, and we check on him all the time and make sure he's okay. And the guy's got a ton of stories, and he's full of life, and we're just going to continue to check on him and make his day. He says we make his day all the time. We check on him, give him phone calls, and go check on him at his house. So I know he appreciates it, and just want to let everybody know that. Thank you.
So proud of you. Wonderful. Congratulations. Thank you all and congratulations. Just every single day, every moment, we do appreciate everything you're doing. You are lucky, Chief. Great group. Thank you, Mr. Arndt. No, he came. They both came. Tardy, but you're here, and that's important. All right, Councilwoman. They both missed their recognition. I'm kidding. It's yours. Thank you.
Today I have a very special item on the agenda, and I'm going to ask for some help from Chief Judge Cedric Kearns, if he would come up, please.
This year, every year, the Nevada Judges of Limited Jurisdiction, we get together and we choose the Outstanding Judge of the Year. And I'm proud that this year's recipient is from my own court. And so I'm going to ask, and we surprised her. She didn't know why she was coming today, but I'm going to ask Judge Leung to come on up. I told her I needed all the judges to be here because I had something serious, and she couldn't figure out why we're on the ceremonial agenda. To be chosen as Judge of the Year, what it is there's about 76 limited jurisdiction judges throughout the state. And when you get together, we have meetings where we try and find the judge that made the most impact throughout not only the organization but their community. And the people who select the judge are the past winners. And this year was kind of different because Judge Brown and I were both on the committee, but Judge Leung's in our court, so they really didn't want us to participate in the discussions, but we could nominate her. So it was really neat to sit there and listen to all the other judges throughout the state talk about why Judge Leung deserved to be recognized this year. And for the 10 years that I've been doing this, this is one of the few times there wasn't a debate and she was unanimously picked. Because she's done such a great job with regards to legislative, mentoring, the bench book. For me, I ruptured my Achilles, and so I was out for a while. And so Judge Leung took up the acting chief judge while I was gone, and I was able to take the court back without missing a beat. So to me, I'm grateful, and I want to thank you. Hopefully you'll forgive me for the surprise. And she does do a lot with the community, but Councilwoman Tarkanian wanted to talk a little about that, so I'm going to turn over the microphone to her.
Well, first of all, I wanted to say that she had a good start here in the city. We loved having her. She was great help to us in many, many ways. You know, she's had many special duties, and I'd like to just mention a couple of them. She has served on the Nevada Supreme Court Judicial Council, Southern, that's correct, Legislative Committee. And she's had access to Justice Committee. She's a member of the American Judges Association, and she presides over the Las Vegas Municipal Court, Women in Need of Change. And that's what I wanted to talk about, because I've been to their ceremonies where these women who have been in situations I don't think any of us could imagine, mistreated at home, on drugs, on alcohol, not having a chance to break out, not having a chance, and trying and falling back and trying and falling back again. And this WIN court, Women in Need, she has presided over for a long time. It's a specialized sentencing program, grant funded in the Las Vegas Municipal Court, and it's available to women who have had at least 3 prior convictions for charges related to soliciting prostitution, drug-related charges as well. If they are able to complete extremely rigorous sentencing requirements, earn a GED if needed, stay out of trouble, and abstain from drugs and alcohol during the program, they are able to have any current charges and suspended jail time dismissed by the court. She and the entire specialty court staff do an absolutely amazing job of running this court. It has the ability to dramatically change the lives of so many women and their families. And I have to say, it's by far one of my favorite programs in the entire city of Las Vegas government. The one that I last attended, after I heard what she went through and how hard she tried, and she didn't make it, but she never gave up. She kept trying, and the WIN personnel were able to help her make it through. When I congratulated her, I said, you know, I go many places and people will say, oh, you're wonderful, you did all this, you're a hero, or something like that. And basically, it's women such as she who are heroes. It's the individuals that work in something like the WIN Court who are heroes. To see these women, she always shows the before and after picture, and sometimes they can't even stand looking at their before. They have done so well, and their families are there, families that had given up, families that were torn apart by anger with each other, and there they are as families working together. So I'm very impressed. If you ever have a chance, please go, because it gives you a great lift in life. And I wanted to say that I am going to give to you a very special proclamation from the city of Las Vegas. And we get to say that today, March 2nd, is your day. Your day. And we, as a member of the City Council, all of us, I've been very proud of what you've done. So we mark today as Leon Day. Thank you very much.
Yes, I do.
You have to, aside from congratulating you, where did you start?
Where did I start?
Yeah, did you start here at City Hall in our legal department?
Well, you know, when I first, Mayor asked me where did I start, where did I get my start in my career, and I came to Las Vegas from California originally, and I started my career as a criminal defense attorney, and then I switched sides, became a city prosecutor, which is how I met all of, most of this fine group here. And I was there for about 9 years, and then with the passing of Judge Toy Gregory, who was our longtime chief judge, the position opened up. And I was encouraged to apply. I was encouraged. There were key members present here today. And a lot of people applied for that position to fill out the appointment, the rest of the term of Judge Gregory. And I was humbled and really pleased to have been appointed by the City Council. And so I became a judge in 2008. I've run for 2 elections. And I have to say, I'm overwhelmed right now. This was a great surprise. You really did a good job. I knew there was something going on, but not really. And I mean, this is really overwhelming. I'm normally not rambling and speechless. But I love this town. This is my passion. And I didn't know that, really, when I became a judge. I knew I wanted to serve this community. But when I took over the WIN Court program, and the then chief judge asked me if I would take over that program, Judge Brown, and I know Judge Kearns, and he had started that program, and after its first graduate in 2007, they asked me if I would take over the program, and I did. And there is nothing I feel more strongly about than being able to serve the community in this way, which is empowering people who feel that they have lost everything. And when they come into the criminal justice system, that is really the end of the line. It doesn't get much worse than that when you get arrested and you're standing in front of a judge who's looking to put you into custody because of everything you've ever done wrong in your life. That all comes up in that one moment. But I think we are in the city of Las Vegas extremely progressive and reacting to what the community's needs are. So I stand up here and I receive this incredible award, which really is a highlight and a culmination of everything that's led up in my life, I would say, to receive something like that, to receive the recognition for doing something that I think is the right thing to do, and to be able to work with a whole group of judges that have that same philosophy, and to have that also, reinforced and validated by our city council. I mean, this means the world to me. And I stand here, not just myself. There are many people who have helped to create this moment for me. Can I just be a little indulgent? My sister and her family, my niece and my sister's husband are here visiting from Cincinnati. And boy, you guys kept a really good secret, I have to say. I see my Wind Court staff, my marshals, my entire department. I see the city attorneys are here. Yeah, I couldn't do any of this without them and without the support of the community. So I am truly humbled, and I thank you deeply. This is really a culmination of a highlight in my career. So thank you.
Right. Could we have the judges come up here, please? And let's have a picture with the judges and the great city council.
Our chief judge said they got to get back to work, but we'd rather have a picture. Congratulations. No. What better place and what better cause. This is wonderful. Pardon me, I don't want to breathe on anybody. Right here in the center.
Right by the mayor.
Okay. Right here. Do you need to get closer together?
You can do it if you want to.
I won't breathe. I'll take a deep breath. You got it in? Great. I'll make sure you get copies.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Do a good job. Okay. For our next item, I'm going to call on, Councilman Beers. If you will, please.
It's Ward 2's turn to name a Citizen of the Month. Our honorees, interestingly enough, are native Chinese language teachers teaching at Johnson Middle School in Ward 2, teaching our U.S. citizens the Chinese language. As well, bringing a truly unique perspective to our youngsters on their expanding vision of the world. So it is with great pride and thanks that we honor today ULE, please come up, and Jing Chong, please come up. Principal George Annis and the rest of the team, please come up here. These are our Ward 2 Citizens of the Month for March 2016. The Johnson Middle School has been converted to an International Baccalaureate Magnet School. I didn't know much about the International Baccalaureate Magnet School program until it started here at Johnson, but it's actually pretty cool. They have separate programs for elementary, middle, and high school, and if you get involved early with it and stay with it all the way, there's no guarantees in life, but you are as guaranteed to go to college as you can functionally get. In the primary years program, they prepare students to become lifelong learners. That's kind of what we do with all of our kids, but in the middle school program, it starts to diverge, and students are encouraged to make connections between their studies and the real world. In high school, it's a very rigorous and challenging program that leads to a DP, a diploma program, and those students at the end get a certificate recognized by leading universities. They've been rigorously tested in 6 academic subjects. They speak a language, 2 languages, I guess. and often more than that. So it's a very cool program. We've got schools in Ward 2, both an elementary school and a middle school and a high school that are involved in this International Baccalaureate program. So if you're the parent of a youngster, this is worth taking a look at. I guess before we hear a few words from our honorees, first, Principal Annis, if you would come up and tell us a little bit more about the program and the school.
Thank you. Thank you for this awards and for my teachers. They're a enlightening ladies. They're just full of spirit and such. The International Baccalaureate program works with students, and we have a very, very rigorous program. We want students to become world citizens. With that, they're required to learn 2 languages, and this goes all the way through high school. Parents, one of the things you need to understand about the IB process is when they graduate an IB school, they have a 100% chance of getting into college. They are a 98% chance of graduating from college. That's how rigorous and important this program is. And we're not talking about colleges that are local. We're talking Ivy League schools, UCLAs, those type of schools. They're automatically brought in because of the rigor that we have in our programs. With our Chinese program, these ladies are taking our 6th, 7th, and 8th graders and introducing the language, the culture. We participated in the New Year's parade and such this year, so we're really looking for it. Like I said, these ladies bring a different perspective to our school, and I'm very, very proud of them. So.
You want to try a few words?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bill. Okay, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry for my broken English, but yeah, in order to get good communication between us, I have to speak English first. Okay, thank you. First, I'd like to thank Miss Goodman. Yeah, she came to our conference for new teachers in CCSD, and she gave us a lot of support and encouragement. And thank you, Mr. Bill, to come to our room and share with us the joyful experience. Yeah, and I'm a very ordinary teacher in China. I came from Yunyang High School in Shiyan City. Yeah, and I feel greatly honored to accept this, the honorable citizenship here. Yeah, so, teaching is really a rewarding job. Yeah, so the school students at Johnson, yeah, they gave us a lot of valuable suggestions, and we appreciate being here with all of our students and all of our colleagues here. And when we first came to Las Vegas, we gained a lot of support from our supervisor, Roger, Mr. Roger West, Amanda Ruth, and thank you. And our principal, Mr. George Annis, was our driver because we didn't have any transportation at that time. And so we were troublemakers. But during the experience of teaching here, we have gained a lot than what we deserve. Yeah, we had fun with our students, and our colleagues gave us a lot of support and valuable help. And from the bottom of my heart, I sincerely hope that there will be more schools involved in this program, and we are lucky dogs here. When we hear many people, many teachers and many students can say 你好. Yeah, 你好 means hello in Chinese in the hallway or in their families. We appreciate so much. And as for our 6th graders, in the first half year, they they had the Chinese class, but in the second year they switched to the Spanish class. But when we meet these students in the hallway, they can also say "Ni hao." Yeah, we love China. We love Chinese. Yeah, so we sincerely appreciate so much. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for being here. Yeah, everyone present here. Thank you so much. Yeah, I love Las Vegas. Yeah, and I love Las Vegas. Yeah, and all of your optimism impressed me a lot. Yeah, thank you for the generous American people here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've been joined by the Student Council of Jacobson Elementary, which is one of the feeder schools to Johnson. If you kids would briefly stand up and wave at us. And thank you all very much. We have a sign over here, which, is that correct? Oh, we have certificates for Citizen of the Month. And are we going over for a picture? Yeah. And then there's a sign that will have your name on it as Citizen of the Month.
I think we need to hear some Chinese.
You know, you're right. We do. We've heard enough English for today.
Okay. Yeah.
Mandarin? Is it Mandarin?
Mandarin.
Mandarin,
Yes,
please.
Mandarin. Okay. 大家好，你们好。我说汉语，有谁能听懂我吗？你们好。So I know this is difficult for you because you have no idea about the Chinese, you have never learned the Chinese. So I teach you the two words today. The first one is 你好. 你好. Yes. And the next one is 谢谢你. 谢谢你. Thank you. 谢谢你. Yes. So I really appreciate it. So thank you so much. Thank you. 谢谢.
Very good. Very nice. Okay, let's go over here with our teachers and principal as well and have our pictures taken. Congratulations. And so this, last month was Chinese New Year, the year of the monkey. So this is appropriate. It's just wonderful. Congratulations, simply wonderful. Thank you. Very difficult camera. Wonderful, congratulations. Now, you know the sign's going to go right up in front of City Hall, so it should be up within the hour, I hope. You'll see, for a whole month. So we're so proud. And for everybody, I remember when the IB program first came into Las Vegas in the early 80s. There are two types of very strong advanced education that we offer here in Nevada. One is the advanced placement, where students get to select which classes, which disciplines they want to go at and study at the highest level. So you could pick biology or chemistry or economics, English, history, but you choose and then you test in those subjects. In the IB program, the International Baccalaureate program, it is dictated you will take all subjects and you will test in all subjects. So it is the most rigorous of academic programs that we offer in the state, and it's wonderful to see it grow and see such wonderful teachers helping us and principal, and what a great school to have that opportunity to take an IB program. So, wow, this is so special. For our next item, we are welcoming a real celebrity. I'd like to ask Paula Francis to join us at the podium. I do. Sorry. And how about Steve? Come on up. You've been shouldering this as well. Oh, you're going to take pictures? Good. Take pictures. This is Women's Day. No, come on. We know Nancy will do that. For more than 30 years, and look how young she is, a beautiful, wonderful lady, in broadcasting, this fabulous woman sadly is retiring from Channel 8. We've invited her, of course, into all our homes every single night over the years as she's delivered the news in a caring and most professional manner. A fabulous storyteller, Paula always has known the right way to report what's going on in one of the most vibrant and exciting cities in the world. She's very proud of the Buddy Check 8, which I'm sure you all know about, the campaign and the awareness that she's brought to the issue of breast cancer. For every year that we've been having the Susan G. Komen runs down here and around our community, this has been the lady that's been at the forefront, supporting Race for the Cure. Of course, besides being an institution in the Las Vegas journalism world, Paula is also a star in her own right, and has been seen on CSI, one of our favorite TV programs. Threw in my husband into one of those. Anyway, we know we're going to hear lots more from Paula and her husband, Steve, who've been married how many years?
28.
Wow. You married a baby, didn't you? As they continue to be active contributors to our community. But today, we want to celebrate your career, Paula, by making Wednesday, March 2nd, Paula Francis Day in the city of Las Vegas. And we are so excited to see what you're going to be doing in the next few years. And I do want to read this. And we have some gifts for you. But anyway, it's from the Office of the Mayor and City Council proclamation. Whereas after more than 30 years in broadcasting, anchor and journalist Paula Francis is retiring from Channel 8. And whereas we've invited her into our homes, this is just what I read you, but I'm going to skip that one. Whereas a graduate at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, Paula Francis came to Las Vegas in 1985. And whereas Paula Francis is the founding member of the Nevada chapter of the International Women's Forum and serves on the board of trustees for the Shade Tree Endowment Fund. And whereas Paula Francis, as I said, began the Buddy Check 8 campaign, bringing awareness to the issue of breast cancer, and whereas, along with being an institution in Las Vegas journalism, Paula Francis is that star in her own right. And I, therefore, Mayor of the City of Las Vegas, County of Clark, State of Nevada, hereby proudly proclaim March 2nd, 2016 to be Paula Francis Day in the City of Las Vegas, and ask everyone to please show your love and respect for this wonderful woman and talent. We're so proud, and I'm going to give this to you. However, now it is, you know, there are a few treasures that we in our entire southern Nevada hold on to most dearly. And one of those, and you know the entire southern Nevada area, is referred to as Las Vegas. The name is unique. And it's unique to anybody who lives in southern Nevada. Everybody calls themselves a Las Vegan. So the prize that we treasure more than anything else that represents who and what each one of us believes in, wants to do to make the community a better place, is our key to the city of Las Vegas. We give them out very, very rarely. I think in my 5 years I've given out 4. I think Oscar in 12 years, possibly a couple more. And so today we want to give you, from the city, the key to the city of Las Vegas, because we love you and we think you are a talent beyond talents. We're so proud of you. And then to really put the top on the top, we'll go the other one first. Oscar. Because he's known Paula and been on that TV show with her So you got little silly Oscar, and then you got little silly Carolyn, too. So just to remind you, wherever you are, wherever you go, whatever you do in your future and your great endeavors, I mean, I don't know how you're going to know to sleep late and take care of yourself. So just know, I mean, finally. So we thank you, we treasure you, and we just hope the best, and here you are.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Carolyn, I could never repay everything Las Vegas has given to me, including my husband, Steve, whom I met here. Las Vegas is unique, and I cannot believe the changes that have occurred since 1985. And a lot of it is due to Mayor Goodman and the previous mayor, her husband. It's a wonderful city, world class. And you only have to drive around this area, the medical area, the Lou Ruvo Center. It's incredible what has been done. So we've changed for the better. I am so grateful to be considered an icon. I never would have thought I'd be that one day, but I've been the hometown anchor, which was my dream. So thank you all very much, and take the day off.
Without pay. Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Here, Steve, in the box here too for you.
Okay.
Okay.
And they can go in the garage. Oh, yeah, maybe it's a photo. Shane, are you there? Can we do a photo? How about we move this? Can we just, let's just go right here, okay?
Let's get a photo.
Okay.
I'll move it further. Thank you, Bob. We have found a job. Finally. Yeah. Steve, congratulations.
Don't we? Yes, I did.
I can't talk about that.
No, don't talk about that.
Oh,
I've
my
always
goodness
promised
sakes.
never
Did
to
Steve
reveal.
know you did that?
Oh, yeah.
That was before you got married.
Yes, yeah, that was the first year I was here.
85 or 84?
That was 85.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
my God.
It was one
Yeah.
of the first things
I'm
I
not
did.
got married because we weren't sure.
Yeah, yeah. And the landing on the mattress.
There we go.
Okay. Okay, congratulations again, and we're so grateful. Hope you keep a home here always, whatever you're doing. You've just been a jewel for us all. Okay, our final item this morning, I guess it's Councilman Anthony, you lucky guy. I know what you're doing.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, it's now going to be all about these good-looking guys and gals that are sitting out there in those great uniforms. It is absolutely my honor to recognize the local teams that won their divisions in the recent City of Las Vegas Mayor's Cup. Yay! Absolutely. On the weekend of February 13th through 15th, the City of Las Vegas and the Downtown Soccer Club hosted the Las Vegas Mayor's Cup International Youth Soccer Tournament. At this point, I would like to invite our friend from the Las Vegas Downtown Soccer Club, Roger Tabor. Where is Roger? Come on down here, Roger. He's a big part of this tournament. So listen to this. 547 teams participated in this event over 3 days from all over the United States, as well as teams from Mexico, Canada, Panama, Guatemala, Dominican Republic, Cayman Islands, Haiti, France, Japan, Brazil, Colombia, Australia, and Germany. And let me tell you, these states and these countries bring the best soccer players that they can bring in that particular age division. This is the 8th year for the Las Vegas Mayor's Cup, and it is the largest international tournament in the country. We are additionally excited that the Mayor's Cup is going to come back as usual in October for our younger kids, and we're going to have over 100 teams from all over the world coming to Las Vegas. And it's not only great to have some outstanding soccer being played that weekend, but the economic impact to our community is absolutely amazing. It's millions and millions and millions of dollars that are spent here on rental cars and hotel rooms and food, and if you're over 21, gambling and drinking. The younger kids can't do that yet. But it's absolutely a fantastic weekend for us economically. And, of course, the finals are played in the Great Ward 4. The Great Ward 4? No, nobody's coming with me. The Great Ward 4. It's played in the Great Ward 4 at the Betty Wilson Soccer Complex at Lake Mead and Tenaya. That is a very busy intersection during that weekend. And as the mayor reminded me, this is a weekend where we have over 30 coaches from all over the United States, college coaches that are coming out to recruit their next group of, 300. Okay, I'm sorry, 300 that are coming here to recruit the next group of great soccer players for their college teams. First of all, I'd like to ask Roger Tabor to say a couple things. Roger, come on up here.
Thank you very much, Stavros and the rest of the City Council. Obviously, we're very proud of this event. When we started talking about this 10 plus years ago, we had no idea that it could have this kind of reach and range that it does. And I want to thank a couple people. Obviously, we can't do this without Sherry Alexander, our tournament directors. The folks that maintain the parks. I mean, the weather was spectacular, but the parks were spectacular as well, and we have to thank them and Tim Hacker's department. A couple things. We broke into 5 new countries this year, and we're real proud of that. We broke into South Africa, South Korea, Argentina, Netherlands, and Scotland, and so we're 30 plus countries, and we kind of figured out a little bit of social media. Facebook reach was over 278,000 followers across the world. We can thank Sammy from Imagine Communications on that. But we couldn't do this without the Rotary clubs at House Kids, and we certainly couldn't do it without these great facilities that we have in Las Vegas. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Roger. I want to again recognize Tim. Thanks for what you do. Jerry Walker, thank you. Especially Sherry Alexander. Come on down here, Sherry. Come on. She's out there all weekend. This is her brainchild. This is her baby. She makes sure that this thing goes off without a hitch. And I want to thank everyone that goes out to the fields and takes care of the fields and the grass and just makes this complex the best soccer complex in the country. So, Sherry, I'm going to ask you to say something too. I know you never want to do.
I just want to thank Roger and the Downtown Soccer Club because they really are the backbone to this tournament now. We're 18 years in to the October one, 9 years into the February one, and it's their staff, all of their club members that do all the work. There's no way that I could get to 53 plus fields, 58 fields, and manage all of the different complexes. I know I started the program years ago under Mayor Goodman, which I was very fortunate to be asked to start the tournament as part of the youth initiative, which is what it originally began, to provide program for the youth here in the Valley to do sports. But it's grown so much that I show up, I give out trophies, and I put out fires here and there. But without the downtown club and 300 plus volunteers that are out there working, it would never be where it is now. So I really appreciate everything that they've done, and for the city for supporting this. Believe me, with the parks guys doing what they do with the fields and maintenance, the lights go out, and just different things that happen. There's so much that goes on behind the scene that you'll never know, and they all make it seem like it just runs very smoothly, and I really appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
And you know, the reason why we do all this, the mayor, the city council, Downtown Soccer Club, all the sponsors, is because of our soccer players and of all the hundreds of teams from the United States and around the country that came out here. We had local teams here in Las Vegas that won their division. They're that good. So what we're going to do now, absolutely. Obviously, some of them are here, some are not. So what we're going to do is when I announce your coach and team, I want you to run down here. We're going to take a picture. I have a certificate with your name on it from the mayor and the city council that we're going to give to you. And then it's back to school, okay? well, you can do whatever you want after you take your picture. But so... Yes. Okay, the winner of the women's U19 Adidas Division LVPSA 98 Red is George McKenna. Are they here? All right, we have a come on, we have a representative. All right, let's squeeze in and get a picture. There's your certificates.
I'd like to elbow.
All right, everybody squeeze in. Come on. All right.
Great, congratulations.
All right. Put me in the back.
Okay.
He's all taking care of the next soccer tournament. Okay. Thanks for representing.
Congratulations. Before I go to the next team, are there any parents or friends or family members or team members here? Why don't you all stand up without the parents and the friends and the family supporting their kids? Stand up, come on. If there's only one here, hey, there you go. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. They don't want to stand up. Okay. All right. The next division of the women's U19 champion division, the Downtown LVSC 99 Academy. Coach Christopher Shaw, come on down. Congratulations, Coach. Congratulations. All right, let's get a picture. Okay, next is Chris. Do you have another team? Well, then stay down here. The next winner is the girls U16 Adidas Division Downtown LVSC 00 Academy. Coach Chris Shaw, come on down. Congratulations. Got two teams, huh? Jeez. That's good. You're good.
Yeah, come in there.
There's some mom.
All right. Okay, the Division Girls U16 Champion Division, the Las Vegas Neon Academy, Coach Kenny Cartledge. Are they here? All right, give them a nice round of applause. They couldn't make it. The men's U19 Adidas West Division, the LV Spurs, Coach Corey Pippin. Are they here? All right, come on down. There you go. Congratulations. Good job, yep. Come on down. Thank you. Squeeze in. Absolutely. Come on down. Good job. All right, they got their trophy with them. Get that trophy in front. Good job.
Look at that. Thank you.
All right.
Turn around, put that trophy in the middle. Congratulations. Congratulations.
These guys are from Western High School. I graduated class 82.
This is Western High School, I understand. All right. Good job. The men's U19 Adidas East Division, the Gallos Blancos Academy, Coach Julio Cruz. Are they here? All right, give them a nice round of applause. The boys U17 Adidas Central Division, NYSA Las Vegas Mobsters. Coach Ronnie Cherry, come on down. Should give them free tickets to the Mob Museum.
Without
the
question.
Mobsters.
Weekly and I were in the performing arts.
Congratulations.
All right, good job. Bring that trophy down here. Come on down. Squeeze in.
Congratulations.
Everybody squeeze in. Good job.
Good, man. Good job, guys.
Good job.
Thank you.
Get that trophy in the middle.
Good job.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Good job.
Let me see. All right, very nice. Congratulations.
All right, squeeze all the way down.
Take a knee, guys. Yes, trophy in the middle.
And we have two future soccer players.
Okay.
We're fighting to get in the middle.
Oh,
Look at that.
Way to go.
Thank you. Good work.
Okay, the boys U17 Adidas East, the NSYSL Vegas United, Limon, Coach Jose Perez. Are they here? All right, come on down. Congratulations.
Is that who you just called?
Yes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Guys here, got your medals with you. Awesome. Congratulations. Good job. Congratulations. Put that trophy in the middle. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Their medals. Sherry, you see it?
Put the trophy in the middle. Hey, stop right there, guys.
All right, we're going to take a picture.
Yeah, take a knee. Everyone take a knee. Everybody down on the knees. Come on.
Smile for the camera, guys. Oh, and you're on TV.
All right, congratulations. The boys under 16 Adidas West Division, the Heat FC 00 MB Mark Balduck. Come on down.
Mark, you're a rock star, dude. I can't do my side job. My side job. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, everybody squeeze in. Team cap. Stay right here. Everybody take a knee.
You have to get down. Who's the back row?
All right, congratulations.
Plus, I think you get the most parents award.
The most parents? All right.
The boys under 12 Chapman Division, the Vegas All Boys MT, Coach Armando Orozco.
What's up, dude? Congratulations.
Congratulations. Go take that in the middle. Everybody take a knee. Let's take a picture.
There you go. Congratulations.
Okay, how about a nice round of applause for the future leaders of Las Vegas, huh? Yeah. Congratulations.
Congratulations to you. Okay, how many minutes?
They only need a few minutes. We may need about 10.
Go down.
So
Okay, I've got 7 after. What would you like?
We just wanted to say that, remember, you're on television, so you can watch the council is shown on television a few times later this week. When's the first time?
I think 7 tomorrow morning.
7
No, tonight at 8, I think it's our first chance.
Tonight at 8 o'clock, they'll be showing it, so if you want to see yourselves on television, be sure and take a peek, and it'll be other times too.
Oh, great. Thank you. Okay, while we switch over to our other IT whatever, I've got 7 minutes after 10. We will be punctually back here at 10:15. Thank you. Thank
I
you.
asked my third grade class today. We're doing the follow-up.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you.
elections today, or was that tabled? You're unable to get all your homework done? Don't you like that additional homework? Just when you thought that your homework was over. Good to see you. Hey, Betsy. Betsy. Hey, Betsy. Well, you didn't hear me when it wasn't on. I've been invited. That's not the case. It's probably not the case. Maybe not quite.
Existing trauma center losses. Plus some direct marketing. Decided that we don't need it. Developers we want to that is going to consider. I don't know the answer to that one. This next one?
Like 2 hours.
Take their own personal call. Considering the resolution. This is about basically our decision being made by existing conversations. Or is your badge? So my home demolished. Read that website? I'm sorry? Read that website? I still can't figure out what to do. I'm glad I got responsible for that. Sounds an awful lot like paid? Sounds an awful lot like the Silver Battery.
I have a very shallow part in it, and that's just making sure you guys know who to vote, who's available to vote for. I don't keep up with it, but the gentleman that I contacted, his name is John Wardlaw. I can have him call your office if you'd like. Is there anybody?
No. That sounds pretty
quick no.
And I'm not worried about that. All entities in the valley
good.
kind of vote on the same guy.
Really?
There's only one member that represents Greenbelt, or not Greenbelt, Henderson, Las Vegas, South Las Vegas, and we all, so it's kind of like
Good to hear.
it's not like we each appoint one member. But yeah, I'm glad that's not my responsibility.
And partnerships.
I can have him call you if you'd like. Seriously. Then we shall not speak of this anyway, right?
No, certainly not. Okay, we do the ceremonial.
You see the key that the county commission has? That's so stupid. They take it up there, they get a picture, and then they take it back.
They do?
They don't even give it to us.
They don't?
It's just the front. When I was at Ducks Unlimited, I always do a proclamation, even if it's no public. My wife works there, so she always wants me to do a city proclamation. So Marilyn Kirkpatrick was there.
Okay.
And she has the big thing. Please give those away. That's got to cost a lot of money. Oh, no, we just take a picture and take it back. I said, really?
How cheesy is that?
I was like, wow. Here's the key to this city.
Does Betsy know that? Betsy, come here. Betsy, come here. We gotta tell her. The mayor's gotta hear it too.
Have you ever seen the county present their key?
The key to the county?
She has. I have not seen.
It's a huge thing, but what they do is they bring it up there, they present the key to them, and then they take it back and take it back to the county. They don't actually do it.
Oh, you're kidding?
No, because it's too expensive. They did that at some event I was at.
This is so funny.
They did it yesterday with the, what's her, the real Las Vegas. That's why I always have to say, anybody who lives in San Nevada, that is in Clark County, is nowhere. Everybody knows Las Vegas.
So of course they got to up us one by having this huge key. They don't actually give us
Started
any.
4 years ago. I went out to the county, and we had some film from Caesar Tower, where we had all these stars. Yes. Oh. Yeah, and so I went back to this and Robert, and got up at our key, and Steve Sisolak had a little wood key, and he was beside himself. So every time I went out to the county there, and these got bigger and bigger, till I ended up at Thomas and Mack with a metal key, and it was the top. And it was so funny. I mean, it was so funny.
Really, it is funny.
And they gave her one yesterday. All of it.
Oh, they did?
Okay.
Oh my gosh, that makes me laugh. Thank you for sharing that.
Okay.
I can hear a sizzle like now. Make my key bigger. Make my key bigger.
Wait a minute, now we gotta start giving these away. It's $100.
The big ones.
The big one.
Okay.
Where you go, that Smitty?
So. Okay, everyone, and we're starting with agenda item 10. Okay. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. We will set the time at 1 minute. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Stephen Smith. I live at 715 East Mesquite. I'm here to speak on item number 20 on your consent agenda. I do not want to pull it forward. I just have some remarks to make. Graffiti is all over our city. It's on every building on Fremont Street. It's on almost every building on Las Vegas Boulevard. And it speaks to a bigger issue, gang. And we have some wonderful kids that I just saw. That was the best award ceremony I've ever, and I enjoyed it very much, I want you to know.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
But I live right off of Fremont Street, and I am really concerned. Every single building has graffiti, some 6 feet tall. And am I supposed to make a complaint at code enforcement on every single building because we have a complaint-driven code enforcement department? I don't think so. I would request someone from code enforcement just go with me and look at all the buildings. One's at 11th and Fremont, you just gave it.
Would you be good enough to call, is that Councilman Coffin, is that your ward? So if you would call either Felipe, who is here, or was here, if you will go see the gentleman back there who raised his hand, that will happen.
That would be great.
Thank you. And if you want to come back when we discuss if you want to pull forward, but we're limited right now at the beginning to 1 minute. So
Okay, well then can we pull it forward?
we can when we get to that part of the agenda, yes.
Okay, thank
Thank you
you.
very much. Will you remind us, please? Thank you. And your name, sir, please?
Doug DeMacy, I'm here on the same item, and I'd like to point to the photos that Reverend Smith and I have taken. Part of the, one of the biggest problems here is there's a couple of property owners in the area who what appears to be unequal treatment under the law. There's a number of property owners here. I would say the most prolific, you folks just gave the Ferguson a 2-year extension. I ask any one of you who drove by the property before you voted yes on that, because the property looked very similar that it does in these photos. And that particular property has proliferated the problem around the neighborhood to some degree. If you look at these photos, you'll notice, I don't know what OTR is, but in all these locations, the front of the Western, this is the old Gorman High School, this is the Ferguson Motel, they all say OTR on. You know, I don't really know what that means. This one's on Las Vegas
Thank you.
Boulevard.
What we'll do at the time, we'll have you bring that back, or you can give it to Felipe.
Okay,
or
I'd like to just make one more comment before I leave. Your husband, the people that own this Ferguson Motel, referred publicly to another property that they owned as a carcass. I say today, the Ferguson that you folks just graciously gave a 2-year extension to, I think at that moment someone should have asked the property owner to clean it up. But
Thank you. We'll move forward, so I'll have you back then, but please bring
Thank you.
these or give them to Mr. Ortiz.
Thank
you
any
very
help,
much.
Your Honor, you could, we greatly appreciate it. And we will be beholden to you forever for any help we
Thank
could
you.
receive. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councilman?
Just for the council, we have to talk to the gang unit to find out about OTR and see what that is. Downtown Area Command will help us on that.
Great, thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. My name is Amy Leong, and I'm speaking on agenda number 35. My remarks will go over a minute, so I was wondering if I can come back when the agenda item comes and
Yes.
make those remarks.
Yes, please,
Awesome.
if you would, Ms. Leon.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 11. Business items for possible action. Any items council staff or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. Staff has requested that agenda item 30,
Report by Luann D. Holmes, City Clerk, regarding the status of the reimbursement structure for future elections proposed by Clark County. Discussion for possible action regarding available options for upcoming election cycles. Staff has asked that to be obeyed to the April 6th meeting, and it looks like staff has also requested that agenda item 34 be obeyed to the April 6th meeting as well. It is medical marijuana dispensary establishment license Commerce Park Medical, LLC, doing business as Commerce Park Medical at 1112 South Commerce Street. That's my motion, Mayor.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 12, possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the January 20th and February 3rd, 2016 regular city council meetings. A motion to approve the minutes, please.
I would motion to approve the minutes, Your Honor.
Thank you. This motion, please vote and please post. Okay, and we will pull these forward. Agenda items 13 through 25 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine or recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. As we have just heard, I'm going to pull forward 20 and 35, but at the Councilman Coffin's request, we are also pulling forward item 25 for discussion after the vote. Are there any other items the council wishes to be brought forward?
Your Honor, I would move to approve consent agenda items 13 through 24 with the exception of 20, so we can pull 20 and 25 forward. That's my motion.
And right, thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Okay. And Councilman Coffin, do you want to do an oral? Where'd he go? Where are you? Do you want to vote aye on that? Yes. Thank you. So if you'll do that. And please post. And that carries. Let's go ahead then and go back to agenda item 20, and that is resolutions R9 2016, possible action to approve a resolution adopting as a city regulation that certain document entitled Graffiti Abatement Activities, Rapid Response Section, Streets and Sanitation Division, Operation and Maintenance Department. And the purpose and background for compliance with recent updates to the Nevada Revised Statute, NRS, provisions pertaining to graffiti as adopted by Chapter 372 of 2015 state statutes in the Nevada. A resolution is proposed to adopt historical city practices for graffiti abatement as a city regulation, So let's go ahead, and if you'll state your name, and we're going to go ahead and hear from all of you.
Jerry Walker, Director of Operations and Maintenance, here to discuss item 20, the resolution on graffiti abatement. Also, Karen Duddleston, Deputy Director of Planning and Supervisor of Code Enforcement, has come down to answer any on-site questions. The resolution as passed was basically for our right-of-way graffiti abatement activities, everything back of sidewalk or sidewalk to sidewalk, and so it basically dealt with what's in our public right-of-way. It is validation and direction on our very proactive activities for council to tell us to continue to move forward.
And I would imagine reference graffiti on private buildings you notify, or do we take care of them and then bill back to the owner of the property?
For the record, Karen Duddleston, Deputy Planning Director. When graffiti is identified on the property, we give the property owner a very short time frame to abate that, or we will move forward with abating it. On those properties, we usually find there's several issues, so we work with life safety issues first. I know the gentleman referenced the Ferguson Hotel. I know that we've been working on many of those properties. I can certainly get him a status update of where those are in the process.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Reverend Smith, are you still here?
Mayor?
Yes.
Oh. Well, let me say something, Mayor. Well,
yes, please, go ahead.
Pastor Smith wants to speak again, that's fine, but I was going to direct staff today to take a look again at everything over there. I know the Downtown Project owns some of those. Some of them are owned by individual owners. Some of them are in Ward 5 and some are in Ward 3. So there's a little bit of a divider right there that causes some hiccups sometimes on who gets assigned, but I'm sure since both members of the council are here, you know, we're going to have some action.
Is this on? Councilman Coffin, I'm not here just about downtown project. 3rd and Las Vegas Boulevard, one of the most egregious is the Old Thai restaurant. Somebody torched it. It's really terrible. There's pictures on here of this. But it's all up and down Las Vegas Boulevard. It's all up and down Fremont Street. And Captain Walsh has done a wonderful job at DTAC. He's responded to everything that I've sent him, and code enforcement has. But I would have to send 100, maybe 200 code enforcement complaints to their offices, and I just don't think that's realistic. I would prefer that we don't have a complaint-driven department, at least on those 2 streets, and maybe they will just ride with me in the car and let me point it out to them. It's really not a very difficult thing, and maybe they have a reason for not doing that, but I really would appreciate it because it really looks awful, and I really don't think that y'all have been down the street lately, and if you had, 11th and Fremont would have been stopped a long time ago. It's not just the graffiti. You've got windows broken, you've got trash everywhere, you've got weeds everywhere. I can go on and on and on, but I don't really want to belabor that right now. There's one other thing. This speaks to gang activity both on the historic west side and in downtown. You've got gangs fighting over turf. We've had ongoing gun battles at 14th and Fremont. We had a death at 21st Street, 6th Street, 9th Street, behind the police department. And we've got some wonderful kids back here. They were called the mobsters. Well, we got some gangsters down there on Fremont Street, and we need some help. And so I would appreciate anything that you can do, and I'll be glad to support it. I'll be glad to work with your department, anybody you would assign. Thank you so much for your time.
And we do work very closely with Metro, trying to stay ahead of the waves of this. But any other suggestions? And it's notifying us if we're not out in a particular area or on a particular street to let us know.
Well, Metro just had a bust at the market. They all tend to go around the markets, 14th and Fremont, Stewart and 11th. Stewart and 11th is right next to the Thai Club. It's right next to West Care, right in between, 100 feet away. They even had drug dealers right selling it in the Thai Club where they're being rehabilitated. So please help us. Thank you so
We will
much.
do so. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Walker, please.
I just wanted to say, for Mr. Walker, one of the goals of this item is to let the city be able to cover graffiti on walls that may not be on city property but are so close to city property it causes a problem for the general public. Am I correct in that?
That's correct. It's always been our standard practice. If we can reach it from right-of-way, we will cover it, with understanding there are property access issues and public purpose doctrines. Our position being that provides for a community good, therefore is not a violation of the public purpose doctrine, and so our policy has been see it, cover it.
All right, but this is a sort of a change in policy, isn't it?
It is a validation of policy given past NRS changes and direction from you to us to continue that effort in that manner.
Because I know in the past we couldn't get some of them covered, the homeowners didn't cover the walls, and it was difficult, but what you're doing here is making it easy for the city to step in and be able to cover it up, which I think would help clear up a lot of graffiti.
Yes, Councilman, if we see it, we can reach it, we will cover it.
Yeah.
If it is so egregious it's an immediate concern and we have to stretch a little bit, we will cover it.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that's a great job you're doing, and I wanted everyone to be aware of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, and two, I might add, and I don't even know if you have a cell phone, but anytime you can take a picture of somebody that is doing graffiti, it would really help Metro if you have that. Most often you'll find it the next day or right after it's been painted, but that would be very helpful too. Keep going. It's, you know, as you know, when they're painted, they come right back. I remember Oscar was going to cut off the thumbs of all those that were doing graffiti. The key is we would like very much for them to come back and paint, and that the courts get involved with them and make sure that they're the ones that are out painting for us. So just keep in touch with us, please, and we will continue to work as hard as we are, but harder if we can be. Thank you very much, both of you. Thank you. Anyone else on that item? Okay, thank you. And now we've pulled forward Councilman Coffin, agenda item 25, R14-2016 for possible action to approve a resolution in support of the Los Angeles
Mayor,
202.
I think we need to approve agenda item 20.
Oh, you're absolutely right.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Would you do that? Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem has made a motion to approve agenda item 20. Please vote and then please post. And the motion carries. Thank you very much. So getting back to 25 for possible action to approve a resolution in support of the Los Angeles 2024 Olympic Exploratory Committee as it submits to the International Olympic Committee to bring the 2024 Olympic and Paralympic Summer Games to Los Angeles. This is in reference to all wards. Councilman Coffin.
Your Honor, the optimistic people in Los Angeles have been campaigning for a long time, based upon the success they had in 1984, to bring the Olympics back. I think they've got the lead in getting it in 2024, and I know that you and I both worked on this resolution, and we agree that we need to throw our weight behind it. I also have met with the Los Angeles Mayor Garcetti, and they appreciate what we're doing. I think we may be the first city outside of Southern California to officially throw our support behind this, because we have a chance. We didn't have the chance in 1984, but 40 years later, we now have the chance, or 30-some years. Well, it'll be 40 years. We will have the chance to provide some venues to support the Olympics. We will have several venues that weren't here, several arenas. We'll have a new stadium by then. I think it's going to all sort out. And so we will be able to provide semifinals and quarterfinals and other elimination games for many of the wonderful Olympic events. We're a 40-minute plane ride or a 4-hour drive. So one way or another, we are the best and the most reliable city to provide support to Los Angeles. So I'll urge the support of the council to give its weight to this resolution. And Mayor, if you want to personally carry it to Eric, you can do it.
It's fine.
I move for approval.
Did meet with him. So there's a motion made by Councilman Coffin to approve a resolution in support of the Los Angeles 2024 Olympics Exploratory Committee. So I gather that would come ultimately as a letter from city, and we'll do that.
We got
Great.
some, yeah.
So there's a motion. Please vote and please post. And that carries. Thank you very much. So now we will move on to agenda item 27, 26. And my book is coming apart again. Oh, a brand new book, too. All right, well, so be it. Public hearing and discussion for possible action regarding an interlocal agreement to exchange real property at the current appraisal market value between the City of Las Vegas City as the owner of certain neighborhood stabilization program houses addressed as 7820 Autumn Gate Avenue, 5604 Green Ferry Avenue, 5412 Whisper Lake Lane, Las Vegas, Clark County, Nevada, and Las Vegas, Clark County Library District, hereinafter the district, as owner of 2601 Sunrise Avenue, Las Vegas, Clark County, Nevada, and the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority, SNRHA, as owner at 2851 East Bonanza Road, Las Vegas, Clark County, Nevada, Wards 3 and 6, Councilman Coffin and Ross.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Kathy Thomas Gibson, Manager of the Office of Community Services, acting on behalf of Director Steve Harson. And we have principals here from both the Library District and the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority to answer questions if there are any. This is the culminating step in a process to ensure that we provide adequate public services for an underserved community. And so we will have an opportunity to build a very large library to serve in an area where there is not a library. And we worked with our partners to facilitate a land transaction that provided assets to the Housing Authority, but did not require the city to provide additional cash resources. We're using the asset from our neighborhood stabilization program to make up the difference in value of the land that will ultimately host the library and the asset base for the Regional Housing Authority. We'd be happy to answer questions if you have any.
Thank you. And if you'll introduce yourselves as well and your positions.
Good morning, Council. Mayor. My name is Amparo Damaso. I'm the Development Modernization for the Housing Authority, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor, Council members. I'm Ronald Heason, Library Director for the Las Vegas Clark County Library District.
Wonderful. Any questions, comments? Yes, it is yours, Councilman.
Your Honor, I know we're all proud of this. This involves so many transactions, it makes the head spin. The cooperation of all these entities, the City of Las Vegas is just one. We won't own the library, but we owned the land in a different part of town that we traded for this land with you and the Housing Authority to make it happen so that the library could be in. And there were other entities involved on Las Vegas Boulevard North as well in this transaction. Our quarterback on this trade, this unbelievable transaction is sitting there, Scott Adams from our city manager's office, who without his financial background, I don't think it could have happened because he created some thoughts that allowed people to move. And this agreement, I guess, is the final of having this so that in 2 years we can see a beautiful library, the equivalent of anything in Summerlin or Queensbridge or any place in the city of the Valley. And the east side of town has been thirsting for this so long that I cannot tell you how prideful I am, and I know the rest of the council will be there when we dedicate that building in a couple of years, and I'll be watching its progress all along. So I thanks to the Library District, thanks to the Housing Authority for cooperating under difficult circumstances, tough times, but your big boards got all together and actually approved it. So truly happy. Thank you, city staff. That's all I have to say, Your Honor, unless somebody else wants to pitch in.
No, I think we're ready for a motion, please.
Your Honor, I move for the approval of item 26.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. It's wonderful news. Congratulations. It unanimously passes. Congratulations. We look forward to groundbreaking, I guess, next. More shovels. It's wonderful news.
Mayor, may I ask you really quickly, I may have missed it, but did you actually open the public hearing and invite public comment on this? Because
No,
this
I
is
did
posted
not.
as a public hearing, so I hate to backtrack us, but I don't want to miss a
I think
procedural
you're
step. So
absolutely correct. Is there anyone, and I'm sorry, it must be, and I'm not medicated, it's just the cold. You've got to catch me. Please come forward, anyone who has comment on this item, agenda item 26. And hearing and seeing none, I'll close public hearing. So thank you for the catch. No, look, you just feel it. Okay, now we're into agenda item 27, report by Jeremy Aguero, applied analysis regarding the 2015 marketing survey. And so, Mr. Riegelman, I have a feeling you're the introduction.
Thank you, Mayor. Council members, for the record, I'm David Riegelman, Communications Director for the city. I'm joined this morning by Jeremy Aguero from Applied Analysis. Jeremy is going to give us the results of a marketing survey that took place recently here at the City of Las Vegas. One of the things we want to tell you is last week you heard about the results of our citywide citizen satisfaction survey. This survey that Jeremy will be reporting on today, a little bit different. It focused primarily on your 4 council priorities, that being public safety, job creation, transportation, and education, and also on our marketing initiatives across the city. As you know, the foundation of any good marketing plan is the research that precedes it. So Jeremy, Mayor, with your permission, will give us the results of the survey, and then at the end, I'd like to wrap it up by telling you what we plan to do with that information now that we have it. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jeremy.
Thank you, Mr. Riggleman. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to work with Mr. Riggleman's team throughout this process.
And reintroduce yourself for the record, please.
My apologies. My name is Jeremy Aguero. I'm a principal analyst with Applied Analysis. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I've got several slides. I'm going to try and get through them briefly to try to overview what was a relatively extensive survey and really try and highlight some of the key messages that were there. In terms of the methodology itself, I'll start with the idea that who it is that we surveyed. Residents from across the city of Las Vegas. We focused, of course, only on folks that are over 18 years old. We asked questions about quality of life. We asked questions that in terms of the marketing messages that are out there, the goal being to dig a little more deeply in than we had done, than previous surveys had done with specific messages. The survey was conducted between October and December of 2015. 500 residents from every ward were surveyed. We'll talk more about that as we go along. We used a telephone technique that gave us plus or minus, margin of error of plus or minus 4.4% at the 95% confidence interval. I'll talk a little bit about that as we go. But what I really want to focus on today are some of the messages. As was alluded to just a moment ago, last week you saw a survey from the results of what I think was a very comprehensive and well-done survey by ETC Institute talking about how the city was performing overall. And I think I can sum up that presentation's conclusions with this statement in and of itself. The city is a pretty great place to live and people understand that. And it doesn't mean that we don't often hear about some of the challenges that are out there. I don't want to leave you with the impression that those don't exist. I think that would be silly for me to do, and certainly that probably goes without saying. But for the vast majority of residents, that's the case. The question underlying this survey is why do folks feel like that, and how is it that we can expand on that and build on our strengths while minimizing some of the weaknesses that we have as a community. With that, I'd like to start with this statement. Diversity is the city's greatest single asset that we have in the city of Las Vegas. And when I say diversity, I mean diversity in all ways. In terms of our community, whether that's race or ethnicity, as diversity is commonly thought of, or even economic diversity. I'll go through some of the things that we'll talk about today. But modern thought with regard to economic diversification and development is not that you abandon the industries that got you where you are, but that you seek out multiple specializations. What makes us different makes us great. And I want to show you just one portion of the survey that I think is particularly important. This is where all of the survey respondents came from. And you'll see that we tried to make it look as much as we could of the wards, the city, all of the neighborhoods that are there. And when we asked this question, which of the following topics would be of interest to you in a community or town hall meeting? Now, there are many topics here, but I think what is critically important is that there is no single topic that jumps out above, that if we ask folks, what is it that is critically important to them? What's going on in my ward or my section of the town? Transportation, homelessness, business activity, parks and recreation. Now, of course, people were allowed to select multiple responses, but again, there is no single reason, there's no single concern, there is no single thing that people are principally concerned about. There is a diversity of interest from a diverse population, from a diverse number of businesses within our community today. When we ask people the question, if the city of Las Vegas were a business, which words do you think would would best identify them? The words iconic and progressive are the ones that ultimately jumped out. They're the ones that were greater than any other, but you'll notice that it's relatively diverse. The ideas of community, being exciting, and to be perfectly honest, in some ways, being iconic and being progressive can almost be viewed as antonyms of each other. That which is iconic has this great history for which people look at it, and that which is progressive is always looking forward. But if you bring those two things together, it is our ability to adapt as a community, to constantly evolve, to meet our challenges, to constantly be looking forward. Right? We are arguably the youngest, fastest growing city of our kind in the United States, particularly when you think about the urban valley as a whole. That message in terms of our ability to be both great in terms of how we got to where we are, but always to be looking forward, to me is pretty remarkable overall. In terms of being a community, one of the things that jumped out to us as we were going through this exercise is also something else that makes us relatively unique. Nevada has the distinction of having fewer people that were actually born in the state of Nevada than any other state anywhere in the United States. We have fewer people that were born here. Well, there have been a lot of discussion about the fact that that makes us less tied to our community. I've heard before, everybody in this community comes from somewhere else. But also, I would suggest to you, that may very well be one of our greatest strengths. This is the community that the vast majority of folks here have chosen, right? They chose to move here. They could have gone anywhere. I'm really glad that most people did, and we kind of know some of the reasons why they chose our community to move into. But this is the community that the vast majority of us have chosen to live in. And that goes both in terms of the population, but also in terms of businesses that are here as well. The number of businesses that have relocated from California or Texas or Illinois have been substantial. They put roots down here, and that continues to matter for us. And when we think about that in terms of the community that we choose, overall, how do you rate the city of Las Vegas as a place to live? 71% of the population giving the community either excellent or good. And that in and of itself is important, but why I wanted to dig a little bit deeper into it is not for that question, but for the second one. And when we ask the question overall, how would you rate your specific neighborhood as a place to live? You'll notice that that number is even higher than the number that folks gave for the entire community as a whole. Again, we are not one thing as a community. And as a matter of fact, what makes Las Vegas great is many different things, which is why that list of questions, comments, and concerns was so diverse. But it also means that leveraging that diversity is critically important in terms of developing those type of communication. Let me say that differently. In developing those communication messages, understanding that what makes us different makes us great, I would argue is important. We asked a number of questions here. This is questions 23 through 29, looking at quality of life attributes. And what I just wanted to point out here is that if we look at terms of how good to excellent was rated, and these were all rated on a 1 to 5 scale, neighborhood as a place to live ranks number 1 out of all of them. Almost 80%, or 4 out of every 5 respondents indicating my neighborhood's a great place to live, a great place to retire, a great place to live, a great place to work, all rank relatively high overall. Terrific. Again, not one thing, but live, work, play, all being distinct relative to the reasons. Again, people move here to raise a family. Even though education is relatively low, and we'll talk about that in a moment. They move here to retire. They move here for business opportunities. They move here to be close to family and friends. Public safety drops off, place to raise a child, and then K through 12 education. Again, I'm not here to suggest to you that it's all roses and sunshine, that for every reason we know we have areas to develop. But I would suggest building on our strengths while minimizing our weaknesses. We should not abandon the things that we are doing great in pursuit of only the things that we have struggled with in the past. How likely or unlikely would you be to recommend the city of Las Vegas as a place to live? This idea of being a promoter comes up in almost every major marketing survey that's done these days. 77% of the population said they were either very likely or somewhat likely to recommend the city of Las Vegas as a place to live. The other thing that jumped out to us as we were going through this presentation is that the city of Las Vegas is viewed by the population as being a community partner. right? Helping families balance priorities. People told us, and I'll get into that a little bit as we go through, that they are extremely busy, right? But they view the city as a partner in many different ways. Things like SafeKey, parks and recreation, camps, aquatic centers, senior centers, those type of things come up as a place where the city actually plays an active role in helping people balance these priorities that they have. It takes a community to do almost everything that we want to do, to take care of our most vulnerable populations, to help our children, to ensure that retirees have access to the services that they ultimately need. As the city prepares to kick off a new citywide 20-year master plan, which 3 areas do you think should be the primary focus? And again, what 3 things resonated to the top? I think absolutely a reflection of the efforts, well, a reflection of both the challenges in our community and the efforts of this city council, education and the placement of our schools, right? I don't think that's any surprise. It was the #1 answer overall. Conservation, water, land, and energy was actually higher than we've seen in prior surveys, and economic development. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about economic development. Yes, ma'am.
Question on, I noticed that overall transportation, was that not asked? You know, moving people around the community, was that not one of the questions they were asked?
It was, but for some reason, transportation came up in a different way in the survey. So we tried to ask the questions different ways, but I will tell you that transportation came up enough in both write-in answers, if it wasn't an option, or in other areas where there was areas of interest, that we actually elevated it as a primary area of recommendation, and I actually have it in its own section coming up, Mayor.
And I don't mean to digress, but going way back to one of your earlier ones when you talked about contacting residents and it's a phone interview, most people don't have landlines. So how did you reach, or did you only go to those who have landlines? When you say telephone, what do you mean?
Yeah, we did use telephone for this particular survey, and you'll notice that in surveys that we've done in the past, we're using a mixed methodology to do it. And in all honesty, Mayor, the way we had to do it is we were very, very structured in terms of the folks we wanted to specifically call and reach out to. And so what it meant is that we made a heck of a lot more phone calls than we would traditionally make to ensure that we were getting a diverse group of respondents within each ward. My concern was going in, because your staff was particularly interested in making sure that we had a spread from every ward, and that it was, frankly, the respondents were reflective of the geographic diversity of the community. That is sometimes harder to do with other types of approaches, because it's not as easy to geographically segment folks. In addition to that, we didn't have the time to do it where we would mail out a survey and then get them back, which has a tendency to be a much slower process. So we did it in this way. Yep, sure.
So how did you get the this? Just out of curiosity, all of us carry names and numbers, but when you're doing a survey and trying to respond to the city manager's request for the diversity there, how did you go about getting cell phones?
We can use cell phones, although the difference is, and this is why it takes longer, is that we are not allowed to use automatic dialing systems for survey-related work. When we call someone on a cell phone, we have to hand dial it, right? And so, yes, we include those. That is part of the reason why it takes a little bit longer to go through the exercise.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Overall, how would you rate the K through 12 public education? As I noted previously, this was the lowest of the areas that were identified as we went through this project. Excellent or good being only 20% overall. Again, 80% of respondents indicating that their neighborhood was that they were very pleased with their neighborhood in terms of quality of life, but in terms of education, it is the exact opposite. 80% of folks not indicating good or excellent. When we asked the question about supplemental programs and some of the efforts that are underway by the city, higher education, after-school programs for young children, after-school programs for teenagers and preschool activities, again, this was all rated on a 1 to 5 scale. And I didn't go through all of the specific responses here, other than to tell you, you can see how close every single one of those is to 5, making it very important. The resulting conclusion is that folks don't always distinguish between what education measures. They just know we have to get it fixed. outreach matters. As we went through the exercise, one of the critical elements of the survey was how do we reach people? And again, diversity keeps coming back as part of the principal conclusion. There is no one way to reach folks before, but much like economic development, the things that have worked for us in the past will continue to work for us in the future, but we are going to have to continue to find ways to do it differently. That is to say, more than anything else, things like town hall meetings, which have been historically the primary mode of trying to get messages out and conduct a dialogue, have faded somewhat in terms of their relevance as people have become busy, and there's other ways to gain some of those messages. I wouldn't want to suggest to you that those would go away, but I would want to suggest to you that finding ways to supplement that will be important. Do you consider yourself active in the community? 54% of respondents indicating yes, they view themselves as being active in the community overall. Now that can mean many different things. I'm active in my church. I'm active in my kids' schools. It doesn't necessarily mean that I am active in a city council meeting. When we ask the question, have you been to a community or town hall meeting in your ward over the past year, only 1/3 of respondents indicated yes. Actually, a little less than 1/3 of respondents. So you'll see that that pie chart went from yes, that I am active, to being active in a city, in a town hall, or in a community meeting drops significantly. When we ask the question, why did you not attend? Why were you not active? 2 of the top 3 responses were, I don't have time, or I'm too busy, and I'm not interested, or I don't care. It's a waste of time, something along those lines. Realistically speaking, that 20% of respondents who said this is just something that's not interesting to me is always going to be difficult to sort of get back. It's going to be challenging to bring those folks in. But we also note those that say, yes, I am interested, but I just don't have the time to be involved. Of course, the second one is also pretty important. I don't know about the meetings. I didn't have the information to be there. Of course, making sure that that communication reaches them is important. Have you ever visited the City of Las Vegas website? Sort of the opposite question. Instead of going to a meeting to get information, at the point at which you needed information, did you go to the city's website to get it? You'll see that 63%, again, the inverse of what we just looked at in terms of those city council or community, those ward meetings or those community meetings, those town hall meetings are reversed, right? Again, folks that want information know where to get it. They want to know that they can go to the city's website to be able to pull that information out. What was the main reason?
Question,
oh,
if I
sure,
may?
sure. My apologies, Mayor.
Is that comparable to other cities? That last slide, the numbers, is that, would you, from your surveys that you've done and been doing forever, is this a good number for us, or are we really lagging behind?
Well, I think it's a good number overall. Matter of fact, I think it's very consistent with some of the other things that we've seen. However, Mayor, that's a very difficult question to answer, because if we look at how the surveys have been done over time, that blue part of the pie that you're looking at has been getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And I think some cities across the United States have really pushed the envelope relative to getting information out to folks through all types of online or internet-based channels. I think the city of Las Vegas is doing a number of those things. I would have to go back and take a look at more recent surveys to see where you kind of fit in terms of that total. But yes, I did not look at that and think this isn't good. I looked at that and said, we are continuing to see that blue portion of the pie grow, and I think we can continue to see it grow over time.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I might just weigh in a moment. The other thing that I would like to explore with our team, and it's related, you'll remember Chris Tatum's report from last meeting and Jeremy's today, that there's some things that we're moving to the web where we're really trying to continue to drive business to utilizing our online tools. One of the key areas of that is the Development Services Portal, right? And so some of these individuals who are responding may be responding to that, but then it could just be, you know, the regular citizen not doing a business interaction. They're trying to find out a park and recreation class, or whatever it is they're interested in, an upcoming meeting item that you are considering. So one of the things that we're talking about doing to try and get some better information is to possibly do a Development Services Center specific development oriented survey so that we can segment that business interaction population so we can see how that's working. And second, I'll just remind you, I'm sure David probably was about to chime in, but I can't help myself. We are rolling out our new website in the next few weeks, and as we go through that, probably, you know, after we give that some time to settle in, that we may want to test how people are responding to that website, and we also have metrics about how people are using it, where they're going, how often they're going, what are they doing when they're there. So that web update that's been my key priority for this year is really essential in getting better data about how people are using our web, to what end, and those kinds of things. But I do think we need to do a development-specific survey, and I'm hoping to work with Chris on that because they've done that for other major cities, so we can get benchmarking like we do on our community-wide survey. So you will be able to say, well, how do we fare against whoever, Dallas, Phoenix, Orlando, you name it, similar-sized cities or similarly oriented cities.
Because I do know the big thrust has been by the council, but through staff, to development services and online licensing and permitting and all of that. So I think that study would be very significant to see what the residents are enjoying, and then to how much of this is business driven. So, Councilman, yeah.
Can I say this too, not to hold you up anymore, Mr. Aguero, but Betsy, we've got some tools that we use already that are online that my staff has continued to push out to our constituents, whether it's reporting something, whether it's getting data or information, and for the benefit of the other council members, there's a lot of great IT tools that we've been using in my office that have been very, very effective to get that message out there, to point people towards our website and to use those tools.
Well, one of your later items this morning, we're asking for ratification of our new Information Technologies Director, and so I know that Michael recognizes that this is a key component for the City of Las Vegas, not just transparency and making data available, but really making it meaningful in that citizen/business interaction.
Thank you. I'm sorry, but please go ahead.
No, not at all. Sort of two things. Mayor Pro Tem, one of the things that was sort of came up, that just going to your question, is something that I think resonated with us throughout this process, and that was the more they know the city, the more they like the city. If someone is involved in has a kid in a camp, if someone goes to a community center, if somebody has gone online and paid something specifically, if someone's got some information from the city's website, they feel more engaged with the city, and the quality of life measures seem to go up. Again, that's a perception from an analyst perspective, but that engagement piece that you're bringing up, I think, is particularly important.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Please.
And you say that's your response as an analyst, but that's also your response as a native Nevadan and a Las Vegan, because you like to be engaged in your community. And I think all of us as council members have done a fabulous job communicating, Mr. Rugelman, with our constituents and communicating with what our messages are. We're out there every single day interacting, and you know, several of us have newsletters that go out on a continuous basis. We're always trying to promote our website, and that blue portion of that pie will continue to grow as more people, you know, use these devices. Everybody's got one now. And so it's an effective tool, certainly for me as a council member, to get my messages out there. And I see Mr. Walker in the back there. When we had our floods down the Grand Teton River years ago, I mean, we used our tools through your department, Mr. Rugelman, and it was our residents knew what was going on. They knew there was a forest fire up in Mount Charleston. They saw the floods coming, and we reacted. So it was a great tool to use, and we're going to continue to push people that direction. Thank you, Mr. Carroll.
Thank you. Mayor, the sort of second half, what Ms. Fretzwell said before, I think underscores the challenge that the city has. And that's really this slide. And forgive me for going out of order. You'll notice this is question number 4, but I tried to take 80 slides and boil them down into 30 or whatever the number is so I could focus on it. But when we asked folks, what is the main reason for your visit to the website? Again, underscoring the fact that the city is not one thing. You know, general information, which in most surveys is sort of everyone's default. Oh, you know, I went there for various different reasons or something along those lines. But take a look at all of the things that were there but then focus for a minute on the fact that the number one response was actually everything else that someone wanted to tell us about why they went to the city's website. And we just created a little bit of a word cloud here, trying to find a way to do that. And you'll just see, and again, this is, I don't want to suggest to you that this was every response. This is all of the other responses compiled. But again, diversity in terms of who we are as a population base, diversity in terms of our economy, building on the things that worked for us in the past and finding new places to have success. We are not one thing as a city, and the residents demand so many things in the city. So I think the challenge to Ms. Fretwell in terms of developing this website and finding a way to be many things to many different folks is formidable and not a trivial pursuit. Mayor, you asked this question earlier about mobility, and this sort of came up in several different ways as we talked through this. Which of the following topics would be of interest to you in a community or town hall meeting? As a matter of fact, transportation was number 2, only behind what is going on in my ward or my section of town, right? We heard it over and over and over again. You'd be amazed how many folks just wanted, we started asking these questions, they just wanted to talk to us about some cones that were in on their way to work, or you know, that they wanted to have the buses be more efficient or something along those lines. Right? We tried to group them the best that we could. But again, the whole idea here was to try and hone messages from a marketing perspective. We know the city's a great place to live for the vast majority of folks, but being able to understand where that is and how we can better connect with the community was all what this was about. And transportation was on the top of that list in terms of specifics. How do folks get around? 92.4% of the population is by car, and that is among the highest you will find anywhere in the United States overall. Again, this is probably the conversation for another day for any number of reasons, but I would put this one in as you continue to go forward. Would you use light rail or some other type of higher order transit if it were available? Almost 60%, or 6 out of every 10 people. Now, some of this is everybody likes it until they have to walk that mile to get to it, or it's not close enough to me, or something along those lines. But again, the idea that so many of us came from some other place. Many of those major cities had types of transit, higher order transit for degrees. And again, I don't want this to sound for a moment that I'm being critical of transportation in the city or the Regional Transportation Commission. What this is to tell us is that folks want options. And I think as much as anything else, and I'll note this as I go through, that access matters, options matter, but barriers also matter. If folks feel like they can't get to where they need to have medical services, or can't get to the grocery store they want to get to, or can't get to the places that they want to have a job because they may not have a vehicle or because it takes so much time, this is something that continued to resonate. How easy...
Let me just stop you there.
Yeah.
To give, Jeremy, just to give you an opportunity to catch your breath a little bit.
Thank you.
If you go back to the previous slide, because this is a very interesting point that you bring forward, I look at myself as someone who is a native of this community, however, have traveled many places around the U.S. and abroad. When I travel, for example, on the West Coast, I noticed that Las Vegas is one place that I'm always in my car. If there's a store across the street, I'm going to get in my car, and I know I'm not the only one, right? I'm going to get in my car and drive across the street. If I have to go to that store 5 times in one day, I'm going to get in my car and drive across the street, right? But the interesting piece is, for example, when I travel to New York, DC, Chicago, I don't rent a vehicle. It's the strangest thing. I don't rent a vehicle. I either jump on the bus, jump on the subway, or contact a taxi, right? And that's my mode of transportation the entire time I'm in that community. When I moved to Washington, D.C., in a previous career, one of my neighbors told me, they said, I guarantee you within 60 days, the car that you're driving, that you will no longer drive that car again. And it's very interesting. And I said, no way. I drive my car everywhere. Within 45 days, my car was parked, and for the entire time that I lived in the D.C. metropolitan community, I did not drive my car unless it was outside of the district. So this is something that is very telling in regards to how the community has grown and how a number of people have moved to this community that have come from communities that had some form of mass transportation. And so therefore, looking at the data that you have been able to share with us is a telltale sign as to where our focus needs to be in order to really remedy the gridlock on our city streets and highways that today looks like Los Angeles, Monday through Monday, gridlock. And so this is something that I believe as the leaders of this community, and specifically of this city, looking forward out into the future, what must we do today to bring on this new mode of transportation to get more people hands from being, glued to the steering wheel. So I just wanted to bring that information forward, and thank you so very much for bringing this point forward.
Councilman Beers?
Thanks, Your Honor. Good points. I think it seems to me clear that what we need to do is make sure that our citizens work piled one on top of another, and that our citizens live piled one on top of another like they do in New York City or Washington, D.C. or Chicago. That's the difference. There's such a massive humanity there that you can't get around by driving. The lucky people move to Las Vegas. That's true.
So
we don't have, you look at the census data on our commute times, we're nowhere near LA Metro, nowhere near Washington, D.C., nowhere near Chicago. I did actually drive to work this morning in the HAW lane on US 95 because we're down to one car temporarily, and so Sarah was with me, and we were in the husband and wife lane. There was another husband and wife behind us, and then a single driver in front of us who was breaking the law. Is that Starbucks? So, I mean, we can't wholesale adopt the kinds of mass population management techniques that they have in Boston and Washington, D.C., and Chicago and L.A. because we don't have that massive humanity. We're not pinched for space like they are in those communities.
True. Very true. Thank you.
Mayor, if I can offer anything.
Jeremy, before you speak, Mayor.
Yes.
See, this is where I believe we missed the mark, specifically as leaders in this community in regards to transportation. If we don't do something now, knowing that our community continues to grow, because the last population numbers that I saw, our community was not falling off in numbers, we're continuing to grow. And as the economy continues to tick forward and become more robust, more people will continue to compound on our community, our city streets and highways. So if we don't take advantage of the room and the opportunities that exist today in order to take advantage of the right-of-way that we currently have today, we won't have an opportunity. We're already missing the mark because of the growth that has really choked us in some very key areas around the valley. I mean, one of the best things that I believe that we did, or the future leaders did, the past leaders did, was basically improve the 215, right? And I remember how much of an argument that was, and Congresswoman Dina Titus was at the forefront of that conversation, right? And so we have an opportunity to look at where we can improve in order to bring on, I'm not saying subway system, but I'm saying some type of system to basically help offset the expansion of our roadways to provide our community citizenry an opportunity to have an alternative mode of transportation besides our city streets and highways currently. And that's a great way of also reducing the carbon footprint that's currently attacking our ecosystem each and every day. So, I'm gonna get off my soapbox, but that's just something that we have to look at today for not just those of us living here today, but for the future generation. 20, 30, 40 years from now. We need to do something today in order to offer something positive going into the future, because our community will continue to grow whether we're here or not.
Councilman Anthony.
Yeah, thank you. When you look at this slide here, you can look at it two different ways. One way you can look at it is that 92% of the people are driving their vehicle because there's a lack of public transportation, or you can look at it as 92% of people drive their vehicle because they want to drive their vehicle. They don't want public transportation. And I think it's more the latter. This isn't Washington, D.C. This is the West. This is wide open spaces. People like to drive their car. People like to leave their house and go wherever they want and not really depend on public transportation. So I'm not against public transportation, but I'm always concerned when we talk about transportation dollars that we try to jam money into public transportation for our residents when they're not going to use it. Because you look at the buses on the Strip, they're packed. You look at the buses in the outlying area, they're empty for the most part. So this is a great slide, but I just look at it differently. I just want to make sure that when we spend transportation dollars, we're first thinking about roadways and traffic safety and people getting around in their cars as efficiently as possible, and not so much on public transportation for our residents, unless you have a slide that says, if light rail is going to come right next to my house and I'm going to be able to jump onto the light rail right next to my house and go to the grocery store where light rail's next to my house. So those are the conversations that we really need to key on when we talk about something like this, because I truly believe that people just like their cars out here. That's a big deal for them, and I don't want to shove it down their throat where you can't have a car anymore. You got to jump on a subway or something. So that's
Thank you. I just want to add for our viewing public, and before all the blood ends up in Mr. Aguero's feet and Mr. Riggleman's for standing there, that the city has been doing a master plan involving transportation. The RTC, our Regional Transportation Commission, has also been looking at talks, and conversations have been underway about different types of movement of peoples, and Mr. Aguero is very definitely involved in that entire process. It's reaching all avenues throughout Clark County and very definitely in the city. So we are attending to it. The meetings have been underway for over a couple of years now, and progress is being made and choices, and the public will be involved as it gets a little more crisp and having input into what's happening. But whether it's light rail or different types of multi-passenger vehicles, whatever's happening, it's under discussion. So to take it back to you.
Thank you, Mayor. I wish I could sit up here and provide the answer. There was a great historian that died much too young from UNLV. His name was Hal Rothman. I don't know if folks remember Hal.
Yes, absolutely.
He used to say people move to Las Vegas to walk their property line, right, to have the opportunity to do that. At the same time, we are the largest metropolitan area in the western United States without some type of higher order mass transit, west of the Mississippi, I believe.
Well, and you failed to include horseback in this. So
I did fail to include horseback.
Especially out in Ward 6.
Look, and while, even at the Southern Nevada Tourism Infrastructure Committee, we had someone from San Diego come up and talk about how 70% of their riders have no other option relative to that. And then we had someone come from Salt Lake City that said 70% of their riders have another option and just choose to ride it. Again, I'm not here to suggest to you what the right answer is with regard to transportation or what the wrong answer is. I'm only here to tell you that when we go out and ask citizens of the city of Las Vegas, that transportation is an issue for them. And maybe it's because they love their cars, or maybe it's because they want another option. But they do want access. They do want the ability to get from point A to point B. It resonates with them, and I think it's critical in terms of developing that messaging, at least touching on that as part of it.
You are involved in that because I've seen you at RTC meetings. So
yes, ma'am.
Knowing that the answers will come one day.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I'll jump through the slide that we just looked at. How easy or difficult is it for you to find parking in downtown Las Vegas? You'll see that somewhat easy or very easy is offset by somewhat difficult or very difficult, more so than some of the other charts that we've seen. I will tell you that there was a series of additional questions which I did not put in here that looked at some of the apps and other things that have been developed. I think that there's room to continue to make folks aware of that. But the one that jumped out at me as we were going through is, does difficulty parking have an influence on your decision to visit downtown Las Vegas? And you'll see that 80% of respondents said yes. And I will tell you that it doesn't matter where we go around the country, it doesn't matter who we talk to, if somebody has to come downtown and they have to potentially pay for parking or something like that, they are always going to say that that's going to have some effect, no matter what community that we go to. Nonetheless, it came up, it resonated with folks. I wanted to make sure to bring that up today. There's also been a shift in priorities that we noticed as we were going through this exercise, right? The last set of surveys that we've talked or we've seen in the community was all about, I want a job, right? Our unemployment rate hit 14.5% at its worst point today. Our unemployment rate is sneaking to that 6% level, which is great. The shift has gone from I want a job to I want a better job, which is largely in higher paying jobs. So the shift from quantity to quality is out there. It resonated much in terms of some of this messaging, so I just wanted to mention some of that. Overall, how would you rate the city's efforts to encourage new business development? You see good or excellent there is 52.4%. Fair is another 31%. Again, people are always going to want more diversity, more jobs within our community. Overall, how do you rate the city's effort to increase the number of higher quality and higher and better paying jobs? You see that that number drops somewhat. There's at least some perception that it's been more about quantity than it has been about higher paying jobs. Again, this is resonating with folks, not necessarily all because of what the city's done. I think it's done a remarkable job from an economic development and diversification. But the other side is we note that across the United States, as a matter of fact, last month, we had more people quit their jobs in the United States than at any point post-recession. Folks are becoming increasingly concerned about wages and salaries, and so that resonated as well here in this survey. How important do you feel each of the following industries is to the city's continued economic recovery? And again, I will end where I began my statement. We are not one thing. What is remarkable to me is that the number one and the number two responses are the one that we have the highest concentration in, arguably an overdependence in of anywhere in the United States. And the second one is the one that we probably need more because we are underrepresented more so than anywhere in the United States of our size. Hospitality and gaming, healthcare, information technology, very close in terms of the third. Manufacturing, cultural arts, fashion being others that are there.
Could
Yes, ma'am.
I interrupt you for 1 second,
Of course.
Mr. Aguero? In the hospitality and gaming, you're assuming that would include convention business?
Yes, ma'am, I absolutely
Okay,
would.
okay.
Mhm. Yeah, and we didn't diversify, but absolutely that would be part
Part
of it.
of it.
Yes, ma'am. All of that having been said, when it comes to messaging, the things that have worked for us in the past continue to be the things that resonate with the folks in the community. What's our biggest competitive advantage? Right? Tax advantages, right? That still is the number one thing that is said by 4 out of every 10 people. Again, respecting the fact that we are not one thing, that is something that we'll probably have to continue to work on, including as part of what makes us great, but other things being part of why we are great as well. In that other responses, you see what came up, the concept of weather coming up again. And again, I like to make jokes about the fact that a lot of folks move to Southern Nevada because they don't like to shovel snow. In an El Nino year, perhaps that helps us, perhaps not, I guess depending on where that snow fell. But as Councilman Barlow mentioned before, we continue to be among the fastest growing communities in the United States today. As a matter of fact, the Southern Nevada, the Las Vegas metropolitan statistical area is the 7th fastest growing metropolitan area, over 1 million people in the United States today. And so people continue to vote with their feet, and whether that's because the business opportunity is number one, we've seen the number of people surrendering their driver's licenses at the Department of Motor Vehicles that are over the age of 65. It was about 10.5% 5 years ago. That number is over 16% today. They are moving here for the same reasons they have moved here for time and eternity, and that's because they can get a better job with a better quality of life for that job than they would have been able to get somewhere else. And retirement has come back as the #2 reason for folks moving to our community. So what are the key takeaways? Number one, I would entirely agree with the conclusion that was drawn from the last survey that you saw. The city is a great place to live. It is a place to be proud of, and that is something that we should always build on. But the reasons for why folks are proud differ. The reasons that make us great are not singular, and there's no single message, I think, that is going to resonate with every citizen. Education is key to economic development, to job opportunities, and to quality of life. It is almost uniformly recognized from residents as being an area of weakness where an opportunity is to continue to improve. Mayor, I know you and I have had a number of conversations about education over a very long time. I know the city, that is so much a state function that is oftentimes difficult for local governments to get involved. How local governments are getting involved is making a difference, and that is resonating. Options matter when it comes to mobility, but so do barriers. Those exist. They resonate with folks. We'll need to continue to think through those. Opportunity to build on the city's strengths, not only address its weaknesses. I said it too many times during my presentation. I wanted to make sure to include it in my key takeaways. And the final one is that outreach is critical. But how we reach people is changing almost as rapidly as our city is. Yes, the things that people think about, the words that they most commonly associate are iconic and progressive. While that may seem like a dichotomy, I don't think that it is. We have been remarkable in terms of our ability to grow and develop into the city that we are today. But it is also about how we will continue to adapt and climb in the future. With that, Mayor, thank you very much for the opportunity. I'll turn it back over to Mr. Riggleman, if that's okay.
Thank you. Wonderful, and we have some questions. If I may, do you want to go ahead and do your summation first?
Sure, and then you can ask any questions you have. We'll Jeremy and I
If it's all right with
stay
you,
up here for that,
Councilman?
so.
Yes, okay, please.
Mayor, I won't
Thank
take
you.
a
It was
lot more
great.
time, but I want to at least give you an idea of what we plan to do with this information now that we have it. In fact, some of it we're already using. The website information, very valuable. As Jeremy and Betsy mentioned, we'll be launching our new website at the end of this month. Knowing what people want to find on the website, obviously very important to us. Our new website is going to have a very extensive search function. As you saw, people want everything under the sun on the website. So rather than trying to figure out the right buttons and the right things to click on, there'll be a strong search function, so you just type in what you want and it'll take you to what you're looking for. It'll streamline that process and make it a lot easier. So already that information very, very valuable to us. It's also going to help us as we formulate our overall city branding campaign, how we can take all these diverse messages of the city and give us a common thread to link everything together that is City of Las Vegas. His information that Jeremy passed along to us will be a key component in formulating that overall branding strategy. As you know, we have several overall city marketing campaigns that are going on. We touched on all of these. Downtown Master Plan, mobility. What should we do for mobility? New jobs, creating not just new jobs here, but bringing quality jobs here. That type of information, very valuable to my team, Bill Arndt and his team, as we work together to formulate a strategy to draw new people to Las Vegas, new jobs to Las Vegas, but especially quality jobs, high-end jobs that will help our economy here. Some of the things that we saw in this survey, I think collectively we need to take a hard look at. Town hall meetings. Clearly, people want to engage with the city, but perhaps going to a town hall meeting isn't the way that they want to engage with us like they did in the past. So as Jeremy said, I don't think it's time to throw away town hall meetings by any stretch, but maybe what we need to do is take a hard look at reducing the number of town hall meetings we have and giving people more of an opportunity to engage with us in a virtual environment, making that easier for them so they do it when it's convenient for them, not when it's convenient for us to have the meeting. And finally, one of the big takeaways for me in all of this was parking. For all of us that are familiar with downtown parking, and I know that includes all of you, the parking downtown really is plentiful. We've made it easy to find, and it's easy to park, pay, and go. But clearly the people who responded to the survey think otherwise. Their impression is different. So obviously some message for us is that we need to work with Brandy and her team to get the word out that downtown parking isn't really the big mystery that apparently a lot of people think it is. So that's a message that we're clearly going to need to have to improve on and work on. But with that, Mayor, that really concludes our presentation today, and at that, we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. I mean, it's just been wonderful and so informative. I've never been in your presence that it hasn't been informative, and David, always excellent. So, Councilman Anthony, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Jeremy, I always learn a lot when you do a presentation. Thank you very much. Just a couple of, one question and a couple observations. Do you have a lot of these questions broken down by ward that you can provide to us? Because it's great to have a sense of what's going on in the city, but a lot of these questions would be interesting to know about my ward, and I'm sure everybody up here would like that. Do you have that available you can send us?
Yes, sir. As a matter of fact, part of when we were pulling the information together, that question came up. It would have been hard to do in this particular context.
Yeah.
And remember that the margin of errors are going to be much larger at the ward level, but every one of the questions can be cross-tabulated, or already have been cross-tabulated by ward.
If I might,
You could send that to
Councilman?
us?
And I think it would really be interesting for everybody on the council to see all the wards.
Yeah, no,
I mean,
yeah, if you could
rather
break them
than-
down by ward and send that to us, I would be
We'll
interested.
work on getting some type of format to do that. It's a little more digestible than it is today, but
Okay.
yes.
Great, thank you. Second thing is, one of the questions had to do with public safety, and almost half, I forget how it was worded, but about half the people were concerned about their safety. I mean, that worries me, that concerns me, because we spend, I don't know, what, 65% of our budget on public safety? And maybe more than half the people are concerned about their safety. Is that, I mean, is that broken down by, violent crime, property crime, or just kind of a broken windows type of thing where it's not really crime, but there is more public nuisance stuff? Because that's not good, where half our residents don't feel safe. We got to do something about that.
Yeah, I would have to, the brief answer to your question is no. I don't have, sort of the in-depth detail in terms of what made people say that particular statement.
We should do that, but we need to drill down on that and find out what we're doing that, I mean, we need to start doing something different when half our citizens don't feel safe. I mean, that's not good.
And it's a little inconsistent with the citywide survey that we just had.
Right,
That
I was
didn't
just
have
gonna
public
say.
safety quite that low. So let us do a little analysis on that ourselves with these two different surveys. There may be also some geographic areas that responded more prominently than others. So let us do a little homework and we'll double back with you on
Also, you
that.
might ask the question when you do that, how much is the response to the media hyping crime anywhere, and the fear of ISIS and everything else? I mean, I know when I speak all the time to groups, our number one priority is safety, always. I mean, nobody will come here, do business here, live here if you're not safe. But I'm wondering, Councilman, if it isn't a response, every time you turn on the television, what are they reporting first?
Yeah, that's
if
why-
it isn't Donald Trump, it's a murder, right?
That's why I think we need more information on that, because the range is from I'm worried about getting killed to I'm worried about the graffiti in my neighborhood. Because seeing graffiti, I'll tell you, a lot of people just seeing graffiti, that makes them a little unsafe because they think there's gang members in the neighborhood. So we need to get some more. And my third observation, and we had a presentation a couple of weeks ago, was about schools. And every presentation that's done is the people are upset about the school system. Every single one. That's the thing that they focus on. And unfortunately, a lot of people think we have a big input in our public school system when we don't. So that's why this committee that's out there talking about breaking up the school district and talking about how it's supposed to look, I think it's critical, because if people in the city of Las Vegas don't like their school system and they think we have something to do about it, well, then maybe we need to be able to do something about it. So I think we need more authority in how we deal with our school system, because I think people are looking at us for leadership when it comes to what happens in our public schools and elevating the numbers from 20 to 30% to somewhat higher. So this committee is a big deal. So anyway, great presentation. And the other thing about better jobs, I really never looked at it that way. I will always think about more jobs, more jobs, more jobs, but to look at it where people want a better job, that kind of makes me think a little bit differently. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilman Beers, I know you were waiting.
Just pretty much echo what Councilman Anthony said.
Thank you. Councilwoman? And then Councilman Coffin?
I always enjoy when you come to speak to us because agreeing with our councilman down there, I really learn a lot. And as many places I've been in education, sometimes it's not easy to learn a lot when you're someplace. You really give tremendous presentations. I had two questions. One of them was on the statistics that showed people were quitting to get better jobs, not just to get, did they have another job before they quit? Was that the case, or were they moving up, or were they just banking out on one?
Sure. First, thank you for the compliment. That was very kind of you. The answer is that those are national statistics, and folks are quitting for any number of reasons. But if we look at whether they had another job in line, yes, a lot of them do have that other job. Look, I think one of the outcomes of the recession was that a lot of businesses asked one person to do two people's jobs, right? We've also had substantial increase in the cost of health care over the past several years, which has had a little bit of a compression effect, if you will, on wages and salaries. Some of that is starting to work itself out as the economy is growing again, and the nation, of course, has more employees now than it has had at any point in its history. We can't say that yet here in Southern Nevada, but we're getting pretty darn close to where that is. And as we have more jobs and fewer workers for those jobs, I think you're going to see those folks that said, hey, I may have a better opportunity somewhere else start to move out. I wish I could tell you that all of them had another job. Of course, that's not the case.
I just wondered because I've noticed with some of the younger individuals I know lately, if they think a job's too hard, they'll quit and they don't have another job. And, you know, I'm thinking of the times that I and many of my friends, we had to work through jobs we didn't like sometimes because that's how you get better and that's how you get a better job. So I was just wondering about that. And secondly, I also wanted to mention the education because I could be wrong, but I think that the city, more than any other government entity in the state, that our city has done more to try and help in education than any other government entity of which I'm aware. You know, we've worked hard on getting the preschoolers, we've worked hard in after-school programs. Each of us works, the council people work with high schools, junior high schools. And that's good and we can help, but we don't have the authority, as was mentioned, to go any further. And so when people do feel that we have the responsibility, it puts us in a difficult situation, you know. But we really don't have the maneuverability to do more than practically what we're doing now. And I think it's more than any other entity has done. And I want to thank you again.
Thank you,
Thank you. Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Mayor. I learned a lot from this, and like Councilman Anthony, I would love to see the crosstabs so that we can drill down, assuming obviously there's a little less reliability, but I know how to read those. And I think, you know, I want to see how the east side of the town thinks versus the west side of the town. That's kind of how where this is drawn up. A lot of the opinions, some of them I think are based on perception, not at all reality. For example, if people really, really looked into the education system, they would not be ranking it out as the worst problem we have. I mean, it is by far, could certainly be improved, but it's like so many people that hear something is bad, they believe something is bad, which in a turn then becomes bad. I think of the local newspaper here and how it's driven the agenda in politics and in public opinion for a long time. And it probably had to be the most pessimistic news organ that one could ever possibly be burdened with. But, you know, Adelson buying this newspaper and investing a lot of money, and I mean, hiring back people, because the previous owner said blood it white. With layoffs and firings, and, you know, now that he's hiring like 30 or 40 new people or rehiring people that have been laid off. So we may have a chance that had a better news coverage of our city, certainly more in-depth, which I think that with less of that leaning, I don't know where it was, way out there in the wingnut land with their opinions, I think there'll be less of that and more of a realistic, more of a pragmatic approach. That's what I'm hoping. I mean, he's a rock-hard Republican, and I can live with that because as a Democrat, I get my licks from the newspaper. But the thing is on the non-political stuff. I think it's very important that we look ahead and say, this could be a big deal for us, and an improvement. And I think people's perceptions, if reporting is down the middle and done well with sufficient number of people, I think we'll see perceptions change, because so much of it was driven by opinion. And let's hope that, in fact, we see a benefit from all this. That's just a thought worth absolutely nothing to anybody but myself and my own opinion. But I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen,
Thanks,
very,
Mayor.
very much. We're
Thanks very much.
excited. Councilman, yes, Mayor Pro Tem?
No, just one comment. Always fabulous, Mr. Guerra, you know that. Every time we get to see you, your firm does a great job. You do a great job with the presentations. Mr. Riggleman, you've got some great data here to carry on what the city's mission is. I want to make one comment about the branding, not to be confused with what the LBCDA does for branding the city to outside people who we want to come to the city of Las Vegas. This branding is going to be for our residents and people who live here and want to be more engaged. I would only ask this of the city management, make sure that our colleagues over at Clark County get a copy of this report, please. Thank you, Mr. Guerra. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
And the RTC as well, I'm sure, at least the one page or two. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you both. That was a report, so there's no need for a motion. Because I see some physicians, and we want you to get back to the hospital and your patients, we're going to pull forward agenda item 35. And so that is R2-2016. It was an abeyance item. Discussion for possible action regarding a resolution supporting the addition of a second Level 3 trauma center in Southern Nevada, located in the northwest region of the Las Vegas Valley. This is in reference to all wards, and we have Ms. Leung, Amy, who wanted to comment to that, so I said, please come back, and here you are.
Awesome. Good morning again, Mayor and council members. My name is Amy Leong, and I'm here on behalf of the Culinary Workers Union Local 226. The Culinary Health Fund, sponsored by our union and Las Vegas area employers, provide health insurance coverage for over 140,000 Nevadans, our members and their dependents. Through the Health Fund, we are one of the largest healthcare consumers in the state. We are deeply committed to upholding the principles laid out in the 2015 Southern Nevada Trauma System Plan that rightly prioritizes the welfare of injured patients, quality outcome, and cost effectiveness, and the economic viability of our trauma system. Our members, their families, and our entire community relies on it. We're extremely concerned about the impact of Level 3 trauma expansions on the existing system, and we do not believe there's a need for expansion at this time. We believe the expansion of the trauma system should be based on actual needs and should not be destabilize or degrade the existing system, duplicate services, or unnecessarily increase medical costs. The Culinary Union agrees with the Southern Nevada Health District's Office of Emergency Medical Service and Trauma System that there is no need for new Level 3 trauma centers. We applaud the Regional Trauma Advisory Board's decision on February 24, 2016 to deny the 3 applications for new Level 3 trauma centers at Southern Hill, Mountain View, and Centennial Hills. We also applaud RTAP's decision to set up a needs-based assessment task force to determine if additional trauma centers will be needed in the future. None of the applications for Level 3 designation demonstrated that the current system is actually at or over capacity. Rather, their proposal focuses on population and trauma volume growth that we question, and 2 proposals expect trauma patients will be redirected from existing centers, primarily UMC, that have the capacity, volume, and skills and expertise to treat them. Level 3 patients are stable, so transport times are not as crucial. They're transported without sirens, lights, and RTAP staff noted that there aren't any current issues with Level 3 patients to a trauma center in time. We're concerned that the application to expand trauma systems by designating new Level 3 trauma centers will lead to an oversupply of trauma centers, poor patient outcomes, and higher costs for insurance payers and consumers. One large system that also operates in Nevada charge Florida trauma patients $124,806 on average, roughly about $40,000 more than the patients were charged at other trauma centers in the state. In 2014, Florida Blue, Florida's largest private insurance company, paid an average of $117,150 per trauma patient in that system, nearly double the $60,000 that the Florida Blue paid to other state trauma centers. Adding level 3 trauma centers at this time would take resources away from our successful level 1 trauma center, UMC, and would diminish the training of already limited number of highly trained physicians in Las Vegas in a time where we face a physician shortage. We're also concerned that splitting the trauma patient pool could worsen outcomes for patients because it reduces experience any one center has. It's critical to ensure there is a sufficient volume at trauma centers to develop and maintain the skills of trauma teams and deliver quality outcomes. A recent study found that every 500 additional trauma cases seen at a trauma center, mortality drops by 7%. We believe this unnecessary expansion will undermine our existing trauma resources and result in higher costs for patients. I also have copies of a letter that we wrote
What
to...
I'd like you to do, if you wouldn't mind, is give the copy to our city clerk up here so we can avail ourselves. And what is your position, your own position, Ms. Theon?
So I am a political organizer at the Culinary Workers Union.
Okay, but not in specifics to anything in line culinary and medical care?
No.
No, okay.
Just a consumer.
Okay, that's fine. And was there anything else you wanted, because we want to make it available to all council? You said you had a letter?
Yes, I just gave it to
Okay,
the city.
perfect.
Great.
Is she going to also send you a copy of her presentation?
Well, that's what I asked, that she would give the presentation to our city clerk. We'll cop it and get it
Okay.
out.
And I'm here on behalf of the Culinary Union.
Yes, I did get that. Do you want to ask any question? Yes, please, Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Your Honor. The union operates its own health plan, basically? You're
Yes.
self-insured?
Yes, the Culinary Health Fund is made up of several unions and Las Vegas-based employers.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Councilwoman?
I just want to ask, you're giving us two copies. One is the letter and one is your presentation.
Yes, I can give you a copy of the presentation too.
Yes, I want to make sure because that was interesting, the information you gave. Thank you.
Yeah, and in the letter it has some of the similar points and more details of it. Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else have any question for Ms. Leon? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, Councilman Beers, do you want to go ahead? I see we do have representatives of the RTAB here, and I know we were waiting for that meeting. Do you in fact have the results?
No, well, the RTAB met and decided to not authorize any of the applicants to become a level 3 trauma center.
Or to recommend not?
Yeah,
right?
that's a recommendation to the Board of Health. That recommendation will be taken up on the Board of Health's meeting in the 4th week of this month. The District Board of Health is not bound by the RTAB recommendation, and so that's kind of where we're at. This resolution before us may or may not find favor with the council, but ought to be considered anyway. In your backup for the agenda item is included the map of existing trauma centers. It's the third item on my screen, and it's oriented the wrong way. But essentially, residents of Northwest Las Vegas, closest trauma center is UMC, which is also the level 1 trauma center. Residents out in the South Valley, closest trauma center is St. Rose de Lima, which is much closer. And for residents of Northwest Las Vegas, you're looking at longer than a 15-minute ambulance ride to get to UMC, much less if your trauma is in the right or in the correct category, be transported even further away to level 2 or level 3 center. So this resolution attempts to avoid the controversy of which company would be granted a level 3 facility in Northwest Las Vegas, and simply states that the council believes that we would like to see a level 3 in the northwest part of the valley, because when you look at the map, there's just simply no designated center north of UMC.
But Mr. Beers, I would like to point out, as I've looked into this from the people who are on the medical side and from the recommendations made by the national associations, it's my understanding that they clearly state don't look where need is going to come, look where need is now. And because they feel that you don't prepare for what's going to come in the future, take care of your need right now. I don't know if there's anybody here who has that, but I could obtain it.
If I might ask.
And I don't think that the resolution addresses future needs at all. It simply takes, and one of the criteria is whether or not you're more or less than 15 minutes from a trauma center.
But would I vote for Hospital A because it doesn't have a trauma center near it, and because I feel that it's going to have rapid growth and will have it, or do I vote for Trauma Center C, which already has a great need there?
What I'd like to do, with your permission, both, and council, is to have representatives from the RTAB. And what does that acronym stand for? It sounds like a pill to me. What is it? Hi there, Dr. Files. Would you repeat your name for the record?
My name is John Files, Medical Director for Trauma at UMC and Chairman of the Department of Surgery at University of Nevada School of Medicine. I live at 1508 Angelberry Street. The Regional Trauma Advisory Board is made up of all of the representatives of the Valley's trauma centers, as well as non-trauma hospitals, transport agencies, citizens at large, payers, and public policy makers.
And how large a body is that?
I believe it's close to 14 or 16 people.
Okay, thank you.
The deliberations followed this line of thinking. Patients who have injuries that cause them to have mental status changes, changes in their pulse or blood pressure, breathing, oxygen saturation, patients who have obvious injuries, open fractures, penetrations to the torso, things of this nature, no matter where they come from in the four-state area or in any part of southern Nevada, will be transported to a level 1 or 2 trauma center and bypass all threes. So a level 3 trauma center is going to treat patients who are fully awake and alert, have normal blood pressure, normal pulse, normal breathing, normal oxygen saturation, but who have sustained a serious injury mechanism and who require evaluation. They'll be transported in an ambulance that has no lights or sirens, and they'll travel at surface speed limits. And they therefore are not in need of expedited transport for life-saving treatment. There's a construct called the golden hour, which says that the patient should arrive at a treatment facility and have their treatment initiated. The first half of that, the first 30 minutes, is viewed to be pre-hospital, and the second 30 minutes is viewed to be in-hospital. And so the Southern Nevada Health District uses a transport time of 30 minutes as its standard. It looked at the average transport time in our system, and it was around 16 minutes, and that applied over 95% of the transports. So for that reason, they concluded that there was no demonstrated need at the moment, and that there was still capacity in the system to treat the patients in the system. And further, advocated for a needs-based assessment task force to look at where future growth might be.
The 16 minutes is to get to any trauma or to a level 1 trauma?
To any trauma center. It's the average run time for an
right
injured
now
patient
is
in the valley.
Right now?
Correct.
Okay.
From anywhere in
you.
the valley.
And so as your recommendation, I don't know if you're at liberty even to say, but with the body that met, was that consensus?
It was. It was carried. By an overwhelming majority.
Okay. And that information and that vote then has gone and communicated to health. And do you participate in further discussion as they make their recommendation and evaluation?
Not unless invited.
Okay. And so, as I understand from Councilman Beers, their meeting's going to be at the end of March?
That is correct.
Your Honor?
Yes, please.
You're invited.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, yes, and please, Councilman Anthony?
Thank you, Dr. Files. I mean, if I look at this map here, it seems pretty simple to me. There is no trauma center on the west side of town or in the northwest side of town. And there are, I don't know what the future capacity is going to be, but there's hundreds of thousands of people that live in that area, not only in the city of Las Vegas, but in Clark County and North Las Vegas. So it seems to me that if a hospital wants to put in a trauma 3 center, not even a 2 or a 1, just a 3, to increase the health care for somebody that's having an emergency in the west and northwest part of the valley, and they're going to pay for it, and it doesn't cost us anything. I don't see the downside to that. I mean, if they want to do it, why not authorize one of them to go ahead and put in I don't know which one. Seems like Centennial Hills would be the right one because that's even farther north, but I don't know which one. But I don't see the downside to letting them do that. If you could help me with that. That's what I just don't, I don't know why I would not support a level 3 trauma center, or it's not my support, but support a resolution to the health district for them to consider. That's what I'm kind of grappling with.
My best answer to that is the responsibility of the members of the Regional Trauma Advisory Board were to interpret the regulations of the Southern Nevada Health District and determine whether need was established or demonstrated in the system. And by all measures we have, patients are getting the right care in the right place at the right time, and they're not suffering from extended transports. The survival rates are excellent compared to other systems in the United States. So the opinion of the Southern Nevada Health District was that at this time, at this moment, that there was no demonstrated need. They anticipate, though, as you say, as areas build out, that we need to be prepared and understand and know what are the metrics and triggers to go forward with level 3 centers in the periphery of the valley.
Okay, I guess I just don't understand the intricacies of that because, I mean, if Centennial Hills wants to put in a level 3 trauma center, go ahead. They're paying for it. Go ahead and put it in. I'm not sure what capacity it would be, but I'm sure it would be used. So, I'm just looking at the way this is set up now. If there's a motion for a resolution, I'm going to support it because I just think the residents that I represent in that part of the valley, I think they deserve to have a trauma center a lot closer because from my standpoint, it could save lives. So I appreciate you coming down, though. Thanks.
And thank you. If I could ask you a question, Councilman, and being always the devil's advocate here, what precludes the other prominent hospital, Mountain View? What if they want to put in a trauma? Should they be allowed to too? And how are you looking at, in your mind right now, saying to one hospital rather than another? If it's up to them that they want to do it, then too, Mountain View should say, well, I'm going to want to do it too, so let us do it as well.
That's a great question. So the way I would look at this is when I look at this map, there is no trauma center of any level in the west and northwest part of the valley. And from my standpoint, I would just recommend in a resolution to the health district that they consider a trauma center, at least one, in the west and northwest part of the valley. So I'm not picking, but I just think a trauma center in that populated of an area is going to have an impact on people that are hurt at a certain level. And I just don't, we're not paying a penny for it. They're the ones that are doing it. So that's the only thing I'm considering. I don't want to tell you which hospital because I don't know which hospital.
Because if it's at the will of the hospital, from what I was understanding you were saying, then what would preclude another hospital in the area for saying, well, we'll do one too?
Right. I just like to recommend to the health district that one trauma center of some level, probably level 3, go up in the northwest because of the population. And I don't know how long it takes to put a trauma center up and running, but the west and northwest are growing rapidly. So I'd rather get in front of this than wait till there's so many people that, oh my gosh, now we need a trauma center and you got to fund it and put it up and running. So thank you.
I mean, thank you for the clarification, Councilwoman, and then Councilman Beers.
We don't have a map here evidently that shows where the needs exist. We're showing distances from hospitals to patients and in areas. We're showing distances. But I was shown a map that showed that the greatest need for trauma is near Mountain View right now. It's not in the Northwest. And I was just wondering if you could tell me, I was also told that the national organization and some of the findings they had, they recommended putting trauma centers where the need is the greatest, not where growth might occur in the future. Did you come across that at all?
That's a common concept in trauma center development. And
Would you mind repeating it in your terms so that we might get this across with our gentleman listening down there? Okay. He's going to give go ahead.
The guiding principle is that the right patient gets the right care in the right place in the right time, and that patients who are injured, who have physiologic and anatomic abnormalities, will be directed to the level 1 and 2 centers, regardless where they originate from, and they will bypass level 3 trauma centers to do that. Patients who are fully awake, alert, stable, with normal blood pressure, pulse, normal breathing, normal oxygen saturation, will be transported at surface speeds without lights and sirens to level 3 centers. Those patients are not at risk of life loss and can be transferred up if needed, or can be treated and discharged home.
But you said the common concept nationally and from the national organization is when you add trauma centers, add where the need is now, not where it will be in the future. Wait until that need occurs and then do it. So that's the only thing I was trying to get across, and you said that was the common concept.
It's a common concept, and it harmonizes with what the Southern Nevada Health District found in their data.
And they found it in their data also. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Beers and Councilman Coffin.
Thanks, Your Honor. I wanted to weigh in a little bit on why we would consider not doing this, why RTAB would consider not expanding any at all. I think there's two primary reasons. One is there is a contingent of government medicine providers. UMC is the mountain, and there's a concern that their effectiveness and their ability to respond to trauma would be reduced because they would have less cases coming in. Other cases, minor cases, currently out in the far north have to travel all the way into UMC. Maybe they would instead divert to the local hospital. So there's a little bit of competition there, understanding that the RTAB board is our existing providers, just like the city of Las Vegas would prefer that there not be any other cities in the valley. The existing trauma centers would prefer there not be any other existing trauma centers in the valley. The second reason is that if you are injured and you go to you're taken to a hospital, if it's a designated trauma center, right off the bat, your insurance company has agreed to pay more for your visit. So you're going to find a coalition of healthcare providers and those who look globally at keeping down the overall costs of medical services for our society, being concerned about an effect of increasing the cost of medical services because there is an additional trauma center. Those are the two reasons. The first is the dilution factor, and the second is it will increase insurance payouts for people who are taken to that facility where before they wouldn't have to pay the premium for the service. Those are the two reasons that I think Councilman Anthony was looking for.
Very interesting. Dr. Viles?
May I comment?
Please, absolutely. We're trying to get as much information and do the right thing, so if you would.
In August of 2005, the 2 trauma centers were added to the Southern Nevada Health District trauma service area. The trauma center at UMC lost a third of its patients and to date have not recovered them. In order to train residents in emergency medicine, orthopedic surgery, general surgery, in order to train nurses, paramedics, in order to fulfill our mission to train military on battlefield readiness between deployments, in order to fulfill our required mission to do research and create new knowledge for treatment, we require a high volume, high acuity trauma center to continue operating. If Every hospital in the valley were allowed to apply and become a trauma center because they desired to do so and they were willing to foot the bill, we would essentially be out of business.
Mayor?
Councilman Coffin.
Thank you. Let me put a patient's perspective into this. It's not a concept. Well, you all know I'm still sitting in this special chair. I think we could probably dispose of this chair right now, but for all summer long last year I was laying there with my feet propped up at a special microphone, and because I'd been in a car accident in the late spring, and my back was broken, I guess, for the second time, and I was taken to a hospital in Northwest. I'm not going to say the name because I'm not very happy with some of the things that happened. And I kind of wonder if maybe had there been a level 3, maybe things would have been different. But the one I was taken to was not staffed very well. Firefighters took me there because it was probably the least busy of all out there at that time. But I never, in the 7 hours I was there, I know of one MD that touched my case, and that was the radiologist who I never met. That, and Lord knows it could have been read in Delhi, in India, for all I know. But the x-rays didn't show the broken lumbar vertebrae. The CAT scan did not show it. It was an MRI that showed it. And again, I never met a medical doctor at this place in the 7 hours. I was taken care of by an APN, a very high qualified nurse, and some RNs and some great aides during that period of time. So I was treated well in terms of my comfort and in terms of my patient relationship with the hospital. That part I would never, ever denigrate. But something about that hospital told me they're not ready for something heavy. You know, they knew I had finally confirmed a fractured spine, but yet I still saw no doctor. And I know that may be unusual, and maybe somebody from that hospital will say, how could that possibly be? But I was never alone. I mean, it just happens that way, and it's kind of a discussion in my family. For that reason, I look at the common sense aspect of this proposal to consider the possibility out there in the Northwest. That's where our growth is coming. It's happening now. Another 3,000 or 4,000 houses are being built in that area. That's a deadly highway to the Northwest. It used to be called the Widowmaker until the federal government finally provided enough money to construct 4 lanes. There's a lot of contact between man and machine between here and there, because you've got Creech, you've got military firing ranges, you've got a lot of contact possibility for serious accidents, not even considering automobile possibilities. And so as I see the city, which is kind of like following the flow of the hydrology, the northwest to the southeast, we have nothing out there. And maybe having a level 3 somewhere out there would mean that maybe somebody like me would actually have seen a doctor. And, it's because it would be forced on them, self-imposed standards they have to maintain because they have said they want to be level 3, and therefore they must maintain that. So I'm going to support a proposal of some kind. It depends on which hospital is nominated, and then you'll know which one took care of me. But that's how I feel.
Madam Mayor?
Yes?
I already know which one took care of you, because I was at that hospital myself. And I just want to say that it isn't just adding a trauma center. You also have to have the support that the trauma center needs, and you have to have a way of management. And it doesn't come just because you're granted a trauma center. Your trauma center might not be as good either as the rest of what you received. That's my only comment.
Yes, Councilman Barlow.
I had you for my advocate.
Thank you. Dr. Files, how long have you practiced in the community?
20 years.
20 years? And currently, how long have you practiced at UMC?
20 years.
20 years, so all 20 years have been in UMC?
Correct.
And you had mentioned the population of patients that you see in regards to those that come through your door as far as capacity. I believe you used the term capacity, that you're not at capacity. What is the current capacity today?
We're seeing patients who are considered for trauma field triage criteria by EMS. We're
Correct.
seeing about 3,000 a year.
3,000 a year? And what number would be concerning for you, having practiced in this community for over 20 years, in relation to the need for an expansion of the trauma center?
I would feel, and again, this is just personal opinion, that if we were maintained at this level and there was additional growth in the community, that additional centers could and should open.
And I understand, and maybe you don't know, but I understand that there was a meeting that took place at the Southern Nevada Health District in regards to this?
That was the Regional Trauma Advisory Board meeting.
The Regional Trauma Advisory Board. And if you will possibly just recap what were the thoughts in regards to the request for an expanded service?
The opinion was that they're using the metrics and using the measurements that are required to demonstrate need, that there was still capacity in the system, that transport times were acceptable and met national standards, and that outcomes were good. And at this time, there was no demonstrated need to add additional centers.
Okay. And so when that does occur in the future, what are the processes that you all as a committee, and I understand that you have over 16 doctors that sit in some formal conglomerate in relation to looking at the various rubrics of the need, capacity, the expansion for more facility space. Moving forward, what is that threshold, that mark that you all have come up with to basically trigger that next step?
I had motioned, and it was passed, to form a needs-based assessment task force.
Okay.
Invite all of the hospitals who have recently applied, as well as any other community stakeholder, to sit and evaluate and identify what would be the benchmarks and thresholds and triggers to look for new trauma centers in the valley.
And also, having spoken to representatives from the county as well, I know that and maybe you can assist me with the terminology, the patient rate return, if I'm saying that right?
Can you say that again?
The patient rate return, the patient, I guess the recovery, the patient recovery cost?
Cost per patient, you mean?
I'm assuming it's when a patient has services, the ability to collect on those services are not where it should be, and so therefore there's a lot of debt to be collected in regards to the services provided.
I would refer to an article in Modern Healthcare magazine from November of 2015, where they described the financing of trauma care. But to shorten the discussion, Nevada Hospital Association now reports that there are only 11% self-pay patients in our community, and the largest payer is governmental, and that having a trauma center designation allows that hospital by law to charge activation fees, facility fees, and to upcharge other service fees. There is a concern that directing patients who don't need trauma care to low-level trauma centers would inflate healthcare costs unnecessarily without saving additional lives. And that has to be balanced against making sure that every patient who needs high-level trauma care gets to those centers timely and is cared for appropriately.
Okay, and I appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
In light of all of this, what you're saying, I just want to make sure I clearly understand it. Your body, the RTAB, has absolutely concurred that all hospitals that have made application are part of the assessment group for you then at the time that they feel it's necessary to make a new recommendation when and if the necessity is there to the health department. But all hospital applicants are already included in your professional recommendation.
It was my recommendation that all of these applicants join in a needs-based assessment task force with other stakeholders from the community as well as members of the RTAB.
Okay, so they will be included. Was that accepted, or is that the recommendation going to the health department?
It was accepted by the RTAB, and that advice will be sent to the health district.
Okay. Well, my feeling is, and I certainly respect everybody's opinion on this, but I go with the professionals. And if you're including all of the hospitals in that to determine when it's right that the need be met, after all your service to this community and the whole group that voted with you, I say hands off until the time that the body comes back and says, and depending what the health department says. So I would, if anybody else has any comments, I'm going to go back to Councilman Beers and let him make his recommendation, which I cannot support. Yes,
Thank you,
at
Mayor.
this time.
Thank you,
But
Mayor.
later will.
Through you, thank you, Mayor. Soon we will be getting a report from staff about the new developer agreement that is currently being negotiated with the Sky Canyon folks. There are several hundred homes already under construction in Sky Canyon, but we're going to get a report. And Doctor, I have no questions for you. I don't know if you want to still stand there or not, if you want to sit down. But for the council's benefit, I asked planning staff to brief all of you on what's coming in regards to Sky Canyon. The Sheep Mountain Parkway alignment is going to be significant for the future growth of this city. Our relationship with the Paiute Indian Reservation is part of that equation. There are families moving to the northwest quickly. Homes are being sold. I'm in my office yesterday. I can't remember how many developers were talking about different development projects and home projects and picking up 5-acre parcels here and 5-acre parcels there. But we're coming back in Centennial. And Councilman Coffin, he hit some of my talking points in regards to Creech Air Force Base, the Tonopah Test Range. I still call it the test site, the Nevada Test Site. They call it something different now, but it's Nevada Test Site to me. Nevada Security something. All of those factor in. Mount Charleston, Kyle Canyon, Lee Canyon, and certainly we don't ever want to take away anything from UMC's Trauma Center. That is everything we need in this community is at UMC's Trauma Center. I've had my children, in that trauma center. I've been there way too many times for my family. But I must say that we have an opportunity here to send a message, and that's all this is a resolution, to send a message to the Board of Health in regards to what we think as a city council. I am certainly in support of actually naming Centennial Hills Hospital as the hospital that receives a level 3 trauma center. So certainly not to detract from UMC's efforts or anybody else's efforts, but I see a need out there. Councilman Anthony and I are certainly out there every day. We see what's going on. We see the growth. Traffic coming on 95 today was terrible on the Widowmaker, Councilman Coffin. I know farther north is what you meant. But it's growing. The Paiutes have plans to grow as well. I mean, they've got significant things that they're considering. All of those things need to be taken into consideration as we move down this path. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Mayor?
And Councilman Barlow?
Yes. I believe that it's premature if, in fact, we're selecting a hospital, being that there's a number of hospitals out there that, whether it be the Summerlin or the Mountain View and others, I believe we would be putting ourselves in a pinch to basically, arbitrarily just select a hospital, although I understand the points that my colleagues have made. And so I won't be voting for a specific hospital. I would like to actually take the lead from the professionals in regards to their conglomerate, the 16 doctors that sit together to basically look at where the need is actually coming from, and if they select the hospital of their choice, then I would be more prone to support their efforts moving forward. And so for that, I'll just wait to see how the maker of the motion moves forward. But if it's to select a specific hospital, then I most definitely will not be in support of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman?
Madam Mayor, I was going to ask Councilman Ross if perhaps we could, in the motion, not directly state a hospital, but state we support the addition of a level 3 trauma center when it is determined medically needed, and that we suggest, or we also support that looking at an area where the greatest need is would be the most important factor, rather than naming a specific hospital. I think it's politics that we're getting into when we name a specific hospital right now. And I think that we could say reasons why we might select or something like that, that would be more of a general support for what's needed.
So what I'm hearing, Councilman, is that your specific wording, because I think what I heard from Councilwoman was that when the group, the physicians, the professionals make a determination that it is at the need level to appoint a new or create a new trauma level 3, that if it's worded that way, I think I might be able to support that, but only when the body of professionals make the determination, the needs here, and if in that case, among the well, I just leave it there, let them determine when, but I would certainly be in favor if all the building continues on and the growth continues on, but that would be part of the assessment. So it depends how you word it, whether I vote with you or don't.
Such drama.
It is. And
I thought I was getting
I thought
in-
we were political anyway.
I thought I was getting into politics when I filed for city council 4 years ago. I know.
That
All right,
depends.
If I may, Your Honor, draw everyone's attention to page 2 of this resolution. Lines 6 through 8 contain a whereas clause that, in my motion, I will propose be deleted on the grounds that it's not true.
Line, where are we? Line what?
Line 6, 7, and 8 on page 2.
On page
I can read the language I'm proposing be deleted if you'd like. Whereas the board has requested the governing body of the City of Las Vegas consider whether it would support another center for the treatment of trauma or pediatric center for the treatment of trauma in the north/northwest region of the Las Vegas Valley. In fact, the board has not requested the city's input. So our input would be unsolicited. Yeah. So that would come out. Now, right below that is the business end of this resolution. Currently, it states the City Council supports the addition of a second Level 3 trauma center in southern Nevada located in the north-northwest region of the valley to better serve the residents of that area and keep our community safe.
When it is assessed that the need is there.
By the competitors?
When it is assessed that the
Well,
need
the
is
board
there.
the board will be making that assessment in a month. And so the board actually is who makes that assessment. As input, the board has stood up a group of existing trauma facilities and asked them for their input.
Would you consider obeying this till after that decision's made?
Sure. I don't know. It would deny the city the opportunity to state that we note a gaping hole in trauma
If
center
they do
coverage
nothing,
in
it
the
could, then
Northwest.
we could come back and say, when this changes based on need, concerning the fact that the growth will continue to be evident as we think it's going to be, that certainly the focus be the Northwest.
And we can obey that. Again, it would deny the city the opportunity to be one of many sources of input to the Board of Health. They're going to be, I suspect, offered many opinions on this matter over the next 3 weeks. I know that both of the hospital companies that are vying will be in to see all the board members. And
Right.
we've seen an expression of interest from the the culinary self-funded insurance program, and we'll probably hear from other providers as well. The question is, does the city council want to be one of the sources of input? And really, all we're saying is that we support the addition. Now, the alternative, an alternative, would be to resolve that if the Southern Nevada Health District determines that a level 3 is appropriate around the valley, then we believe that it should be in the Northwest. We could fine-tune the wording, I guess, that way.
Or they strongly consider the Northwest, because we don't know what might happen tomorrow, where the buildings are going up, and having just been up there last weekend. Again, going by the assessment of what is and the need of what is.
Yeah.
So then I wonder what the purpose.
And it's also interesting that that St. Rose has posted, according to the second page of the letter from the union, St. Rose, the other level 3, has seen a overall reduction of 22% over the last 5 years in incoming. The other facilities have all seen significant growth in incoming. Perhaps the right answer ends up being St. Rose should not be a level 3 trauma center, and we don't need a level 3, that our existing level 1 and 2 is capable of handling our existing trauma load. I don't know the answer to that question either.
And that's, to me, that's very.
Yet another, yet another piece of the puzzle.
Right.
So at this point, I would move that with the deletion of page 2, 6, 7, lines 6, 7, and 8.
Page 7.
Which is that last whereas, that we pass this resolution as it is currently worded. If that fails, then I'll come back and weaken the wording to include if the Southern Nevada Health District determines that a level 3 trauma center is appropriate for the valley, then we would like to see it be one of the Northwest Las Vegas facilities. But for now, let's take a run at the language as it is written.
Oh, okay. So there's a motion to accept it as written, and then.
With the exception of the deletion of that last whereas.
With the exception of the last whereas. And so I think you have the votes, but as written as is. So please vote and please post.
I have a question before I vote.
Yes, please.
The issue is, though, we are not recommending a hospital specifically, is that correct?
No, and this
We are
one
not.
didn't have Centennial.
It's not hospital specific.
Okay,
This is area recommending.
all right, thank you.
If we
You
got
have to go
hospital
back.
specific, Councilman Coffin, I suspect you would be refereeing Barlow v. Anthony arm wrestle, and I would be refereeing Tarkanian v. Ross arm wrestling. So no, this is not this is not hospital.
Please post.
What did he say? Down that way?
He wants to arm wrestle you.
Doggone it. Wait till night with beers and beers or whatever.
Okay.
I think it carries. Did we vote?
I am told that on the record, I must, before you announce the vote, I must thank you, Brad. I must state a reason why I would abstain, and that is that I've not been given a choice of the hospitals. I know which one I would not support. But I don't want to embarrass that hospital in public.
Okay.
Now, if I am forced to embarrass that hospital in public, if I'm required to state so specifically, then I will do so.
No. Well, it's up to the lawyer to tell you. I hope that's not the case. No, I'm doing it purposely. Oh, him. Your microphone's on, Councilman Coffin. Or-
That's all right, Your Honor. I think what I'll do to avoid the complication is I'll withdraw that abstention vote and vote nay. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so do we vote again? Okay. The motion does not carry.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I would like to move that we pass this resolution with the following 2 changes. The first is elimination of the page 2, lines 6, 7, and 8,
All right, hold on, it goes slowly because I got to get to page 2.
which is the same thing we already had, which is the
Okay.
deletion of that last whereas.
Wait,
And then that we change the language of the resolution so that it reads, the city council, actually it reads, if the Southern Nevada Health District determines that it is going to add a level 3 trauma center to the system, that it be located in the northwest region, that it be located in the northwest region of the valley to better serve residents of that area and keep our community safe.
you would not entertain
So
the
entering
idea
in a-
that we request that they strongly consider the Northwest and leave it to the body of professionals to make the right determination?
The body of professionals is Councilwoman Tarkanian, myself, Commissioners June Kiliani, Kirkpatrick, Councilman Woodbury.
Oh, you're all doctors?
No, we are the people who will make the decision.
I have a PhD, but mine's honorary, yours is real.
So I don't know, I'm not sure how to proceed there. This is not a decision that is going to be made by the competing regional trauma centers. This is a decision that is going to be made by the Southern Nevada Board of Health.
Right.
So,
But do you have to say the Northwest, if you say growth, if you say, where is the growth going to be? It's going to be in the Northwest.
how
The
about
need is
this?
going to be
How
there.
about this?
I mean, it's going to be
Where the need is.
Yeah, where the need is.
I'll let you make that motion. Okay, how about this, Mayor? How about if we say, if the Southern Nevada Health District determines that it is going to add a level 3 trauma center to the Southern Nevada Trauma Center system, comma,
That's good.
the city council supports the addition, the city council supports a location north of UMC.
Mayor,
Could it just be where the need is evident?
Mayor,
Yes, which will be the.
Well, we are stating, I think with that resolution, that we believe, based on looking at the map, that the need is evident in the north part of the city.
Correct.
while we put a thumbtack in Councilman Beers'
Want me to sit down and vote?
motion, I just have a thought, Councilman Beers. If in fact the Southern Nevada Health District makes the final decision as to where the next trauma center will be, then why should there be a need for us to make mention of that when in fact we would support the decision of the Southern Nevada Health District in regards to where in fact they select that next location to be? Do you follow me on that?
Yeah.
You want me to restate it?
Which is basically, no, but isn't that the health department?
It's the health department's job to determine where the next location will be, is from what you stated. So therefore, if it's the health department's position that it's going in that direction, what is there a need for us to do but support the direction of the Southern Nevada Health District?
In the rearview mirror, that's exactly what we will do.
Absolutely.
This is an attempt to influence the decision before it's made.
Well, I don't think that anyone, at least in my opinion, on the council would not support the direction of the Southern Nevada Health District.
Well, I agree. We will all end up supporting what we end up doing.
Right.
You know, Your Honor, can I withdraw that motion and make a new motion? Yes. Okay, so I would like to move that we pass this resolution deleting the last whereas located on page 2, lines 6, 7, and 8, and that we change the language of the resolution to read, the City Council supports the addition of a second Level 3 trauma center in Southern Nevada located at Centennial Hills Hospital.
That's Councilman Ross's request you're honoring. Okay, there's a motion to go ahead and go back to the original motion, but designate Centennial Hills Hospital. Is that what you've just said? Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, there's a motion, please vote.
I'll just have to just go on the record that would still lean towards the recommendation coming from the Southern Nevada Health District as to the location in which they select. So I can't sit here and choose a specific hospital, so I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman?
And that's basically what I was going to say. Really, it's the medical group and then the Southern Nevada group that is supposed to make the decisions. There's no other government entity coming up with a resolution like this, of which I'm aware, that have to come up pretty soon. I just feel that this is in the lap of the experts, and then to the Southern Nevada, the way it's written in the law.
So you have to vote.
Oh, I have to vote too then, okay.
And then if you would post.
It passes.
And it passes, designating Centennial Hills is the recommendation. Okay?
And again, I believe this is a political situation and a political move.
Okay.
It should not be.
Well, thank you, Dr. Viles, for coming, and everybody from UMC, and for enlightening us as to what the feelings of the committee were. And I tend to agree with you, but appreciate your coming down. So, at this point, we will now move on to agenda item 29, discussion for possible action regarding the ratification of Michael Sherwood as Director of Information Technologies at the salary of $162,000 plus benefits, general fund. Ms. Rowell.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. I'm really pleased to announce today that Michael Sherwood has accepted the position as Director of Information Technology. Mr. Sherwood, Michael, has over 20 years of management experience, specifically in the fields of technology and innovation. A majority of his municipal experience has been in California. We stole him from Irvine, I think much to their chagrin, and we're really anxious to get him started here. In fact, today is day one for him. He earned his bachelor's degree from Pepperdine in the science of management, and he has a Master of Science in Executive Management from USC. So he has a tremendous amount of educational background in addition to his technology expertise. So we feel that he is going to bring some great vision to us to be able to build on some of the strengths that we've already enjoyed and be able to take us to the next level as our new Information Technologies Director. So with that, Mayor, I would recommend for ratification Michael Sherwood as our new Information Technologies Director, and I'm happy to answer any questions. And Mr. Sherwood is here. He's been waiting patiently for his item so he can get back to work with his IT team.
You mean you've already hired him, and we haven't approved?
Well, sometimes we try to start the same day that you hopefully ratify the position, so.
Yep. There's only a paper cup on his desk.
Anyway, welcome. We're very excited. And did you want to make any opening comments before we make a motion here?
I'll try not to blow it. Just thank you for the consideration. I'm very honored and grateful to be here today, and look forward to starting and working in such a beautiful city as Las Vegas.
Thank you. I'm going to make a motion to approve agenda item 29 and ratify Mr. Michael Sherwood as Director of Information Technology. So we can make another comment. Do you have a question?
Yeah, my vote will be determined by this question. Are you an Apple guy or an Android guy?
I'm both.
Oh,
I believe in both.
I'll vote.
Talk about politically correct. Please vote.
Madam Mayor, could I
Yes.
just say that good schooling at Pepperdine and USC in your field, really good schooling.
Thank you.
Okay, and please vote. There we go. And post, there you are. Now, welcome to the team.
Appreciate it.
Would you like to now make another statement that you're delighted now to be at work?
I'm very delighted to be here today now and officially be able to go back to work now upstairs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it and look forward to working with you. Agenda item 30 has been obeyed to April 6th. Yes?
Mayor, I'd just like to make a recommendation because of
we're moving out
the
of order,
timing of everything. If we could obey item 28, we can obey that until the next meeting in March would be fine. And then if we could obey the item number 33, which is the Economic and Urban Development presentation to the second meeting in March, I would really appreciate it. Things have kind of run a little bit longer, and we've got two long presentations left to go yet, and I'm sensitive to the time.
Thank you, Ms. Fretwell, because we have very good counsel up here. They're keeping tabs on it. No, we were moving up until that point, Councilwoman. I was moving it. I'd been given twice different agendas. We were going to go from 35 to 29 to 31 to 30, which has been obeyed, to 32 to 28 to 33, and this is the second rotation. So right now, we're at 31, right, and 30's already been obeyed, so we don't have to do it. So we're on number 31, but...
Could I ask you to, so these people can leave, because we've got people who are waiting, and if we could just say
31,
28
to the what's the second
and
March
33
meeting?
would be moved.
No, March. Betsy asked for March, the
18th.
second meeting in March.
March 16th.
Okay, so you're asking to obey agenda item 28 and agenda item 33, both to March 16th.
That's
Is
my
that
motion,
correct?
Mayor. That's my motion,
Please.
Mayor.
Fine.
That's
There's
my
a motion to obey. Okay, I will do that if I can find them, because now I've been moving everything here. Goodness. Agenda item 28, report by Brian McAnallen, Government Affairs Manager, and discussion for possible action on the City of Las Vegas' current legislative priorities, all wards. You move to obey to March 16th. That motion, that's the motion. Out of the mouths of babes, Mayor Pro Tem made that motion. And then, once you vote, and then we'll vote. There we go, and then we'll post. Okay, Councilwoman, Councilman Barlow, and Beers, and Councilwoman. You have to vote. God. Okay.
I pressed yes.
Okay. She voted in the affirmative. And Councilman Barlow disappeared without voting? Okay. There we are. Please post. Motion carries. And then on agenda item 33, to obey that to March 16th, and that agenda item, hold on, I've got to find where we put that one. Report by Bill Arndt, Director of Economic Urban Development, on the current status and future development plans regarding Symphony Park. This is in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow. There's been there is a motion, which you'll be making, to obey that, number 33 to March 16th as well.
That's the motion.
Good. And yours again, do you want to do it orally, or does it work?
It worked that time.
Okay, and that motion passes also. So now we are back to agenda item 31. Is that where we are? Wow. Report by Mark Vincent, City of Las Vegas property tax caps for fiscal year 2017, and discussion for possible action regarding direction to staff. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon. For the record, Mark Vincent, Chief Financial Officer for the City of Las Vegas. With me again today is Jeremy Aguero. We didn't get enough of Jeremy earlier this morning, so we invited him to stay, and he'll cover some of the more statewide issues with respect to the property tax. And Jeremy, again, is a principal analyst for applied analysis. So let me just set the stage before I go through this presentation. Some of this you've seen before. It's certainly, we've been briefing you about property tax over the years. Did a presentation a couple of years ago. So part of what we're going to try to do is sort of do an update, maybe review the property tax basics again. But one of the things that we're going to touch on is we've hit a new sort of a milestone or a trigger that we've never experienced before, and that's having a negative impact on our property tax revenues, and we intend to talk about that today, just so that we all understand what that is. Also, one of the other reasons for this presentation today is, as you know, we're in our budget cycle. Vanetta Appleyard, our finance director, has sent out the budget request memo, and in that memo, we asked each department to prepare for a 2% budget decrement. In other words, submit a budget that's 2% less than what you already have. And we did that primarily because we already were seeing a slowdown in the growth rate, if you will, of the consolidated tax revenues, which is predominantly sales tax revenues. And part of that was from the input that we received from our fiscal oversight committee, of which Jeremy is one of our volunteer contributors to that process. About 2 or 3 weeks after we made that decision with the budget decrement memo, we realized that the property tax caps were going to be substantially lower than we thought and than they had historically been since 2006. And so that was sort of a serendipitous kind of action we took with the budget decrement. And so it's an appropriate time to kind of review what's going on with property tax, how it's going to affect our budget for fiscal year 17, and that's kind of what we intend to do today. Just by way of further introduction before we get into the number crunching and slides and whatnot, understand, as we've talked about it before, Nevada has a very unique property tax system. Jeremy has spoke to on that in the past. He can certainly chime in anytime he wishes here as we go through this. But it is a little unusual and there's some uniqueness to it. But let me just give you a little bit of a history. In the 2001 tax shift, we moved away from sales tax, away from property tax and more towards a sales tax. There was a shift of revenues from one source to the other. In that tax shift, we created a new statutory cap on the overlapping tax rates. The constitutional cap is $5 per $100 of assessed value.
Can I stop him right there, Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Did you say we created these statutory
Well, at least 2 of you.
Pardon me?
No, the state legislature.
That's what please clarify that.
Yeah, well, there's 2 of you up here.
We didn't do that. The state legislature did.
That's right.
Thank you, Mr.
But that was part of the tax shift. I mean, that was intended to be revenue neutral to the local governments, and by the most part, it was revenue neutral. There's some fine tuning to that. But they established that when they shifted the revenue to the sales tax piece, they created a cap on the overlapping rates. So that's been enforced since 1981. They also in 1981 created a depreciation mechanism on the cost, the replacement cost of improvements to real estate, and we'll talk about that a little bit. That in itself is very unique to the state of Nevada. We also in 2005, the session in 2005, created the tax bill caps as a result of what we were seeing as a real estate boom, if you will. Those caps were intended to prevent excessive taxation on properties that really were growing in value, but maybe the owners weren't necessarily recognizing that growth in their income or their ability to pay the taxes. That tax bill cap is a cap on the bill, not on the assessed value. That's kind of a unique thing. It's created some interesting issues, and we've talked about that before. And we also have, the Board of Equalization appeal process, which has been in place for a long time. The tax bill caps interact with that as well, and so we're going to talk about that a little bit. So let me just sort of give a little primer again about how the process works. In Nevada, when we talk about secured real estate, the property, the land is valued at what they call cash value or market value. The improvements are not valued at market value. They're valued at the replacement cost, and they use a construction estimating book, Marshall Swift, to do that. And then we add 1.5, or deduct, I should say, 1.5 depreciation from that replacement cost value for each year of age of that property. So, for example, if we had a 20-year property, there's going to be 1.5% depreciation for 20 years. It's going to be up 30% depreciation. That's kind of a unique thing for us. And that's maxed out at 75%. There's also the personal property and centrally assessed as well, just by way of information how that works. Again, personal property, which is predominantly inventory, goods like that, tangible goods like that, and it has its own depreciation process as well. So let me talk a little bit about the tax bill calculation process. So I'm using an example here of a home that would have been built, say, in 1996, which was really not that long ago, if you think about it. And we're assuming it's got a taxable value at a gross taxable value of $200,000, which again is not necessarily its market value because most of that's going to be based on replacement costs. And let's say the split is about 15% land value, 85% taxable value. I don't know how representative that is, but that's probably close when it comes to residential property. So before the application of depreciation, the taxable value is $200,000. With 20 years old home, we're applying 30% depreciation, so the net taxable value is $149,000. We apply the assessed value at 35% of that to arrive at an assessed value of $52,150. Our current overlapping tax rate, which I'll explain here in a little bit, is $3.2782 cents per $100 of assessed value. That works out to a gross tax bill of $1,710. Now, if we think in terms of if it wasn't for the depreciation, our current overlapping tax rate, which is about 3.27 cents at 35%, comes out to about 1.15% of total gross taxable value. When we apply the depreciation, that's going to drop down 30 basis points down to, in this particular example, down to 0.85%. So the effective tax rate in this example is 0.85%. I'd like to mention, by the way, when we talk about depreciation, our old awards, awards 1, 3, and 5, we haven't updated this, but in the past we had looked at the age of the property. And what you'll find is in the older awards, we're going to have older property, and the depreciation on the improvements is going to be, as a percentage, much higher. So those wards aren't contributing at the same tax rate as you will of a newer community, say like Summerlin or out in the Northwest.
Excuse me, Mr. Vincent, could Councilman Beers ask you a question, please?
Absolutely.
Does a sale of an older property reset depreciation to zero?
No, it does not. Transfers don't reset the depreciation, nor does it reset the tax bill caps.
So essentially, every building in the valley over 30 years old is not generating
I'll pick on the mayor. I believe the mayor's home is over 50 years old, or at least 50 years old. She's fully depreciated, so she's paying taxes on 75% of the replacement costs of her improvements on her parcel, as an example.
How does that fit into this slide? 75% of?
Well, that's because the previous slide I indicated that the maximum number of years is 50 years at 1.5%. The maximum full depreciation on improvements is 75%.
So no property ever drops below 25% of its sale price 30 years ago, 40 years ago.
Right. And the reason why I bring up the older awards is sometimes, that's where we have more the need for services, be it improvements and maintenance to the right-of-way, some of the parks and the neighborhood amenities, they get older, they need to be upgraded and refurbished, and so you would think that having them pay less taxes because it's an older community, they need the services probably more than the newer communities. So anyway, that's why I was bringing that up. So the next part of the calculation is, so what happens, here we go. How do the tax bill caps apply? So in this particular example, I'm assuming that the prior tax bill, already abated tax bill, is $1,500. And so if the tax bill cap was 3% on residential, which it has been all the years to date, that would be a cap of $1,545. The current year bill per the previous slide was $1,710, and so we have additional abated taxes of $165, and you can see it drops the effective tax rate to about 0.75%. And I will tell you that effective tax rate is probably, and Jeremy can back, it's probably one of the lower effective tax rates based upon market value of any state in the U.S. Years ago, there was a study done, and when I looked at it, we were like down in the lower 10% in terms of effective rates. That was pre-recession, pre-caps, and all that. So I would got to believe that based on the way it works, we're probably even lower than we were back then. So that's how the process works. By the way, that says 9.6%. I will tell you that as we sit in this current fiscal year, our abated taxes are about 19% in total. So it gives you an idea of how much we're abating. Okay, how do the caps work? And we generally think of these, and historically we've been talking about them as the 3% cap and the 8% cap. 8% on 3% cap is on owner-occupied residential property. So it doesn't include in property held for investment or in property held as rental property. Those are in the other category, which we refer to as commercial, though you don't necessarily find those words in the statute. So we typically think of the residential cap is 3% and on the bill, and the commercial is 8%, but that isn't so. In fact, the commercial rate is the lesser of 8% or the greater of one of two things: 2 times Consumer Price Index for the prior year, or the 10-year AV growth rate. So that's how that works. So it's not always 8%. In fact, it hasn't been 8% for a few years. It's going to be much lower next year, by the way. And then the owner-occupied residential has always been 3%, but except the statute says it's 3% or the commercial rate if it's more favorable. So next year will be the first year that we will see the owner-occupied residential tax bill cap be less than 3%. It's never happened since 2006. That's the trigger that's causing some interesting results for us.
Mayor?
Councilman Anthony, then Councilman Barlow, please.
Mayor, thank you. So Mark, if the philosophy at the beginning was to have a cap, which was a good thing because the prices are skyrocketing, and then you set the cap at 3% for residential, 8% for commercial, okay, that's simple. So how did the rest of this gobbledygook get in there that causes all this, you know, lesser of this and greater of this and 2 times of this? And I mean, that really confuses everybody. How did all that, was that the original legislative bill, or was this add-ons later on? Do you know that?
I believe it was all part of the original bill in 2005. There was an adjustment maybe the next year. I can't remember. Maybe confusing it with C-Tax, but no, I think it was in the original bill.
So what's the philosophy behind putting all this other stuff in there?
Well, the philosophy was that to the extent that the AV growth rate was historically was slowing down, or the CPI was slowing down, let me just back up. At the time, I don't think anyone really thought that the OR things would ever come into fruition. We hadn't seen this happen. The state was going through some phenomenal growth for 2 decades. The legislators just didn't anticipate the great recession that we had and the horrific drop we had in taxable values. So, but they were designed to be a hedge or a trigger, if you will, to prevent, again, from the replacement costs of value, for example, or the land values running away with a large tax bill when it wasn't supported maybe historically, or wasn't supported by what was happening with the CPI. So they were there, always were there. I just don't think anyone ever thought that they would trigger. And in fact, if you allow me just to go to the next slide, maybe this will help some of the questions you're asking. This is the historical slide from 2006 was the first year, and you can see that the residential cap at 3 and the commercial cap at 8, even as we were going through the recession, the commercial cap stayed at 8 until fiscal year 2012. If you go down to 2012, you notice that the commercial rate dropped from 8 to 6.3. Why did that happen? It's happened because the 10-year rolling AV growth dropped to 6.3. By the way, that particular year, CPI was negative, but remember the formula is 8%, the lesser of 8% OR, and the OR is the greater of the 10-year AV growth of the CPI. So the AV growth is greater than the CPI.
Your Honor? Okay.
Councilman Barlow, then Councilman Beers, please.
Mayor, mine will be short because
Thank you.
Councilman Anthony actually took the words right out of my mouth. I wanted to know the same thing he did. But one additional question that I would like to add to the conversation is, how do we change this, or how does the legislature change this? Is there an opportunity to change this, Mark or Jeremy? Are they aware of this? What is going to happen in order to improve our ability to not have this happen to us moving forward into the future? Because this is impacting our general fund moving forward, and it's compounding in our ability to keep our budgets balanced.
Well, let me take a shot at it. I mean, the intention here today was just to explain what's happening and why it's going to happen for 17, because when people hear that the tax caps, and obviously your eyes have already gone down to the bottom of the slide, what we've got is we're still experiencing the negative AV growth from the backward-looking 10-year AV growth, and CPI is at 0.1% for last calendar year. So 2 times that is going to be 0.2. 0.2 is greater than negative AV growth, and it's less than the 8% max. So the commercial rate's going to be at 0.2%. The residential rate cannot be more than the commercial, so the residential is going to be at 0.2. If you know, realistically speaking, there's no growth on a tax bill for existing property. Now, did anyone see that coming? Did anyone see the AV growth remaining negative for so long? Did anyone believe that we would have such low inflation again? I don't know. And we could argue that, well, this is just temporary. The AV growth will eventually come back and CPI won't stay at zero for forever. But the problem is that we have been talking about the formula for the last few years. In fact, we had, just as a reminder, in 2015, 2013, we formed a local government finance group to help study this consolidated tax. And we actually used Jeremy to help us lead some of that. That was kind of a statewide effort, and we actually made some changes to the consolidated tax that made it a little more stable and fair. We resurrected that group in 2015 for that session, and it really, the intent of the group was to educate and make people aware of how the process and system works, and to be a resource for folks that may want us to analyze different solutions or different changes, whatever they might be. From our perspective, from the financial community's perspective, we would like to continue to study this. We probably have some ideas and things that we would like to maybe be part of, but I really wasn't prepared today. Don't really have specific solutions or specific changes to offer to you today. In fact, we have another working group meeting in this building this afternoon in probably an hour or so that Jeremy's going to help us lead with the financial folks in the local community here, as well as we've invited Nevada Taxpayers Association. We've invited other stakeholders to these meetings as well. So we're still developing and analyzing what this is, what the impacts are, what potential changes we could make, what would be appropriate. I just don't really have a suggestion to offer to you today. I don't know if Jeremy feels any different, but that's kind of where we're at right now. This is reality for 17. We'd like to be able to make some adjustments that make sense to everybody, all the stakeholders, including our taxpayers. Don't quite know what those are yet.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Vincent. I get it, but I'm kind of a math head. It would be helpful to see a graph of assessed value against the 10-year average of assessed value to explain why are we suddenly turning negative? Why the recession's 5 years old now, and obviously it's because we're looking at a trailing 10 years. And that leads to a question, which is, what was the year of the lowest assessed value? Or to phrase it in another way, how many more years do we expect the 10-year rolling average of assessed value to remain negative. Second question is a little more abstract, and I don't know, Jeremy, you may not have done this. We had not all counties of our state experienced that same boom in 2000, or in the aughts, I guess, in the 1990s. So my question is, are there other counties around the state that will have a positive 10-year AV this year or in 2017 that will not be impacted, therefore, as harshly by this? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'll let Jeremy answer the second question. Let me flip over to the next slide, which may be more visual. So you can see that it's years 10, 11, 12, and 13. Those 4 years are the years that we had negative AV growth. Now, I measured the AV growth here. This is actually tax revenues, but the way this bar chart works is a solid blue is a net taxes net of abatement. The gray stack on that is the total gross taxes, which would have been on the full taxable value, full assessed value. So you can see when the gray bar starts dropping, that's when we have negative AV growth. You got 4 years of negative AV growth. They haven't yet amortized out of the 10-year rolling average, and they probably won't for another 3 or so years. I expect, Jeremy can chime in, but I'd expect, unless something really miraculous happens on the AV growth, another at least 2, worst case maybe 4 years of negative AV growth. I think that's what I would expect. So that kind of explains a little bit of that, and we certainly do, your idea of that chart is kind of interesting, but this is sort of the visual representation of reality of what's happening. And there's a couple other charts I have that Jeremy has down the road here that may explain it a little bit better, even on a statewide basis. Jeremy, can you make a comment about, say, Washoe County or?
Sure, I'd be more than happy to. The brief answer to your question, Councilman Beers, is yes. There are differing effects in different areas. Washoe County is rowing in the same canoe as Clark County pretty much in terms of the trend, but there are some areas that are seeing different trends. Some of them, all communities were negatively impacted by property tax, property values. That went down everywhere. But the magnitude of those declines, particularly in some smaller rural areas, have been different than what we're seeing here.
Before I leave this.
Let me just say something real quick, Mark. There's some information that has some statewide data from the Southern Nevada Forum that I forwarded to each of you just now that may be helpful in kind of showing some of those differences.
Just by way of, before I leave this particular slide, the idea of the caps originally was to prevent the runaway boom from overtaxing the residents. And you look at years 7, 6, 7, 8, 9, it did exactly that. It performed as expected, and I think that's the good part about the caps. They worked on that way. But when we had the recession, everything reset. When you look at our low point, say, in fiscal year 13, what's happening now is as the economy is recovering and as values are coming back, there's no way in the formula to allow the actual tax bill revenues to recover. And that's one of the issues we're seeing. And so as we expect, for example, in 17, fiscal year 17, we'll probably have 24, 25% abated tax revenues. That'll be about 22% of our taxes will be abated in 17. And it's just going to continue to grow under the current formula. And
Councilman Barlow, then Councilman Coffin.
But if you can provide some insight, the question that I have is, what can we or the legislature do to correct this?
We're working on it. There's probably any number of things, because besides the caps, we have the depreciation. We have the appeal process. Commercial property can appeal their tax bills, which they did during the Great Recession, and appropriately so, and reset those bills based upon an income analysis of the property. And while there is some recapture provisions in the statute for most of those properties, because of the length of the recession, there was never any recovery of that. So you reset these values based on an income approach, and that new tax bill becomes the new low subject to the caps going forward. So there's those. I mentioned depreciation, the caps. There are probably a few other fine things that we could look at. The dilemma is to what degree, what are the mechanics? I mean, we're looking at something now kind of like the C-tax, looking backwards. The irony of this is you have, as Jeremy's pointed out when we talked about the C-tax, you have this great period of growth followed by this great period of recession. You get to see the good, the bad, and the ugly all in, in a pretty short time period. We need to analyze that and talk about what possible solutions that might be, but making sure that we don't create a mechanism that has some unintended consequences down the road, like we're experiencing today.
Right.
Nobody saw these,
Right.
a decade ago. So we don't want to repeat the same mistakes, and I apologize for feeling like perhaps sidestepping your question, but there's only a few things that we can look at. The question is, those things that we don't think are operating correctly, what is the solution yet? And I don't know that we've had that answer yet.
Jeremy, you have anything you want to add to that?
Generally speaking, I think I agree with Mark 100%. I think that the first step in all of this is part of the reason that we're here today. And if there's one thing that I would ask of the City Council is that we need to start educating people that this problem actually exists. As Mark just showed, the property taxes are in and of themselves remarkably complicated. And I don't know that, you talk to most folks on the street, at least based on the conversations that I have, they think it's 3% for them and 8% for everybody else. And even when they pay their tax bill, they're pretty much convinced it's 3% and 8%. You tell them, no, you paid only commercial operator, you only went up by 6%. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. You tell them, last year you only went up with 3%. But they had no idea. I think that starting that, Councilman Barlow, of getting folks to just understand that this problem exists is going to be the first step, and I completely agree with Mark. It's complicated. Unraveling it is going to be even more complicated. It's going to start with looking at some of these partial tax abatements and then many of the other things that this working group has been dealing with for the past couple of years. But educating the public, educating lawmakers, state lawmakers, educating the media relative to how this problem actually exists, I think is the very first part of this process.
Madam Mayor. After Councilman Coffin, then Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I remember voting for this, and it's obviously in a legislative session. You don't have your eyes set on all the big language, all the back language, I should say. It's always in the fundamentals that you're trying to stress. So therefore, legislators at that time thought 3 and 8. The AV was growing so fast that local governments, to a lesser extent the state, were awash in cash. The local business community and the Taxpayers Association did not trust the local governments to be able to control their spending. So we were urged to pass this legislation. I believe, well, it was Congresswoman Titus, Senator Titus was the main sponsor of the bill that finally emerged. And so you had that anti-government faction in Carson City pushing for these, and all of us were worried about the fact that property tax rates were going up. And it was a sidestep at that time. So this is just a sidestep because the method of evaluation is still all messed up. It is, my house, you think the mayor's house is old? Mine's 65 years old with no major improvements. I pay a very low property tax. Well, that's crazy because it should be paying more. I mean, I need the same services that somebody else needs in a house that's paying more taxes. So we have struggled with the same crazy tax system for so many years, and then this was just a stopgap. Theoretically, it was supposed to slow the growth and therefore bring the local governments to heel. So now it's going to have to be all the local governments united to make the change, and it will only be done by the legislature. There's no other way. I don't see any way around it. But like you say, Jeremy, the education process has to start now. It has to start now by, telling a reporter in the room that if we don't make a change, and probably we will have to cut budgets again. At a time when, think about it, at a time when the city's growing again, and we are having service demand increases all the time, we are actually going to ask, our management has asked our departments to put in potential budget cuts, for God's sakes. That's just crazy. We can't deliver the services we need now. So, because of this back language, because all of this falderall thrown in to double check, triple check, quadruple check, and then take a thumb screw and for both thumbs tie the local governments down so they couldn't possibly get too much money, we ended up with this abortion. And I think it was a good thought for its time. And it could still be continued, but if you take out all the back language about the 10-year rolling average and the cost of living adjustments, which have nothing to do with government expenditures, things like that, there are no hitch to those things, then I think we could still survive. But we're a year and a half away from getting a change if the next legislature tackles it. And maybe we get, there'd be another lag in property tax. We're 2.5 years away from getting it, unless there's an emergency measure passed. By the time you change your AV schedule and the method of taxing it, I suspect it would be 2.5 years. That's what I see. So I don't regret voting for it at the time because it was needed at the times. But for us to still be stuck with it means that we're inflexible and we can't change according to circumstances. So I think we ought to be pushing for a change in league with NACO and League of Cities and anybody else we can enlist, including the Chambers of Commerce and the Taxpayers Association who helped get us in this fix. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilwoman, can I just get everybody's comment, and you can, unless specifically you wanted any part of that responded to, Councilman Coffin? Okay, Councilwoman.
Are you considering perhaps working on this through one of our BDRs with the legislature?
I don't know that a BDR from the city would probably be the best way to go. We actually had a bill drafted in the last session, but it actually succumbed to the urgency of the governor's tax package. So it never, I don't know that it ever even had a hearing. So there are other mechanisms. It needs to be, my opinion is it needs to be a statewide issue. It needs to be multi-agency issue. It's not a Las Vegas issue. And let me just go to the next slide. Maybe this helps a little bit. I know this is a little bit of a busy slide. This is actually a representation of our actual tax bill for a Las Vegas resident in Tax District 200. This is where all the taxes go. I color-coded them so you could see how they overlap. So the biggest benefactor, if you will, of the property tax bill is the Clark County School District. They need to be at the table. They need to understand the impact that a 0.2% tax bill cap is going to have on their ability for their operating tax as well as their debt. Same true of Clark County. They represent about 18% of the pie. Those are countywide services. Our residents do pay countywide taxes for countywide services. And this cap is going to affect those countywide services, which, by the way, includes things like UMC to some extent, because we have a couple of indigent, we have the Assistant to Indigent Persons and the Incident Accident Fund. Those are helping towards the UMC. As well as the Library District, the state, Metro, our own police department, benefits from a chunk of this. So it just gives you an idea that it affects everybody, including the state and the school district in particular. So it's a global issue. We think there has to be more folks at the table. I can just tell you that all of the finance directors in Clark County get this. They're all on a board. And I can tell you also that Henderson did a presentation similar to this yesterday. So they're beginning to educate their boards as well. Also, just before I forget, Clark County is the lion's share of revenue, produces the lion's share of revenue for the state. So while there are different mechanics and realities with AV growth and such in other parts of the state, Oftentimes we say wherever Clark County goes, so goes the rest of the state.
I think Councilman Beers wanted to ask a question. I'm sorry. Didn't get to
Thank
that.
you, Your Honor. I wanted to first take Councilman Coffin to task through you, with your permission, ma'am, for suggesting that the issue is there were anti-government forces in Carson City. The opposite, I guess, would be anti-citizen or anti-taxpayer forces, and I think the debate is more richly colored than that. I think that's too simplistic a way to look at it. The assumption underlying this entire presentation today is that property values are going to increase more than this cap. Thus, the cap would come into play in an individual property owner's tax bill. This morning, Home Builders Research, which is a Las Vegas-based regular reporter of data, Jeremy's already read it, I'm sure, you current events junkie, you. Median sales price of January closings was down 2.8% from 1 year earlier. So our property values are going down. Thus, this cap may never come into play anyway, as it has not come into play over several of the last 5 years because our underlying property values didn't go up. This cap only occurs if that happens, if our property values go up. So far, first month of the year, they're down. And then I think if we're going to go forward with an attempt to change the law here, we need to be prepared to explain to our constituents why the city requires an increase in revenue that's bigger than 2 times inflation. We're going to hear that from the folks that put us here. We're going to have to come up with an answer for that. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I'm going to turn the next few slides over to Jeremy because they address more of the global issue for the rest of the state, which you'll see is very similar to what we're experiencing here in Las Vegas.
With your permission,
Please.
Madam Mayor, thank you. As Mr. Vincent indicated, this is not a localized problem. This is a statewide issue. The property tax is the second largest source of revenue for the entire state of Nevada. Generates $3.1 billion a year. Goes to fund everything from schools to public safety to local government services to state services. Historically, it has been the most reliable source of revenue that the state of Nevada has. Today, it's more complicated and it's more difficult to work through. As this slide indicates, there is no entity in the state of Nevada that's going to be able to sidestep this problem. This slide, I think, is at least somewhat instructive because it shows how things sort of evolved. Between 2005 and 2009, there was the boom that occurred. Assessed values go up by 106%. Property taxes go up by 57%. The total amount abated is roughly $3.3 billion. The caps worked exactly how they were intended to work. An average taxpayer in the year after it was implemented would have seen their tax bill go up by about 30%. I remember being part of those discussions. There was a lot of concern that that would put people in harm's way, that essentially incomes were not going up anywhere near the amount that property values were. You then fast forward to 2010 through 2013, the period that we refer to as the bust. Assessed values dropped by 43% statewide. Property taxes decreased by 31%. The amount abated during that period is $0.9 billion. Let's call it $1 billion. The abatement, again, generally worked to stabilize revenues in some ways. That is because in some cases, so much had been abated that revenues were slightly increasing by that 3 or that 8% or somewhere near that during that time, even though property values were falling. What is reflected on this chart in the state of Nevada is the nation's highest rate of property value increase and the nation's highest decline of property value increase. This is what we affectionately refer to as the roller coaster of doom, right? It's just the reality of what we've dealt with. We now see the recovery between 2014 and 2016, where property values have increased by 21%, but property taxes have only increased by 9%. We're seeing an abatement of roughly $1.1 billion during that period. Boiling it to its essence, last year the amount of the abatement was roughly $330 million. This year that we're in right now, that abatement will be roughly $550 million, and I assure you the number is going to be substantially larger coming into the next year. Councilman Beers is absolutely right. There's some instability that we're seeing in the residential side. The other side of that, however, is that the property values, in terms of how they're assessed, take a little while to catch up. So we're still reflecting a little bit of those increases. It will mean that more is going to be abated probably in the next year in terms of that rate of increase than we've seen at any point in recent history. Someone once explained to me, markets have a tendency to be somewhat efficient. If you take a look at this nation-leading boom and this nation-leading decline, and you wipe them out, and you just look from 2005 to 2016, surprisingly enough, property values have increased by about 3% per year. And surprisingly enough, the booms and the busts have essentially washed themselves out, and here we are kind of growing at something that looks a little more like normal today. But if we look since 2005, because of what has been in place, assessed values have gone up by about 42% overall, but taxes have gone up by only about 19%. To say that differently, where you're seeing a little bit less than 4% growth in AV, you're seeing a little bit less than 2% growth in property values during that time period. Right, wrong, or indifferent, this is how it is currently built in. If we look at how that $550 million is essentially going to be distributed in terms of what that abatement meant in the last year, we'll call it fiscal year 2016 for purposes of our discussion today, 40 cents out of every one of those abated dollars would have otherwise gone to schools. Counties, it's about 26%. Cities, which Mark did a great job of outlining, is about 13%. I know earlier today we talked about schools. Councilman Anthony, I'm sorry about it. It's always something negative about schools. I'm not intending to pile on here. But as Mark said, the single biggest beneficiary of the property tax are schools. They're also the ones that are going to be most negatively affected as a result of this. This is the chart that I think is probably the one that is most compelling for purposes of our discussion today. This is the secondary property cap. Sometimes it's referred to as the commercial property cap. This is the 8% throughout history, 8%, 8%, 8%, 8%. And then all of a sudden we get to 2012, it drops to 6.3%. It jumps back up a little bit in 2013, drops pretty significantly in 2014. I know we had some pretty serious conversations about it during 2015 because it drops to where residential and commercial are both 3 and 3. It comes up just slightly to 3.2 in 2016, and now you see on the far right-hand side the number drops all the way to 0.2%. How does it happen? It happens because we are in something that is very close to a deflationary environment, which essentially means that inflation has dropped to near zero. That combined with, I'm going to just come back here if that's okay, if you'll bear with me. Take a look at 2009 and 2010. You see the drop in assessed value there? And you see how it starts to come down? That is starting to come in to this 10-year average that we're dealing with. Those are huge negative numbers. They will overshadow any positive growth that we are going to have, as Mark said, at least for the next 3 or 4 years. At least. Those are big negative numbers, which means you have this big negative, which the only thing we can come back to is inflation. We find ourselves in a near deflationary environment combined with the largest decrease in property values in the state of Nevada's modern history, at least as far back as we've been reporting these type of data, is the reason why you are now looking at that 0.2%. I'm sorry?
Mayor?
Yes,
I'm
please.
sorry. This is like a reverse recession.
Well, in some ways I would agree with you. What it is the lingering effects of the recession hitting us in a formula that was, I think, for most, a somewhat unintended consequence. Right. I certainly worked on this, and I'm happy to talk through any of that. But in much the same way that I don't think anyone expected that we'd see a 30-40% increase in property value, no one expected to see a 30 or 40% decrease in property values either. And now that 10-year average is built into a formula that is now looking back a decade and saying, we have to use that percentage. Right? Yeah, it's a problem. Combined with the fact that inflation, I mean, the Federal Reserve has been doing almost everything they can to get up to a 2% target, man, has been very difficult in terms of getting that done. That is why we are dealing with this today. But I would intend to respectfully impress upon this group that that component, while important, the one that is going to affect this city and this state more than anything else, is that horizontal line that's drawn across. That's the 3% horizontal line that has been affecting residential taxpayers throughout the entirety of this. You'll notice that we have never gone below that 3% threshold, which means that the vast majority of residential property owners, where a substantial amount of the property value is maintained, has been increasing at a relatively steady rate of roughly 3% per year. For better or for worse, that's where we've been. In the next year, for the first time since this has been passed, that residential component, which represents, it depends on how you look at it, statewide or within a locality, let's call it about 65% of all assessed value, is now, instead of going up by 3%, is going to go up by 0.2%. It has been this last defense of stabilization that we have had as those other pieces have been eroding.
Jeremy, if I can interrupt for a second, if I can get the overhead camera, I have something that might be more of a visual. Can we zoom in on that? Is that as close as we can get? Got to as close as you can get. There you go. So, you can't necessarily read the numbers, but you can see these are red. And what's happening as we roll forward each fiscal year, those 4 negative years, which are significantly, it's negative 19.6, negative 29%, negative 9%, negative 6, they're rolling through the 10-year average. And so even when we get to 18 and 19, you're still going to have these large negative numbers rolling through. The 10-year AV growth rate is going to stay negative for at least 2 more years, maybe longer. And so when you're comparing that to inflation, if inflation's not 2, 2.5%, 3%, if it's down around 1% or less, that's going to be less. That 2 times inflation is going to be less than the 8% cap. AV's not helping you because it's not, the 10-year average isn't going to be positive for a few more years. So this is something that's going to be with us for a while, and I don't know that anyone saw this Great Recession producing these negative values at the time that this was passed. So hopefully that helps explain, why is it still negative? Because the recession's been long gone. We're still amortizing those negative years, and they haven't got out of the 10-year rolling average yet, and they won't for a couple more years. Hopefully that helps.
Councilman?
Could you put that back up there, Mark, please?
You mean you're admitting you can read it now?
Well, I put on my super glasses. It's going to get worse. The 10-year rolling average is going to be more negative before it starts getting positive, or before it starts moving to less negative, I guess, I think. Is that correct?
Yes, and your only hope is that we don't have a deflationary period. If we go back to inflation of 2%, then the commercial cap's going to be 2 times 2% or 4%. It'll be a 4% cap. It's not 8, but it's not 0. But that's the only hope. Without an inflationary, going back to what we would talk in terms of a normal inflation rate, if we don't return to that, then you're going to continue to see no growth in the property tax bills.
And of course, all this is predicated upon underlying growth in property values.
Well,
because otherwise there's nothing to cap.
Because remember, in the presentation, we don't value improvements, which is the vast majority of our assessed value is in the improvement piece. We don't value improvements at market value. We value them at replacement costs less 1.5 depreciation for each year in service. So when you think in terms of market value, that's not how the system has ever valued improvements to real estate. And so you've got a lot of disconnects here in terms of, it's a complicated system, and there are some disconnects that are producing some interesting consequences.
Is the replacement value piece replacement value in the year of the addition? Or does, because the actual replacement value goes up every year, or historically has gone up every year. To build a add-on garage 10 or 20 years ago was cheaper than to build an add-in garage this year. So is there ever any recalibration of that replacement value?
If it's caught on the supplemental tax rolls that we have, mid-year we're doing a supplemental tax roll, see what's construction in process. Sometimes it's picked up there. Sometimes, I don't know that we've ever done an audit of it. I would guess that many times it's not picked up as a separate piece under its own depreciation schedule. I don't know. I don't know that I know the exact answer, Jeremy, to you.
Yeah, look, I think generally speaking, the answer to your question is it's valued at that point in time using Marshall and Swift in terms of what the replacement cost is. It's the reason the depreciation factor is then applied to that, right, to try and bring it back to whatever that is. And Mark's absolutely right. When you ask the second portion of your question in terms of I build an addition, right, that has to come on as sort of supplemental value that is then, added to the roll. Those rules get even more complicated than what we're looking at here. So, with
What
your
a happy
permission,
way to end the morning.
I'm sorry. I guess the sort of pieces, if I can get the presentation piece just back up here again. Councilman Barlow, you mentioned as part of the conversation a moment ago this concept of compounding, right? And I think that one of the things that that is important to consider as we go through this is that the effect of this not only is going to affect you in the next year, thank you, Mark, not only in the next year, but because these caps apply each and every year, because you lose it this year, that means next year, even if inflation is a little higher, you're going to be applying that new rate on a lower base, and that is going to constantly, you kind of never catch up over time, right? And some of that is intentional, right? Some of that is intentional. Others of it are not. But the compounding effect is going to work against us, at least in the near future.
That's true. And Mayor, if I may, through you, and you're saying because of the 3% cap, we can never get out of it because it's 3% on that bigger number the following year, 3% on that compounding number.
Right. If we just have normal growth,
correct,
right? If we just have normal growth, it will take us a decade to catch up relative to what we will lose.
Right.
Right?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Please continue.
Thank you. And that's the end of my portion, sort of looking at this overall state piece. I'll turn it back over to Mark, and I'm happy to provide any support relative to the conclusions.
Well, again, this was intended to be partly educational because I can tell by your all reaction to what we just presented that there is a little bit of element of surprise here. So that's good that you're learning how this is working. Also, based on the questions, I think you can understand that it is a complicated system. It's not as predictable as it used to be because the abatements are not in aggregate, they're parcel by parcel. So none of the local governments have that information to be able to calculate that. We have to wait for someone to tell us what those abatements are. Again, the depreciation abatement are going to continue to have an impact on what used to be a very stable revenue source. We would say that at least since the recovery period in our economy, it's not really kept pace with our cost for services. And that, as we said already, that our intention as a community is to work with all of the stakeholders, the ones that were just mentioned, certainly the NTA, the chambers, all of the electeds, all of the agencies, they all have to be at the table because this is the caps served a purpose. There is a need for something like that. I don't know what those changes might be. That's part of why we're working together with Jeremy and the other agencies to kind of be that resource. So, and again, I said it in the beginning, this sort of sets the stage, if you will, for why this budget year for 17 is going to be a difficult year for us. We already have asked the departments to submit those 2% decrement budgets for our review. We're hopeful that that may be enough to mitigate what we're seeing on the sales tax and the consolidated tax revenue stream, but it might not be. It might not be in fiscal year 18. So we, like the other agencies, and I don't know how the school district's going to fill its teacher vacancy if they're not seeing adequate growth in the property tax revenues. It's going to be very difficult. And then for the state to make that up is going to be difficult for the state for a whole myriad of reasons as well. So it's a statewide issue.
Clearly, thank you very much for both your presentations. Don't go anywhere yet, because I'm not done with you yet. But I want to say this, because I think Councilman Coffin alluded to it about, and you just did too, about all the agencies. When I was president of the Nevada League of Cities years ago, we were having these same discussions. It's almost a deja vu in regards to complete tax reform from this current system. And I think that's going to finally evolve because of this nightmare that every government is in that relies on property taxes to exist. This is a 911 as far as I'm concerned, and you've kind of already briefed most of us in briefing on this, Mr. Vincent, so I'm keenly aware of this issue. And I'd like a little more in-depth thought on how we got here, because I will tell you this. One ex-lawmaker said that the local governments came to the legislature begging them to help them. And I just have a hard time swallowing that pill, because our revenues were going very well. In fact, we were very fortunate for us, Ms. Fretwell, to have your existing finance team say, hey, this can't last forever. We better be prepared. And your team did it. You guys did a fabulous job of getting us where we needed to be and getting us through that recession. But that's not what happened, is it, Mr. Vincent?
I'm not sure exactly which question you're asking me, but
how did we get here? I mean, I'm certainly not going to blame our two council members who were sitting on the legislature at the time.
No, again, I think both Jeremy have said separately that the caps were intended to protect the taxpayers from something that was a bubble, if you will. They did what they were supposed to do during the bubble period, and they reacted as we expected. It's just that the other combination of events haven't acted the way we expected. I don't think anyone ever thought we would be here today. But the good news is we know where we are today, and we know what got us here. I think we can do some analysis and make some good recommendations about potential changes that continues to protect the taxpayer, which is really, to Councilman Beer's point, but doesn't doesn't create an issue with the local government's inability to provide the services, because that doesn't protect the taxpayer either when they can't get their police or can't get their schools. I mean, it's a balancing act, right?
Absolutely. Well, I also think that certainly this issue has caught the attention of all of the mayors in the state, certainly the Southern Nevada mayors, and I think that leadership is going to be demonstrated by not us as local government leaders, but the mayors as well that's going to be a strong advocate to make some significant changes. Mr. Olivas, did you wish to chime in here?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. For the record, Ted Olivas, Chief of Staff. I wanted to answer your question very directly and specifically. I was there representing the city of Las Vegas during that session, and local governments did not ask for the property tax caps and the system that we currently have. We did our best to be engaged in that process and provide appropriate input. But you asked if we asked for that. The answer is no.
No. Thank you, Mr. Olivas, because I was here in 2005 too, and I do not recall that ever taking place. Councilman Coffin, did you want to?
I just want to make sure, they're held harmless here. They did not participate at all in that, but they were kind of caught between a rock and a hard place because all this money was coming in. They couldn't very well, at that point, speak from a high position that somehow we shouldn't do it because they realized. Well, I'm going to ask a question if the mayor will permit after you do.
Go ahead.
Well, it is just this. We're still bargaining with units. We probably are complete with most of them. But, we ran into problems before I came on board here because we had struck bargaining agreements with people that we felt we needed to live up to by contract, and that was done, but it cost us employees. We had to lay off employees. So, I hope that we haven't gotten ourselves in that position yet because we're not finished bargaining with some people. But I don't want to speak out of school here. But if we're walking toward a trap here with this news, and the only thing that could save us is C-tax, we might have a problem in another year meeting our budget. If you're asking for a decremental budget, which is a term I had just heard this year, but essentially it says, go down a notch, go down another notch. This what-if budgets. If we have to perform with those what-if budgets, but if we have labor contracts that are going to call for increases, where are the two going to meet? Have we already bargained ourselves into a box? And are we still doing that? We need to know that. You can't tell me today. I know that.
Thank you, Councilman.
We could be heading there, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Pearson.
Thanks, sir. I was there as well in that session, and I agree with Mr. Olivas, and the cities and the counties did not ask, and the school district did not ask for this cap.
Thank you, Councilman. I appreciate that. Mr. Olivas, thank you for your input as well. There's a lot more work to do, obviously, and I think in regards to Councilman Coffin's concerns, as we are working with our collective bargaining units, that all government employees are going to be aware of this. I mean, the press is here today. This isn't something that we're going to hide. We're going to be as transparent as possible as we move through this process. But I think that we're on the right track. Mr. Aguero, of course, always your numbers are fabulous to hear. But I'm looking forward to some real tax changes for the state of Nevada in this upcoming session, and for those lawmakers and everybody who's going to sit at the table to come up with some good solutions. And I know you'll be there as well, Mr. Aguero, because you've got some good ideas. Anything else? Okay, thank you very much for that.
And we'll keep you informed as we move along with our working group as well.
Thank you, Mr. Vincent. Thank you, Mr. Aguero. Okay, we are moving on to 32. Am I right, Stacy? Oh, there's no. I guess we just need a motion to accept the report, then, is what we're looking. Is there a motion, Councilman?
I'll move to accept the report.
Motion to accept the report. Please vote. And please post. Motion passes. Thank you very much. We are on 32 now. This is a report by staff and a discussion for possible action regarding the projects being considered by the Southern Nevada Tourism Infrastructure Committee. This affects all wards. I see we have Mr. Olivas and Mr. Cervantes. Please, Mr. Olivas.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. For the record, Ted Olivas, Chief of Staff. I'm joined today by Jorge Cervantes, the Executive Director of Community Development. You've been briefed on the Southern Nevada Tourism Infrastructure Committee as it's progressed, but I'm going to just provide a very brief overview of what's happened up to this point with the committee, kind of the players, the schedules, and the topics that they've been covering, and then I'm going to turn it over to Jorge to talk about the projects that we as a city have submitted to this larger committee. So I'll talk a little bit about the structure and how things are working. As you recall, this was established by Governor Sandoval back in July of 2015. To take you back, why was it created? Well, competition with other destinations. Cities like Orlando, San Francisco, Denver, San Diego, Nashville, those kind of other tourist destinations that are trying to get folks to come into their communities. And we identified that there was a need to expand and improve our infrastructure to stay competitive. The outcome of that, of course, from our perspective, is jobs and revenue. We have to invest in these type of projects to get tourists, and that creates jobs, and long-term will result in additional revenues. The outcome of this is that we're going to provide a report to the governor that essentially prioritizes the projects that they've received and make recommendations for the money associated with that. That's going to happen in the next few months. So, the committee members. It's an 11-member committee. It's headed up by Steve Hill and Len Jessup with UNLV. Mayor Goodman is our representative on the committee. I think something to note here is that 6 of the 11 members are from gaming properties. So it's a pretty good mix of folks from the tourism industry. In addition, there is a technical advisory committee, and our own city manager, Betsy Fretwell, is a member of that advisory committee, and you, of course, see some familiar faces on this list of participants. In terms of the schedule and the process that they're going through. Again, the governor signed the executive order in July of 2015. The final report is due to them in July of 2016. So they essentially have 13 months to get all of this done. So they've identified the phases, and let me digress a little bit. Again, Jeremy Aguero is involved in a lot of things. He's also involved in kind of coordinating this, and so he's got his fingers in a lot of stuff. So we've been working with him really closely. But the first 6 meetings are intended to identify the topics and get presentations from those folks that are the affected parties with those things. And then they've also already had discussions on infrastructure funding. Then they're going to go through some work sessions where they kind of come back, they look at all of the projects that have been submitted, then they're going to identify the priorities and come up with some recommendations and the final report to the governor that I mentioned. So, what are the topics that they're going to be discussing? Well, they're grouped into 5 areas, starting with the airport, as well as stadiums, arenas, event centers, convention centers, roads, highways, etc., and pedestrian movement along the resort corridor. So there are a lot of folks that are involved in this. These are the state and local government participants. This is an alphabetical list. From the City of Las Vegas, we've had the City Manager's Office engaged. We've had Public Works. We've had Economic and Urban Development and other departments engaged in this. So it's kind of a multidiscipline effort in terms of the City of Las Vegas, and you could see a number of other local governments that have been engaged in this. In terms of the industry participants, there's actually 2 slides of this. This is, again, an A to Z list here, from Downtown Alliance and Fremont Street Experience to a number of hotels, including our own the D and Boyd. And then this is some additional participants. So in addition to the folks that you see here, again, all these folks have input into tourism infrastructure. This is a valley-wide initiative, okay? So all of these folks have been involved as well. In addition, we had Laos Abdo with the Ader Group that provided a presentation on their soccer proposal for Cashman, and Derek Stevens with the D, he's been engaged with us throughout this process as well. So lots of people involved. So these are some of the major projects that you've read about and seen on TV. Look, there's been a lot of different topics that they've covered, but these are the main ones that are getting most of the press. Of course, the UNLV football stadium, which is the partnership with Sands, the convention center expansion and upgrades. That project alone is proposed at $1.4 to $2.3 billion. That's with a B. Huge project. Jet aviation fuel pipeline. Apparently there's not a redundant line. Light rail we've talked about extensively. That's a project that ranges from $2.1 to $12.5 billion. It's been kind of all over the place, but lots of discussion on that. Expansion of the monorail. There's been discussion about expanding the monorail to Mandalay Bay and then adding a station at the Sands. Okay. Now, of course, there's always a discussion about getting it to the airport, but that wasn't specifically what they talked about. Pedestrian bridges.
Can I hold you right there, Mr. Levis? Do you have dollar amounts on the other items, if you can recall those two? I'm just making notes for future reference. Dollar amounts on the stadium, dollar amounts on the, we know what the convention center expansion is, but if you have dollar amounts associated with this, can you share those with us as well?
Yes, yes, I will. I don't have them in my notes.
Okay, if you don't worry.
There has been discussions about those.
If you know, is all I'm asking.
The monorail, the extension was 120 to 140 million. The new station at the Sands was estimated at 12 to 14 million. Pedestrian bridges, Jorge and the City of Las Vegas presented a recommendation for PED bridges. The county did the same on the south part of the Strip as well, so a couple of different recommendations on that. And then the county proposed an elevated expressway from the airport to the resort corridor, about a $200 million project. Now, As I mentioned, this isn't the only thing that's been discussed. I mentioned the soccer stadium, I mentioned a lot of different other things, but the RTC also gave the presentation on their transportation investment business plan, which is the county-wide plan. In that, they didn't make an ask of the committee. They just said, here's all the stuff that we have as a regional transportation commission and the plan that we have for this valley. What they did ask about and talk about was the potential for public-private partnership authority, which would take a legislative change, as well as enabling legislation for a state infrastructure bank, which they believe could be used to provide loans, revenue bonds, and some credit assistance. So other things that they've talked about a lot, there's been a lot of discussion about the distribution of the room tax, even things like the composition of the LVCVA board. I mean, it's been kind of all over the place, a lot of stuff in a short amount of time. So that gets you up to speed on where we're at so far. The committee is at a point now where they're getting rebriefed on all the projects that have been submitted to them so that they can start formulating their recommendations for the ask of the governor. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Jorge to talk about the projects that the City of Las Vegas submitted specifically.
Thank you, Ted. Our presentation really was on roads, highways, streets, pedestrians, mass transit, and we did it in collaboration with the Regional Transportation Commission, the Nevada Department of Transportation, ourselves, and the county, and then each group kind of talked about those projects that are within the realm of their jurisdiction. A lot of it really was based on what's coming out of the Transportation Investment Business Plan that the RTC has been spearheading, and those projects have been identified. Our focus in particular really looked at downtown. How do we get folks better access into downtown, and then how do we circulate them once they are in downtown? So that was the main focus of our presentation. And we started off by looking at more at a regional level. We've got folks that come into our downtown off our major highways, off of I-15, off of US-95, whether they're driving from the airport, whether they're driving from the resort corridor, whether they're coming from out of town. And we kind of highlight a couple of projects that are key and important to the city. The first one being the I-515 US-95 City Parkway interchange. This is an interchange that would provide direct access into Symphony Park and all the efforts that we're doing there. But we also looked at another potential interchange that's being reviewed as part of an I-515 improvement study, and that would be at Maryland Parkway. And what this does, it also allows another way to get downtown, but more importantly, it provides us secondary access into the Cashman area. As things change in Cashman and opportunities come up there, this would provide a way to get folks in and out of Cashman without having to go to Las Vegas Boulevard, where we can get very congested. We also discussed about the interchange that's part of I-15 and Project Neon, the Neon Gateway, and this is between Charleston and Oakey, and that's already funded and going to be constructed as part of that project. Next, we look at some of the mass transit type of projects, and in particular, higher order of transit. The RTC has been the lead agency at looking at two alignments, one of them along Maryland Parkway that would start down by the airport, come along the Maryland Parkway alignment, and then come into the downtown core off of Carson Street. The other one that they're looking at is the one that would come down Las Vegas Boulevard. As Councilman Anthony mentioned earlier, when you look at ridership on Las Vegas Boulevard, those buses are always full. So what's a better way to move high volumes of people along that corridor? And so they're looking at a light rail system that could potentially come down that alignment all the way to downtown, eventually up to a multimodal transportation hub up at Cashman, where folks that maybe work in downtown on the resort corridor could drive down there, use the park and ride facility down there, and then use that transit system to come into their jobs and not get stuck in that traffic on Las Vegas Boulevard. You'll notice that there's 3 dashed lines coming to the airport. That's because they still haven't decided what's the best way to connect to the airport. Some of them have to tunnel under the airport itself, some go around it. The RTC is taking the lead on those alignments. The city, in turn, is taking the lead on some other alignments that we're looking at. And really, it's an extension of that Maryland Parkway system coming to downtown. Once it gets downtown, then we need some spurs that would go out of downtown that serve our community. We're looking at a spur that would go up to the northwest along the Rancho alignment, that could go up to the park and ride that exists up there. We're looking at a spur that would go to the west that could link downtown Summerlin into our downtown, and then a spur that would go to the east that would go along Charleston all the way to Nellis. The importance of these alignments are, again, the same thing. The workforce that works either downtown the resort corridor could use this as an alternate form of transportation and not have to drive into the resort corridor. We talked about the downtown circulator, and looked at a fixed route that would circulate amongst the different districts within downtown, connecting the Fremont East area with our downtown core, with the Symphony Park area, the medical district, the 18B. And we're currently got an RFP that's getting ready to hit the streets where we're looking for a private vendor out there to be able to provide that service, where that service could be provided either at no cost or a very low cost to the folks that want to use it, and supplement some of that cost through advertising or other revenue sources. We talked about some of the connectivity we need between Symphony Park and our downtown core, and we looked at both a multimodal vehicular type bridge, but also pedestrian connectivity. And this picture reflects one alignment that's being looked at, and that would be along the Lewis alignment. But we're also looking at the Bridger alignment. We're studying different alignments, but find a way to connect Symphony Park and everything's going to happen there with our core downtown. Similarly, pedestrian connection, this one is just north of Fremont Street Experience, adjacent to the plaza, but providing that connection. We're looking at another pedestrian bridge that would be between Charleston and Alta, that would provide that connectivity also. And finally, we talked about a pedestrian bridge that would be along the resort corridor at Sahara and Las Vegas Boulevard that would not only make it safer for pedestrians to cross, but also that would help out with some of the traffic in that area. A lot of times today when cars want to turn right, they can't because folks are crossing the pedestrian crossing. So it helps out with both pedestrian safety and with the ability to move traffic more efficiently. And so this is a list of projects that we're proposing to send to the Southern Nevada Tourism Improvement District as the city's priorities. And in there, we're not just listing the projects, but I'm listing on there some of the potential funding sources that could pay for this and the estimated cost for some of these projects. The reality, when you look at these type of projects, these transportation projects, because of those costs that are very, very expensive, it comes out of multiple funding sources. No one funding source pays for these projects. Combination of federal funds, combination of local funds, combination of gas tax revenue. It's a combination of many different funds to be able to pull one of these off. And so this is the listing of the projects that we're proposing with your approval to send to the SNCC committee. In there, you see the ones that have a check already have some partial funding on it. For example, the high order transit on Maryland Parkway, there's some federal funding that's been allocated already to start the environmental assessment process, but it still needs additional funding, and these are the potential funding sources, and these are the cost amount. So again, today we're here looking for your approval that you support this listing of projects as the city's priorities for us to send to this committee so they can do it as part of the evaluation. And with that, we'd be glad to answer any questions.
And Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, just say very quickly that this list is very similar to the list that you approved at the workshop, whenever that was, Jorge, April?
Back in, it was back in...
June, something?
It was in August.
August, so it wasn't that long ago, when we had that special workshop and we kind of highlighted some of the transportation priorities that you wanted us to work towards. But this kind of puts it in perspective on the kinds of funding sources that could be brought into play to make them happen. So I just didn't want you to think that we added something here that you hadn't discussed. The only thing that hasn't been a conversation at council specifically is number 3, which is higher order transit in the resort corridor, which is as depicted on that earlier slide as a Las Vegas Boulevard alignment. So the rest of these projects you've seen before and had identified as priorities for the city.
And if I may just add a question, because listening to this, my favorite subject, the signage, I know that's not part of any of the transportation, but it fits in because you're always looking at Sahara and Las Vegas Boulevard.
It is part of it, Mayor. It's not listed on here because really it's not something that would be on the SNCC type of funding. It's more something that we're funding with our projects, but it is part of the wayfinding is a very key component both along the highway system and within our streets downtown. We're currently putting a package together as part of the downtown master plan, a separate package that would provide that signage. So as we're rebuilding these downtown streets, we can put the signs along with that project and get them in place.
Okay, wonderful.
Mayor, the other thing is if that gateway entry pedestrian bridge at Sahara, the circular one that we've shown you before, that could stand as a kind of a gateway piece for us that could include, signage verbiage,
right.
et cetera. So.
Just so long as we don't end up at the bottom of the heap with that. Great. So did you poll everybody for questions?
I have not. Anybody have any questions? It's all yours, Mayor.
Okay, well, I would entertain a motion to accept this report.
If there are no questions of the council, I would make a motion to accept the report, and thank you very much, gentlemen. Mr. Olivas, I will point out that Mr. Cervantes did have price tags with his projects. Just throwing that at you.
So there's a motion?
Your Honor,
Yes, please.
I was going to actually wait into the future to cast this vote. What's the schedule? You want us to vote now?
Right now, so
we may
go
need it to be
further,
an
but-
approve it, not an accept, because we actually need to submit this to the committee.
Well, I apologize,
If
but
that's
I'll
okay.
rephrase my motion to approve this agenda item
Report.
as presented.
Presented or as a report.
What would I do without you, Ms. Farrell?
Okay, please vote and please post. Okay, motion carries, and agenda 28 was obeyed to the 16th. I'm still going back to that cute little list you gave me 3 times or whatever, trying to keep up with you all. No, I don't know whether I liked your list better or I like Councilman Mayor Pro Tem's. All right, so are we on 33?
36?
Wait 1 second. 33 is obeyed to March 16th, so it should be, and 34 is obeyed to April 6th. Oh, I see it came back right at the right point. I have nothing now in administrative services, because we did that. Boards and commissions, 36, my goodness gracious. Okay, boards and commissions, possible action. Oh, did we answer your question before I read this, Councilman Beers, on the Conservation District?
Yes, ma'am, my question was answered.
Okay, thank you. Boards and commissions for possible action, Conservation District of Southern Nevada, CDSN Board, Chris McGee, term expired 12/31/2015. Recommendation, options are Las Vegas City Council approve Mr. Chris McGee to serve on the Conservation District of Southern Nevada Board, or place another name in nomination for service on this board for consideration by other local agencies. And I am prepared to make the motion to reappoint Mr. Chris McGee unless another council member would like to do it, at which point I will pull my back and you'll say the same thing.
That's a great
over
motion.
again.
Let's vote.
Thank you. All right, there's a motion then. Please vote and please post. Thank you. Congratulations, Mr. McGee. And now, agenda item 37, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 2016-12. Councilman Barlow, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Councilman. Bill 1 2016-12, in order to extend the boundaries of the city to particular described land to be annexed, to make some habits, subject to laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
There's a motion to approve agenda item 37. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 38, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at a later meeting. Bills number 38 to 40, bills number 2016-13 through 2016-15 will be heard at a later meeting. We'll move on now to 9 new bills. Okay. Okay, new bills. Items 41 through 46, bills number 2016-16 through 2016-21 will be heard at recommending committee meeting on Monday, March 14th, 2016. And would you please read these new bills?
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2016-16, in order to change the name of the Department of Detention Enforcement to the Department of Public Safety and to provide for related matters. Bill number 2016-17, in order to amend the Unified Development Code to authorize, under certain circumstances, the early submittal of improvement plans in relation to final approval of required traffic and drainage studies and to provide for related matters. Bill number 2016-18, in order to revise various requirements and limitations pertaining to the medical marijuana establishments and to provide for related matters. Bill number 2016-19, in order to the City Council of the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, authorizing the issuance of its City of Las Vegas, Nevada General Obligation Limited Tax Performing Arts Center refunding bonds, additionally secured by pledged revenues, Series 2016A, for the purpose of refunding certain outstanding bonds, providing the form, terms, and conditions of the bonds, and the security therefore, and other details in connection therewith, providing other matters related thereto, and providing for the effective date hereof. Bill number 2016-20, in ordinance of the City Council of the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, authorizing the issuance of a City of Las Vegas, Nevada General Obligation Limited Tax various purpose refunding bonds, additionally additionally secured by Pledge Revenue Series 2016B for the purpose of refunding certain outstanding bonds, providing the form, terms, and conditions of the bonds, and the security therefore, and the details in connection therewith, providing other matters related to, and providing the effective date hereof. And finally, Bill number 2016-21, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, providing for the issuance of its general obligation limited tax sewer refunding bonds, additionally secured by Pledge Revenues Series 2016C for the purpose of refunding certain of the city's outstanding sewer bonds, providing for the forms, terms, and conditions thereof, and the security therefore, and other details in connection therewith, providing other matters related thereto, and providing the effective date hereof.
Thank you, Mr. Jervik. These new bills, 2016-16 through 2016-21, are assigned to council members Barlow, Anthony, and Ross for the 14th of March, which is a Monday. Are you all in town?
Yes, ma'am.
March 14th? You're still, he's filling in for you until you're,
I'm here.
Substitute for anybody else.
okay. Are you here?
Yep.
Okay. And Councilman Anthony, you here? Yes. Okay. So that goes on, and we'll move on to Agenda 47, which was our closed session, and that has been postponed, obeyed till the next. Repost it, so we're striking it. And now we will move on to Agenda Item 48. ROC 63102, public hearing, applicant Sushi Loca, owner, Inland Diversified Las Vegas Centennial Center, LLC, for possible action request for review of condition of an approved special use permit, SUP 21419, to delete condition number 5, which states hours of operation shall be limited to 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. for all business days at 6181 Centennial Center Boulevard, TC Town Center Zone, GCTC General Commercial Town Center, Special Land Use Designation, Ward 6, Councilman Ross. Staff recommends approval subject to conditions. The public hearing, which I declare open, is the applicant or representative present? Interesting, okay. Do you want to make some statements? Please.
If I can, Your Honor, for the record, Karen Duddleston, Deputy Planning Director. With me today is Peter Lowenstein, our current planning manager. The request before you today is from Sushi Loco. They currently have a condition on their land use use permit to have operating hours from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. In their justification letter that they have sent in to you, they requested to operate from 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. It is a commercial designated area. However, the condition that they are requesting would allow 24-hour operations. So just to clarify, to make sure if we are amending that condition to 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. or for 24 hours. It is a commercial center, and staff did not find that there would be an impact on the surrounding area.
So at this point, staff is recommending approval on a 24.
Correct.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward. State your name for the record. On another item, the next one, fine. Anyone else? Okay, hearing and seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. And Councilman Ross?
Well, I'm a little confused now. Ms. Dawson, was it they want to be open 24 hours or they want to be open till 2 a.m.? Which is it?
They requested to remove the condition. If this condition was not on their land use, they would be entitled to operate 24 hours a day. They've requested to remove the condition. In their justification letter, they stated that they intend to be open from 11 a.m. to 2 a.m.
That will be the condition. I will move for approval.
Thank you.
And therefore, you will notify them it's from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m.?
If this motion passes, yes, they will get a letter, and that will be the condition on their land use.
You look puzzled.
I thought they wanted to be open till 2 in the morning. Wasn't that it?
Correct. They want to be open till 2 a.m.
Yeah, that'll be
So
the condition,
this
2
is,
a.m.
all right, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. Very good. There's a motion to approve, subject to the conditions of 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item 49, EOT 63112, public hearing, applicant Steve Hayashi, owner Comet LV LLC, for possible action or request for an extension of time for a non-conforming use tavern at 600 Jackson Avenue. C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Staff recommends approval subject to conditions. This is a public hearing which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, ma'am. Kevin Thistle, architect here representing the owner.
Thank you. And ma'am?
Amber Dastrup from John K. Maloney Law, and we represent Mr. Hayashi in his gaming matters.
Thank you very much. Let's hear from staff first.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, Karen Dudleston, Deputy Planning Director. Due to the delay in the investigation process from the State Gaming Control Board caused by ongoing litigation regarding this property, the applicant has demonstrated a hardship beyond the control of the applicant that prevented the use from becoming operational. As the request does not jeopardize public health, safety, and welfare and falls within the intent of Title 19, staff is recommending approval with a 6-month time limit.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard from the public? From the applicant, please go ahead. I'm going to close the public hearing then. Were you another item later on still? Okay. Please, public hearing's closed then. If you'll please go ahead and address the council.
Yes, we concur with staff's recommendation, and we'd be happy to answer any questions or give any information that you'd like to have at this time.
Wonderful. Anyone in council before I turn it over to Councilman Barlow? Okay, it's yours.
I would just like for you to show the master plan of what you all have. I know that Mr. Hayashi has been working diligently and spending quite a bit of money at the Newtown Tavern. And for those that need an aerial, this is the Newtown Tavern has been in the community for over close to 50 years. And the applicant is looking to do something very robust inside of the historic West Las Vegas community. And so I just wanted you to show at least what the master plan of what you're proposing to do moving forward into the future to show the viewership as well as the council in regards to your plans moving forward into the future.
What's he smoking?
Wow.
Yes. As you can see from this, we plan to we have big plans for this particular neighborhood. Starting off with this 400-room hotel, the overall project is anticipated to be approximately anywhere from $900 million to $1.2 billion project. It includes the hotel, which everything is driven by this project by that little unrestricted gaming license at the little 600 Jackson Ultra Newtown Tavern site. So, yeah, there's a lot of excitement about this. There's a lot of, it's privately funded, so we won't be coming to the city. We also have, as you can see on the rendering there, we're also looking to try to privately do a overhead tram system to connect this particular neighborhood to the downtown development area. And so we'd want to be involved in that project as well.
What's the cross street to Jackson here?
Jackson and F Street?
It's Jackson and F, Mayor. But
That we just opened.
Correct. And it's actually between D Street and H on Jackson.
The majority of the project, along with this hotel and casino, would be a lot of mixed use, residential, commercial, all the way pretty much from the freeway up to Jackson.
And you have the funding? The
Yes.
funding's committed to it?
Yes, yes, we're good with the funding.
And any of it EB5 funding? EB5 funding or no?
No, this is privately funded.
And Mr. Hayashi is here, right?
Mr. Hayashi is here, he's sitting on the back row, yes.
Okay, ask him to come forward. I would like to introduce him to the mayor and council.
And what is the timeline, assuming everything goes well with gaming control?
Design contracts are scheduled to begin in about 30 to 60 days. So we'll
Karen,
be,
you could probably turn on the microphone, pull the microphone right there in the middle for him. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
Welcome. This is very beautiful, very exciting.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So you said on the timeline is?
Oh, yes. Construction documents will begin within about 30 to 60 days. Take about a year or so to complete that, and then construction will start right after that.
And
We're looking to do both the mixed-use area along with the hotel at the same time.
And do you have any estimate of jobs that are created? Did I miss that? Did you say it?
No, we don't have an estimate of the number of jobs, but there will be many.
Okay. And how many rooms was the hotel?
400 rooms.
Wow. Okay, Councilman.
Beautiful. Mr. Hayashi, thank you so very much for being here. And I just wanted to give you an opportunity to share with the mayor and council and to the listenership and the viewership here why this location and your vision for bringing this into this historic community.
And if you would, Mr. Hayashi, if you will make sure you say your name for the record, please.
Yeah, I believe limited.
Okay, this is area is
Say your name for the record.
Say your name.
okay. This is the area is gaming is
Unrestricted, grandfathered.
grandfather license. So this project is a new town, black and orient is a mixed communication and a new project.
Wonderful.
So this is almost 40 acre. So
40 acres?
Yes, ma'am.
yes.
Wow.
So in other words, Mayor, what he's sharing is that
Let's hope it happens.
this parcel that he's purchasing, he's also purchased quite a bit of other land around this area, and he's looking to create a 40-acre campus here with the town tavern, the new town tavern being the starting point for the overall master plan of what he's looking to do. In addition to that, from what he has shared with me, is that he's purchased over 60% of the land actually on F Street currently, and he's looking to acquire more to create a corridor from the freeway to the development. And if I'm inaccurate in my understanding of what was shared, please correct me, but he's looking to create a corridor from Symphony Park or City Center Parkway, if I have that street correct, turns into F Street completely up to Jackson Street as far as the overall master plan.
That's correct.
And does the project have a name?
Does the project have a name today?
The hotel is going to be called the Tokyo Hotel.
Tokyo Hotel.
Tokyo Hotel.
Very
Yeah.
distinguished.
And,
And the historic West Side, that's a good combination. We are a
Yeah.
diverse community.
I believe Councilman Coffin has a comment.
Please.
I have a question, but Mr. Hayashi does not have to answer. It's complicated language difficulty perhaps, but when did Mr. Hayashi first start acquiring properties along F Street?
He's been involved with this for about 2 years.
Did he have to buy up a lot of land, or had it already been aggregated by somebody else?
No, they're individual small parcels.
All these little parcels, all this time been buying them? Really?
Yes, he's been working.
For
on
just
it
2 years?
Yes.
Okay, and the others off F Street? Everything, it's been one at a time?
Yes, one at a time.
Wow, okay, well, it's not my ward, but I wish it was. Good luck.
Thank you.
And just as I shared with the councilwoman, she asked me if this was real. I said if he built just a quarter of it, it would make a huge impact to this area in regards to the redevelopment. And so I'm glad that you have grand plans, and I have no problem with the recommendation from staff as you all continue to move forward. And of course, seeing is believing. This council has an opportunity to see a lot of pretty pictures year in and year out, and so we become believers once shovels are in the ground and developments are being developed. And so I don't want to hinder any progress, because I know that a lot of progress has been made from what the Town Tavern once looked like to currently, as far as what you all have done thus far. And so I want you to continue to move forward, being that I see a lot of activity, a lot of construction underway. And so I too am really excited at the potential, but would be more excited if in fact this can actually be accomplished before, as the councilwoman shared with me moments ago, before I leave office. So we'll see what happens.
Yes.
And so for that, I'll move for approval of staff's recommendation, subject to all conditions.
Okay, there's a motion. And could I ask, while you're voting and posting, has Mr. Hayashi got other developments in the United States or Japan? Motion carries. Good luck to you. But other projects that he has done in the United States or in Japan?
One of the partners involved with this has 34 resort properties located in Japan, Tahiti, and Indonesia. So, yeah.
And as large a project as this on 40 acres?
I don't know what the size of the particular projects are, but they are resort hotels, and they are more nature-type oriented type facilities.
Oh, wonderful. And those are they called under any name so we could go look?
Shall I say it? The Hoshino Resorts.
How would you spell that, please?
Hoshino, H-O-S-H-I-N-O Resorts Incorporated.
Thank you. Well, congratulations. We look forward to having you here and seeing this happen. Congratulations.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Yes, Councilwoman.
If I might, good luck to you and much success and happiness with your project.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we move on to agenda item 50 and set the date for any appeals filed or required public hearings. I'd instruct the city clerk to set public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous building nuisance litter abatements, please. Thank you. And citizen participation. I think the gentleman there is waiting for that. Citizen participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion or on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. So anyone, we will start with you, sir, and if you'll say your name for the record,
First of all,
please.
thank you for the opportunity and good evening to all of you. My name is Muhammad Omar Ahmed, and I'm resident
Could you
of...
spell your last name? Mohammed's your first name?
Yes,
and your...
Muhammad, they call me Omar, so we go with
Omar,
my middle name, yes.
okay.
Last name is Ahmed, A-H-M-A-D, and I'm resident of Nevada for the past 12 years, and I've been here since I was a baby. I grew up in East Coast. And
What high school?
I went to T.C. William High School, and back in Virginia. So that's the school.
We forgive you. It's okay.
The Titans, I don't know, you see in the Denzel Washington movie, that's the high school that I went to, the Titans. So I'm proud of that school. So I went to Community College in George Mason,
Great.
University of Port Chaffin. But anyhow, my main reason is here, and I'm a realtor, and I bought a property because real estate business went so down, and I decided to borrow money from friends and family and buy some property in Vegas, and from the county trustees, and I bought it, and I've been working with the Department of, the Building Department and Code Enforcement.
Good.
And while I was working on the property, and I fixed almost 60 to 80% of the property, I had to leave the country to go to take care of my family overseas. When I come back, I faced some letters from the code enforcement, and I worked with them for the past 2 months. And without giving me any knowledge, they destroyed my property, which I was working with them. And I have all the paperwork for all my leaders here to see if I can seek any justice.
If I might interrupt you, sir, where is your property?
The property is in 2671 San Marcos, 89115. I believe it's Mr. Barlow's
Okay.
territory or...
Ward 5, Councilman Barlow?
It's Pecos and Cary, so like Cheyenne, between Cheyenne and Lake Mead, and
I'm not sure that's the
Yes.
city.
I have a full document for each one of you, so...
Did you give it right here, or could I ask you to take a look at, is that Las Vegas or North Las Vegas?
That's Las Vegas.
Can you give us
And I
the address
have-
again?
So here's, I made copies to each one, so... if you wanna- thank you
Clark
very
County.
much. It's whatever, I think it's somewhere. And I have a description of
We
what
just want to
happened.
make sure, I mean, already sympathetic to you, we want to make sure that you're in the city
Yes, it is
boundaries
city,
and
ma'am.
not county, so you're thinking city.
It is city,
But
yes.
we're having our attorney take a look to make sure, because rather than have you spend time,
Right next to Bon Topo, Pecos and Cary.
Pecos and Cary, next to Von Tony. County? Yep. You need to be in front of the county commissioners.
I got the
And-
information, they said it is,
All Clark County. We're a separate government in the city.
right, but they said it is city, which I got this information.
Who would
No?
that be, Christian Kilianis?
89115 zip code.
Weekly, Councilman, Commissioner Weekly's.
Mayor, if I could, I
Yes,
examined the
please.
paperwork, and all the paperwork that I saw is got the county seal on it, and there's a sticker on there that has the address of the county government center. So I'm quite certain after what I just reviewed, that it was action taken by the county, not by the city of Las Vegas. And so if you need to speak to the officials that are responsible for what you've just described, you need to go to 500 South Grand Central Parkway. That's the county government center,
So
which is
it's
just a
not
few
the
blocks from City
It
Hall.
is the county.
We're in the county, but we're a separate governmental entity than the county commission and the Clark County government. And Clark County took the action, not the city of Las Vegas.
Okay. Can I give you this package to you can see it because I have all the information. I know I have a short...
Well, you know, I would appreciate it, except for the fact, and listening to our counsel here,
Right.
you really, it is not in our jurisdiction. You need to go over to the big red building with the point with
Okay.
the stick.
Okay.
They would hate to be called that, the big red building with the stick. And go in there, and it sounds like it's in Commissioner Weekly's district.
Okay.
So you can go over, it's 2:30, they're still open.
Okay. Okay.
So sad that you waited, he
Yeah,
waited here.
I'm-
You
I'm
waited
so
so
sorry.
long. We're very sorry. But we have no authority.
Okay.
That's the thing.
What are you doing?
Because I've never been experienced. I've never been to town.
Sure, that's all right. You know, it's not very far from here. You just go down to Bonneville and turn
Okay.
right,
Okay.
and you'll see the pyramid. It's like, well, can you see it from this? Yeah.
Okay.
But, and then see Lawrence Weekly. Count, you want to write that down?
Sure.
It's Commissioner Weekly. You ought to call him and give
Okay.
him a little basis of help.
If I can interrupt, if you walk straight across the hall to the city clerk's office, the staff will give you a map and they'll show you how to get there.
Other day they give me, they said this is going to be part of Las Vegas, and it's, a bit, you know, I don't know why.
Right
I'll
across
try
the
that
hall
too.
from Chambers?
Okay.
Thank you.
Good, thank you very much. Sorry you waited all day, but you got to get to the right place, and unfortunately, this isn't the one.
But the map will help you, if you get the map.
Thank you.
We hope
Thank you.
it turns out okay for you.
Okay, anyone else wishing to address council, please come forward, state your name for the record. Okay, hearing and seeing no one else, we will move on to agenda item 52. Council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. Any member of council who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, and I think last time I started on the right. So you have it, Councilman Coffin. Oh, right, they
Your
were all
Honor.
gone. You did their flag.
I am reliably told that the sky jump for scouting is occurring again. That would be in April 15th. Sky Jump for Scouting is a big deal. I've done this. Councilman Ross has done this. There are people on this council who have missed the opportunity of stepping off the stratosphere because there's a lot of money to be raised for the kids, and I know I was just looking around trying to figure out who might be physically eligible or perhaps able to do this leap of faith to raise money for the Scouts. The councilman who is building up his strength right now, and as he sits at his chair, is one certainly I would recommend. And there are others. I just don't think the lady should wear a dress. And it's only 900 feet, and it's over in a second. And, you know, it's like you take your chances. You know, it's like anything else in life in this town. But there's a good chance that you will land safely. And so I would be happy to back Councilman Barlow if he's interested, because I hear Councilman Barlow has not made this jump yet. Again, as I say, I've made this qualifying jump before and survived, as has Councilman Ross. And I just don't know anybody else to suggest at this time for the honor.
You know, you only
jump
have
off the
3 minutes
stratosphere.
for all your council comments.
Oh, I'm
Don't pick
done.
up his baggage.
I'm really done because there's nothing else happening in Ward 3. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Councilman Barlow, and of course, I saw the zip line between the two buildings of the Rio, and talk about jumping, that's something else.
Right.
Okay, yours. And I must thank Councilwoman Tarkanian, who picked up all your baggage, and Councilman Coffins at the last city council meeting.
And Councilwoman, thank you so very much for supporting me in that effort. I really graciously appreciate it. And to my colleague on my left, Councilman Coffin, I'm going to take you up on that offer.
Ooh.
Under one condition. You raise $10,000 for me to jump, and I'll do it. So I'll let you sleep on that. Mayor and council, under my final announcements for today, while Councilman Coffin's head spin on that last comment, I'm hosting a fishing derby on this coming Saturday.
Oh.
This is an annual Ward 5 fishing derby taking place on Saturday, March 5th at 8 a.m. to 12 noon out at Lorenzi Park. The Ward 5 staff and team with community partners will host this free fishing derby for youth and their families. Breakfast and lunch will be available while supplies last. Bring your fishing pole, and if not, we have fishing poles that will be provided, thanks to our partners at the state, the Nevada Fish and Wildlife. So please come out this Saturday. There will be hundreds of young people out learning how to fish, because I believe in the old proverb, you give a man a fish, he eats for a day. But if you'll teach him how to fish, he may eat for a lifetime. And so this experience is really to teach our young people to be fishers of men. So please contact my office for additional information at 229-5443. And if you know of a mentor or a young person that would like to come out and participate in this fun event activity on Saturday, please come on out. On March 8th, Open House, the Southern Nevada Health District, will be hosting their open house, their new location, which is at 280 South Decatur in Ward 1 from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. There will be refreshments, giveaways, and tours. So for more information, please contact the Health District at 759-1391. The next Coffee with the Councilman will take place on March 10th, and I must thank Mayor Carolyn Goodman for coming out and bringing a lot of attention to the new Starbucks located at 1925 North Martin Luther King Boulevard. She and I had a wonderful time meeting with residents during the month of February at the Coffee with the Mayor. And so please come on out on March 10th for Coffee with the Councilman, which is the first Thursday of every month. So if you happen to have missed one in the past, just know it's the first Thursday of every month. And this month, the month of March, it will be March 10th. April 19th and 20th, Alvin Ailey American Dance Theater. The Smith Center will host 2 performances at the Alvin Ailey American Dance Theater. Come out to see the incomparable performers as they bring a pulse of racing thrills of contemporary dance. Performances will take place on Tuesday, April 19th and Wednesday, April 20th. Please visit thesmithcenter.com for more information. In addition to that, please save the date for the Pirate Fest because a pirate is coming to Lorenzi Park April 8th through the 10th. This is an annual event that I've been so proud to support. The Pirates are returning to Lorenzi Park, as I mentioned, April 8th through the 10th of this year. The event will be bigger and better, and this is a hands-on, family-oriented event, and this is sponsored in partnership with the City of Las Vegas. So thank you, Rich and Jan Strickland, for continuing to bring this exciting and fun family event to Lorenzi Park. For more information, please log on to www.piratefestlv.com for more information. And we tend to recognize a lot of people in the community, Mayor and Council, but I would like to recognize city employees who came out on yesterday. I happened to be driving down the street, headed to an event, and there was someone had dumped a lot of furniture and trash and debris in the roadway. And before I hung up my phone with Jerry Walker, his team of approximately 4 or 5 city trucks were on site to come and clean up the debris. And so I just really want to recognize the city employees for being Johnny on the spot to making sure that the city of Las Vegas remains free and clear of all trash, glass, and debris. And so I just really want to recognize these city employees who came out on a dime and cleared the roadway very swiftly in order that cars may continue to commute on the roadway. So Jerry and your entire team, I just want to say thank you so very much for being the true leaders here in the city of Las Vegas that you are, representing the city. And in conclusion, of course, you may follow me on Facebook and Twitter and all social media outlets. And I also want to give kudos to my colleague, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilman Steve Ross, for a wonderful job that he does, he and his entire staff do, in relation to marketing him. I would have to give you the marketing guru points for public relations in your office. You all do a wonderful job, so keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilwoman, please.
For all the wards, I'm just pointing out for mine and everybody's that the Neighborhood Partnership Program, the MPF as it's called, their grant application process is now open. Neighborhood grants are available for neighborhood events, beautification projects, signage, and safety. Neighborhood groups are encouraged to apply for up to $5,000 in grants that must be matched by in-kind donations, cash, and volunteer labor. And I'd like to say that any of the planning and any of the going out and buying materials and things like that, you can count every minute that you do that as cash for that work, and it counts towards your half of the grant. And the deadline to apply is April 18th. For more information, please contact Marie Castile Couch in Community Services at 702-229-6688. These things are wonderful to have. We have stone, this is showing you where some of the Neighborhood Partners Fund money went, and you can see that we had the paint and the brushes, and particularly what Jerry Walker said today. Now we can do this painting on the side of walls that face the streets, and you can see all these people who got together to make a difference. See the Glen Heather Estates, that's a sign they have there. Our Palomino, our Escrian, I should say our Palomino Estates has a horse standing on his legs, just looking beautiful with a lot of flowers around it. And you can get these signs that show where your houses begin and end, and it just makes everybody feel good. They still have some flowers coming there on that sign. Another thing I wanted to mention is neighborhood cleanup. The City of Las Vegas, in partnership with Republic Services, is having a bulk pickup on Friday, March 4th, in the Charleston Heights subdivision, bounded by Alta to the north, Charleston to the south, Slayton to the east, and Torrey Pines to the west. This is a time to get rid of those big pieces of stuff that you don't want hanging around your house anymore. We ask you to please place all items at the curb, not on your property, but, you know, the side of the curb that has a street on it. And do it the evening before to ensure pickup by Republic Services, because sometimes they start very early. Participating households will also receive more detailed information in the mail, or you can call my office at 702-229-6405. Ward 1 is hosting a senior safety spree on Tuesday, March 22nd from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Mirabelli Community Center at 6200 Hargrove Avenue. We will have information sessions on senior driving, senior falls, pedestrian and bus safety for seniors, and also seniors as parents. In addition, there will be free vision screening, blood pressure checkups, document shredding, driving safety assessments, and a drug turn-in for expired and no longer used prescriptions. This should be a good meeting place for all seniors because it's covering a wide variety of activities. For more information, you can contact our office, 702-229-6405. And the 7th Annual Nevada Moves Day is taking place on Wednesday, March 16th. Nevada Moves Day was started in 2010 to encourage K through 8th grade students, parents, and school staff to walk and bicycle to and from school. The Clark County School District Police, Lookout Kids About, the Elks Lodge 1468, and our Ward 1 Council Office are sponsoring bike and pedestrian safety activities all day at Darefelt Elementary School at 1900 Lisa Lane. I encourage everyone to participate. It's sort of fun to get out there and walk with the kids as they go from their homes to their school. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Anthony. Oh, I like that one, Mr. Anthony. That was a good report. Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will be nearly as brief.
That I'm going to time.
I do have to start with some sad news. Our Ward 2 representative to the Las Vegas Senior Citizens Advisory Board, Trudy Temple, passed away suddenly last week.
I'm sorry.
She was very active in Ward 2, working with some of the senior events, and was out most Tuesdays and Thursday mornings with us on the Wallapai Canyon Trailhead Ward 2 walkers. And we will very much miss her. Her children, Joy and Brandon, are back in California, and we offer them our sincere sympathy.
Please do extend that of the entire city council, if you would.
We're going to be meeting with constituents this Friday morning at the Starbucks at 1990 Village Center Circle. It used to be real easy to call it the Vaughn Center. For a while, we called it the Hagen Center. And then here in about 2 weeks, we're going to, in fact, Mary, you're going to come up and cut the ribbon in Ward 2 and inaugurate it as an Albertsons. So we're looking forward to that. In the meantime, we'll be up at the Starbucks in that center this Friday morning from 7:30 to 9. Invite anyone in the neighborhood to stop by and give us a piece of your mind. If you prefer, a couple weeks after that, we'll be at Calico Jack's Saloon at the corner of Charleston and Cimarron, where we're going to be hosting Beers with Beers, 5:30 to 7:30 that night. And once again, all Ward 2 residents, or just anybody's invited out to meet with us and tell us what's going on in the neighborhoods. On this day in music history, it's kind of sad too in a way. Karen Carpenter would be 66 years old today.
Wow.
Actually, a rather remarkable drummer. And then her brother figured out she can sing too, and so we put her up front, and they hired another drummer who wasn't as good a drummer as she was, but she was a very talented woman. Through the 70s, they got less and less active in releasing records. I think her brother Richard has spoken about his addiction to Quaaludes at that time, and of course Karen Carpenter had anorexia nervosa. In fact, it's interesting, there's a little bit of Vegas history here. Their last concert was at the MGM Grand in 1978 here in Las Vegas. Within 5 years, she would be dead of complications of anorexia. Yeah.
From the anorexia?
That's all we got for this day of music history today, Your Honor. Thank you.
Boy, how many years ago she passed away, in 78?
She passed away in 1983. And today would have been her 66th birthday. Her brother Richard's still alive. He's down in Southern California. He's going to be 70 later this year. He's got 5 kids and probably got some grandkids to play with. And frankly, that's a lot.
She did sing beautifully.
Yeah.
She really did. What a shame.
It was wonderful.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem,
Thank you,
you're
Mayor.
on.
And thank you, Councilman Beers. I always like it when you do that. And I will express my appreciation to Councilman Coffin and Councilman Barlow for their comments earlier as well, because that money that we raise for Jump for Scouting goes right to the inner city scout units. And we've, I think a total I've raised so far since we've started this program is about $75,000. So,
Wow.
yeah, and our own chief, Michelle Freeman, is raising her own money to Jump. And I believe Ms. Kramer and Mrs. Kramer is going to raise her own money and Jump as well. Uh-oh, we put her on the spot. I know Ms. Bruner's already raising money. She's already jumped once and would love to do it again. This is Heidi Hayes, by the way, from the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority. She's helping with Jumper Scouting, too, in another way. That is my Centennial rifle, Mayor, that's got all the engravings of the great city of Las Vegas, John C. Fremont.
Is that how you really get people to jump off? You just put that behind them and say, you will jump?
I certainly could consider that, I guess, right? You know, it's usually, and Councilman Barlow's running the mark, it's $1,000 if you jump, it's $2,000 if you don't, so when I ask people, so it's easy. Anyway, well, fun things going on in Ward 6. We'll talk about the Jump for Scouting later. Fun things happening in Ward 6. I am having my St. Patrick's Day coffee. It's not really a coffee for me, but others can certainly come. And I understand some may even come for Irish coffee, but that's a bring your own type thing. That's going to be at the Great Harvest Bread Company, March 17th, 8 o'clock in the morning. That's 6475 North Decatur in the Costco Shopping Center. So folks, come on out and visit with me. It's right on the edge of the great city of North Las Vegas, and hope to have some folks come over from North Las Vegas as well. Another great activity we're doing, Mayor and Council, is during spring break, we are going to have a Youth Leadership Summit right here in City Council chambers on March 22nd at 1 o'clock. Our special guest is none other than the world-famous Miss Elizabeth Fretwell, our city manager. I have worked out a deal with the RTC if any kids want to ride the bus and actually participate in public transportation. We've asked the Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, youth leaders to come down. Anyone in the community is more than welcome to come spend a few minutes here at the city and understand how city government works. In our continued efforts to partner with Nevada Child Seekers as well, unfortunately, we do have a missing young lady. Her name is Sierra Ray. Her nickname is Cece. She's 17 years old, 5'9", has hazel eyes. Her hair is dyed black. She is a mix of Caucasian and Hispanic. The last contact was January 21st. She has a pierced lower lip and nose. Sierra was last seen in the area of Lake Mead and Buffalo. So, and she may be wearing a black sweater, white beanie, and gray sweatpants with the word pink on them. She also may be carrying a backpack and carrying her puppy. If anyone has any idea where this young lady is, please let's get her back to folks that care about her. Contact the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department at 702-828-3111 or Nevada Child Seekers at 702-458-7009. And Mayor and Council, we do get most of these kids found and taken back to where they are cared for and in safety. So also, if you would like to get a hold of me, it's pretty simple. You can use the old-fashioned way, pick up the phone and dial 702-229-6154, or certainly find me on Facebook and Twitter as well, or always at lasvegasnevada.gov/Ward 6. Those are all. That's all I've got, Mayor. Thank you.
That's great, and that's a pretty way to fix you up. And now we have a new IT director, so I'm sure he'll come up with some other new ways that all of us can be contacted. Councilman Barlow did mention the opening of the health district in the old Target Center in Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward, and that's again to repeat it, Tuesday, March 8th at 10 a.m. So please come tour that facility and get some input and information about immunization, food handler certification, sexual health clinic, environmental safety services, among others. Thursday, March 10th is the day for Nevada's Big Give donation campaign at the website nevadagives.org. And you can learn more about selecting one of the many worthy local causes to which to give. We encourage you to do that because we love to stand out here in Southern Nevada. Saturday, March 12th, Runaway with Cirque du Soleil at the Springs Preserve. This run walk is presented every year by our friends at Cirque du Soleil in partnership with the Springs Preserve Foundation. All proceeds support educational and environmentally significant programs. Go to cirquedusoleil.com for more information. Finally, it's time to play ball, and I'll be on hand to kick off the Western Little League season again on Saturday, March 12th at 12 noon at Doc Romeo Park. We salute all of our young athletes around the valley and offer best wishes for a safe, joyful, and memorable season. Is that also your ward? Are you out at Doc Romeo? So Councilwoman probably will be there as well. And our next City Council meeting will be held Wednesday, March 16th at 9 a.m. here in City Chambers. And my last piece is any members of the public? I think I did ask before if anybody wanted, didn't I? Yes. And I said that was the end. And so I guess we are done. We are adjourned until March 16th. And thank you all. And thank you, staff, once again. And for those of you watching from home, we do have a good time up here most of the time. So make sure you come to our events. We really would love to meet you all. Thanks for attending. Bye-bye. Thank you, City Clerk, everybody, our marshals.
I think so.